Chapter 1128. Inside the Heiko family's discussion hall, all the elders and foreign elders fell silent. If they had suspected that Ba Qing Yen was telling a joke a moment ago, they no longer dared to doubt him now. It didn't make sense for more than a dozen clansmen to join forces and tell such a big lie to them. The only explanation was that it was the truth. There's such a young junior. Ian took a deep breath, a look of shock appearing on his face before he sighed. Why wasn't he born in my Heiko family? If he had been born in my family, Ian's words echoed everyone's thoughts. If such a powerful young man was a member of the Heiko family, the family's prosperity would be just around the corner. They would no longer be a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hall. Peripheral forces were just a name. To put it nicely, they did have some relationship with Shadow Moon Hall, but to put it bluntly, they were just relying on Shadow Moon Hall's name, providing them with supplies every year in exchange for Shadow Moon Hall not bothering them. They couldn't obtain any benefits from Shadow Moon Hall, and as long as Shadow Moon Hall wanted to, they could dissolve this family at any time. Patriarch, although this young Kai wasn't born in my family, that doesn't mean we can't use him. The beautiful foreign elder named Huang Wan, who had spoken before, suddenly said with a smile, "Oh, Consecrator Huang, you mean?" Ian looked at her with joy. Huang Wan smiled and said, "Elder Ba just said that in order to protect him, that little girl Wu Yi didn't hesitate to say she would leave the family. In my opinion, their relationship isn't simple. At the very least, Wu Yi is somewhat interested in that little brat." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Foreign Elder Huang is right. Luan also nodded in agreement. Wu Yi's appearance isn't bad, and her aptitude is one of the best in my family. If that young Kai really has feelings for Wu Yi, it's not impossible. As long as we can bring the two of them together, it may not be impossible. However, before that, we need to inquire about the origins of this young man. Since he was able to kill Su Jishun with just a Saint Realm cultivation, he can't be a nobody. What do you think? Do you think he's Thunder Typhoon Sect's #1 young master, Feng Tianzhong? It was said that Feng Tianzhong had the ability to kill enemies above his own realm, and Wei Guchang of Shadow Moon Hall also had this ability, and there was also Chu Chong Feng of Heaven Battling Union. Was Yang Kai just one of their aliases? Otherwise, why haven't we heard of this name before? Someone asked. It's definitely not them. Those monsters have already reached the Saint King realm and are likely third-order Saint Kings by now, a full great realm higher than Yang Kai. They have nothing to do with each other. As for his origins, this old man knows a thing or two, a bearded old man said in a deep voice. An old man with a goatee said in a deep voice. Seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention, he continued, "I heard my family's boy mention that when Wu Yi returned from a mining expedition, Yu Feng picked up a person from the starry sky. Yang Kai should be that person." Picked up? The group of people was dumbfounded. How could a young man with such excellent aptitude be picked up? Ian's expression changed as he turned to look at one of the people present and smiled. "For an Elder Chang, when Wu Yi took people out to mine last time, I remember you were the one who followed her, right? What do you know about that Yang Kai?" Chang Chi frowned. He had a good relationship with Wu Yi and had often taken care of her when she was still in the family. Today, when he heard that Wu Yi had been forced to leave the family, he couldn't help feeling dissatisfied with Ba Qing Yan's actions. Originally, he didn't want to express any opinions, but now that the patriarch had asked, even if he didn't want to say anything, he had no choice. After all, when Yu Feng picked up Yang Kai and Yang Kai escaped from the blood-red crystal, Chang Chi was present. So he knew more about Yang Kai's origins than anyone here. After pondering for a moment, Chang Chi briefly explained what had happened at that time. The expressions of the group changed dramatically as none of them had expected Yang Kai's origins to be so bizarre, actually escaping from a blood-red crystal. But soon Huang Wan giggled. Since we know his origins, it's much easier to handle. He may not be a nobody in the outside world, but since he came to Shadowed Star, he has no relatives or backing. Although my Haika family isn't big, it is still a powerful force. Taking the initiative to show him goodwill, there is no reason for him to refuse. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain, where he now lives, is also one of my family's properties. What Foreign Elder Huang says is correct. Young people may be a bit hot-blooded, but they all love beauty. It looks like he really does have some ideas about Wu Yi. We just need to play matchmaker. Someone immediately stood up and agreed, many others nodding in agreement. That's inappropriate. Suddenly, a voice of objection sounded. Ian cast his eyes over and asked warmly, "Why does Elderbaugh feel this is inappropriate?" Ian hadn't expected that the first to object would be Ba Qin. Ba Qin quickly said, "First, today, Yang Kai beheaded Su Jishen, and although he displayed great strength and superb combat strength, if it wasn't related to the 100 Mountains picture, the Su family may have simply swallowed this insult and turned big problems into small ones into nothing. Instead, they would have demanded some compensation from him to save some face. However, the 100 Mountains picture has already been snatched away, so even if the Su family fears Yang Kai, it is impossible for them to give up. If my family were to show goodwill to Yang Kai right now, it would definitely cause a great deal of trouble with the Su family." What is the Su family? Does my Haiko family fear his Su family? Isn't Elderbaugh's fears a bit too groundless? The elder named Hua Luan coldly snorted. Yes, Elderbaugh, the 100 Mountains picture is not in the Su family's possession, so we really don't need to fear them. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to annex the Su family's forces. As soon as the statement came out, many people were tempted. The Su family's 100 Mountains picture was something all of them were afraid of, but now that this artifact was gone, what was there to fear? If they could deal with the Su family, it would be easier for them to make friends with Yang Kai. En frowned, but didn't rush to express his opinion, instead turning to Ba Qin and saying, "Elderbaugh, please continue." Ba Qin glanced over at the high-spirited elders and foreign elders who couldn't wait to destroy the Su family and sneered, "You may not be afraid of the Su family, but what about Shadow Moon Hall?" Everyone gawked for a moment, but soon seemed to remember something and immediately showed looks of dread. We and the Su family are both peripheral families of Shadow Moon Hall, so Shadow Moon Hall won't intervene in this kind of dispute, but Wu Yi is someone that Xie Hongwen has taken a fancy to. If we arbitrarily matchmake Wu Yi with Yang Kai, do you think Xie Hongwen will just ignore it? A trivial Xie Hongwen is nothing to be afraid of, but he has a father who is a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall. The status of a deacon in Shadow Moon Hall is not high, but it is not something my Haiko family can afford to provoke. What Elderbaugh says is correct, and nodded. Although Yang Kai is good, in the end, he has no foundation. He is just one person, so if we offend Xie Hongwen in order to make friends with him, it really isn't worth it, and it seems this matter needs to be carefully considered. If we want to recruit Yang Kai, we can't afford to offend Xie Hongwen. Elderbaugh, you're quite thoughtful. Why don't you take another trip to Dragon Cave Mountain and see what that man wants? We can cater to his tastes. If he really has a heart for beauty, my Haika family has many unmarried girls, a few of them no worse than Wu Yi. As long as he is willing to serve my family, a trivial few girls should be more than enough for us to afford. Yes, Patriarch. Ba Qin stood up and bowed gently, thinking about it for a moment before asking, "Patriarch, how should we deal with that Saint-grade artifact, Refiner, named Yang Inflammation? Her attainments in spirit arrays shouldn't be bad." Elderbaugh, we do need an array grandmaster, but Yang Inflammation is still very young, so even if she has some attainments in spirit arrays, I'm afraid they won't be too profound. This time, the most important thing is Yang Kai. Yes, since the Patriarch had said so, Ba Qin couldn't refute, but he faintly felt that the spirit arrays arranged by Yang Inflammation were not simple. Perhaps her value was even greater than Yang Kai's. After leaving the main hall, Ba Qing Yen didn't immediately rush to Dragon Cave Mountain. He knew that Yang Kai didn't want to see him, so if he went now, he would definitely be refused entry. Moreover, Yang Kai had just broken through to the Saint King realm and was most likely in retreat to consolidate his cultivation. Consolidate his cultivation? Ba Qing Yan's eyes lit up and immediately thought of something good. He hurried to the family storehouse and took out a jade box. Opening the jade box, there was a long-incised pill inside, exuding a fragrant fragrance. If there was one thing Yang Kai needed the most right now, it should be this Saint King pill. Right? Ba Qing Yen smiled triumphantly and walked out of the storehouse. Inside the cave of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai was in retreat while Yang Inflammation was sorting out the various materials with the assistance of Wu Yi. The materials in Kai Yang's possession were all over the place. There were all kinds of materials of various grades, and the quantity was enormous. The two women were dizzy from sorting them out, but they were also enjoying themselves. They hadn't expected Kai Yang's stockpile to be so rich. Suddenly, Wu Yi burst into laughter, her body trembling. Yang Inflammation looked at her puzzled and asked, "What are you laughing about?" Wu Yi said, "I'm laughing at Yang Kai for being too cunning." "In what way is he cunning?" Yang Inflammation asked curiously. "When I picked him up, he only had a single space ring which was stolen by Yufeng. I pitied him, so I gave him a few saint crystals, but now that I think about it, he clearly had other space rings. I just didn't know where they were hidden. Otherwise, how could he have so many saint crystals and materials?" At that time, he looked at me gratefully and thanked me profusely. I thought I had done something good, but it turns out I had been deceived by him all along. And he really is cunning. Yang Inflammation nodded. But those saint crystals have nothing to do with him. I was the one who helped him earn them. Wu Yi was puzzled, but before she had time to ask, Yufeng, who had gone out to purchase materials, returned. "How was it?" Wu Yi asked. "Too good." Yufeng grinned. "Young miss, you don't know, but I've never enjoyed such supreme treatment. Those shops that sell materials treat me like I'm their grandfather. The feeling of spending so much money is so wonderful. There are even a few beautiful girls who are secretly throwing flirtatious glances at me." Chapter 1129. Seeing the smug look on Yufeng's face, Wu Yi rolled her eyes. "Don't make a fool of yourself. I'm asking you about the materials you purchased." "Oh, I bought them. They're all here," Yufeng said, handing the space ring in his hand to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation took it and swept it with his divine sense before nodding. "Not bad. With these materials, I'll be able to set up a spirit array to protect this place within a month. When that time comes, no matter how many people come, we won't have to fear them." Wu Yi and Yufeng both looked at her in surprise, but soon Wu Yi shook her head and turned to Yufeng. "What's that in your hand?" "Young Master Wu Ke sent it over and asked me to give it to Yang Kai," Yufeng explained. "When he returned just now, he happened to see Wu Ku wandering around outside the cave, so he went up to ask him about it." How could he have known that Wu Ku would simply shove this jade box into his hand and say that it was something Elder Ba wanted to give to Yang Kai before disappearing without a trace? Did Elder Ba ask cousin to send it over? Wu Yi frowned slightly, seemingly thinking of something, staring at the jade box and saying, "Open it and let me see." Yufeng opened the jade box, and a fragrant smell immediately wafted out from inside the cave. "A Saint King pill," Wu Yi and Yufeng exclaimed at the same time. The former was secretly shocked, thinking that the family was really generous, actually bringing over the last Saint King pill from their storehouse. The latter couldn't help gulping as his eyes flashed with greed. On the other hand, Yang Inflammation only glanced at the Saint King pill faintly before returning to his own business. "Did Elder Ba really ask cousin to bring this over?" Wu Yi asked uncertainly. "And where else would I have gotten it? It seems that the family intends to make friends with Yang Kai," Wu Yi murmured, immediately chuckling, and As long as those people aren't senile, they should make friends with them. However, they only sent cousin here. It seems they have some scruples. Forget it. You send the Saint King pill over first. Yang Kai happens to need it. If it were anything else, Wu might have asked Yu Feng to return it, but this Saint King pill was different. Okay. Yu Feng carefully closed the jade box and walked inside. Arriving in front of Yang Kai's stone room, he didn't even have time to speak before Yang Kai's voice sounded out. "Brother Yu, come in." Yu Feng grinned and stepped forward, handing over the jade box in his hand, and then recounting how he obtained it. A Saint King pill. Yang Kai looked at the Longan-sized pill in the jade box with amusement. As an alchemist, he naturally knew what a Saint King pill was. To break through to the Saint King realm from the Saint realm, taking a Saint King pill could help a cultivator stabilize their cultivation and state of mind. Because this pill was only effective at this stage, it was called the Saint King pill. The Saint King pill was a Saint King grade mid-rank pill. Its grade wasn't too high, but it required a lot of materials to refine. Basically, for every great realm breakthrough and consolidation, there was a corresponding pill to assist a cultivator. But because Yang Kai had the demon eye of annihilation, he had absorbed a lot of the insights of high-level cultivators into the heavenly way and martial Dao, so he had never taken pills for breakthroughs or consolidations because he didn't need them. Yang Kai didn't need them, but others did. For a cultivator, these pills were very precious. The Haiku family giving him a Saint King pill was clearly a gesture of goodwill and an attempt to win him over, something Yang Kai was well aware of. If it were anyone else, perhaps this pill really would have been effective, but they had given it to Yang Kai as a gift to the wrong person. Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so he could refine such a pill in less than 2 incense sticks worth of time. He had enough spirit grasses and spirit medicines in his black book space. Seeing Yu Feng staring at the Saint King pill in his hand with a look of envy, Yang Kai put the Saint King pill back into the jade box and casually tossed it over. "You eat it." "Ah." Yu Feng was shocked, catching the jade box and waving his hand. "No, this is a gift from the family to you. On top of that, this pill is extremely precious. My Haiku family asked an alchemist to refine a few of them. Young lady took one when she broke through to the Saint King realm. As far as I know, this is the last one." "Just eat it, I don't need it." Yang Kai shook his head. "But I broke through to the Saint King realm 2 or 3 years ago. If I eat this now, its efficacy will be greatly reduced. Yu Feng couldn't bear to waste such a precious pill." "Then I'll give it to you whether you want to eat it or sell. It is up to you." Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Yang, you really don't want it? If you do, I won't be able to explain it to the family." "Haven't you already left the family with Wu Yi? What else do you need to explain?" Yang Kai looked at him with a funny smile. Yu Feng gawked for a moment before patting his head. Right, seemingly remembering that he had left the family, Yu Feng's expression became a little gloomy. Yang Kai comforted him. "Leaving the Haiku family is not necessarily a bad thing. Rest assured, in the future, you will receive better cultivation conditions here than in the Haiku family." Yu Feng nodded politely. "Many thanks for Brother Yang's kindness. I don't mind, but young lady..." Huh? He was obviously more worried about Wu Yi and didn't pay much attention to Yang Kai's words. He had seen Yang Kai's combat effectiveness, but if he said he could provide better cultivation conditions, Yu Feng didn't believe it. After Yu Feng left, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before sending out a divine sense message. A moment later, the stone mongoose emerged from the ground. After a few days of hard work, Yang Kai had collected a lot of space spirit crystals. After Yang Kai made Yang Kai spit out all of the space spirit crystals, he ordered Yang Kai to put the matter of the space spirit crystals aside for now and open up a few more stone rooms inside the cave. Wu Yi and Yu Feng were now homeless and could only live here. Their current predicament was because of him, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. The speed at which the stone mongoose opened up stone rooms was extremely fast, and its mind was very simple. When Yang Kai told it to open up a stone room, it did its best, and by the time Yang Kai told it to stop, the entire cave had undergone a great change. One after another, the stone rooms were neatly arranged on both sides of the tunnel. Every one of them was the same size, and there was no difference between them. It was as if someone had measured them with the most precise ruler. There were at least a few hundred stone rooms in the cave. Yang Kai swept the room with his divine sense and smiled wryly, ordering the stone mongoose to continue mining space spirit, and ignoring it, while he was in retreat to consolidate his Saint King realm cultivation. Yang Kai was also refining the purple shield artifact that Yang Yen had just refined. Su Zhishun's 100 Mountains picture had caused Yang Kai to suffer a bit. Su Zhishun's 100 Mountains picture had caused Yang Kai to suffer a bit. Su Zhishun had only summoned 6 mountain phantoms, yet they had already displayed such power. If he had summoned 100 of them, it was likely the surrounding 1,000 kilometers would have been destroyed. Yang Kai urgently needed a defensive artifact. After Yang Yen and the other 2 finished sorting out the materials, they were also shocked by the changes in the cave. After only a day or 2, there were suddenly hundreds of stone rooms of the same size, causing Wu Yi and Yufeng to feel like they were in a dream. They thought it was Yang Kai's handiwork, but didn't notice anything strange at all. Only Yang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he realized this was the work of the stone mongoose. With so many stone rooms, Wu Yi and Yufeng naturally chose one each to live in. Yang Yen took out some saint crystals and arranged a small spirit-gathering spirit array in each of their stone rooms, allowing them to cultivate better before busying himself with arranging the defensive spirit array. Fortunately, Wu Yi cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so although she didn't understand artifact refining under the guidance of Yang Yen, she was able to refine some simple things. The stone mongoose was the busiest of all. It had just been sent by Yang Kai to collect space spirit crystals before being called back by Yang Yen. Tempering materials was something the stone mongoose could do quickly and efficiently. So who else could it be? Yang Yen saved a lot of time and energy. She had never enjoyed such a beautiful artifact refining process before. With the stone mongoose as her assistant, all she needed to do was shape the materials and inscribe the spirit arrays inside them. There was no need for her to do anything else. Half a month later, Yang Kai exited his retreat. As soon as he stepped out of the stone room, he immediately felt the difference outside. Originally, there was only him and Yang Yen here, followed by Wu Yi and Yufeng, so there were only 4 people in total, but now there were at least 40 more people in the cave. Some of them were cultivating in their stone rooms, while others were helping out. All of Dragon Cave Mountain was lively. What's going on here? Yang Kai walked out suspiciously, and everyone he met greeted him warmly. Yang Kai was surprised to find that he knew all of these people. Even if he didn't know their names, he was quite familiar with them, because they were all people who had followed Wu Yi back on the starship and had helped out under the leadership of Yufeng when the cave was being arranged. Yang Kai, Wu Yi's voice suddenly called out. Yang Kai smiled at her and walked over. After not seeing her for half a month, Wu Yi's complexion had improved greatly and the sadness between her eyebrows had disappeared. Her entire person seemed youthful and beautiful, filled with joy. These people, Yang Kai looked at her in confusion. They all came to follow me. Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai apologetically. They all announced they were leaving the family. Yang Kai was surprised. He hadn't expected Wu Yi's appeal to be so strong. If there were 1 or 2 young men who admired Wu Yi and followed her, even going so far as to leave the Haikuf family, that would be one thing, but there were more than 40 people here, a mix of men and women. There was no other explanation other than Wu Yi's prestige and personal charm having conquered them. Leaving the family without permission was no trivial matter, especially when so many people were doing so at the same time. It was tantamount to slapping the Haiko family in the face several dozen times. Yang Kai didn't know if the Haiko family could endure this. "I'm sorry, I didn't know things would develop like this," Wu Yi said apologetically. She had announced she was leaving the family at the time because she wanted to protect Yang Kai, and because she was bitterly disappointed with the family's actions. How could she have known that she would make such a bad decision and cause more than 40 people to follow her? This had caught her off guard, but even more so, she was moved. Chapter 1130. If you don't mind, I can take them away. Wu Yi saw Yang Kai not speaking and thought he was unhappy, so she quickly bit her red lips and offered. "Where can you take them?" Yang Kai smiled. "Since they've come here, they might as well stay. After all, this place was originally yours." "But I've already given it to you," Wu Yi said with a look of shame. "Since I gave it to you, it's yours now. Don't think too much about it. You being able to have so many followers is your own ability." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "In any case, there are many stone rooms in this cave, so it doesn't matter if more people come." "Thank you," Wu Yi said gratefully. Yang Kai shook his head and said sincerely, "I should be the one thanking you. If Wu Yi hadn't given him Dragon Cave Mountain to live in, he wouldn't have discovered the space spirit crystal mine here. Although it wasn't convenient for him to speak of it for the time being, Yang Kai would never forget such a heavy favor. Forget about these trivial people who had followed Wu Yi. Even if Wu Yi encountered a bigger problem, he would stand up for her. You two don't need to thank each other." Yang Inflammation's voice called out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw her walking over from the side, looking somewhat tired. Although she looked haggard, her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement as she casually tossed something to Yang Kai and said, "This artifact is good. Take a look and see if you want to refine it. If you don't want to refine it, sell it. We're poor now." Yang Kai caught this artifact and swept it with his divine sense, quickly discovering that it was Su Zhishun's 100 Mountains picture, and immediately throwing it into his space ring. "I'm not selling it." In the battle with Su Zhishun, Yang Kai had obtained 2 of his artifacts. One was the Nether Shadow Soul Silk, and the other was the 100 Mountains picture. Yang Kai hadn't had time to examine them carefully, but he knew that this 100 Mountains picture was indeed a treasure. Su Zhishun had summoned 6 mountain phantoms to display such power, so if he refined it and summoned more mountain phantoms, their power would only increase. At that time, even returned to void stage cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand the combined might of the 100 mountain peaks. Yang Kai wasn't very interested in offensive artifacts, but he was very fond of artifacts like the 100 Mountains picture. "Then give me some Saint crystals." Yang Inflammation simply stretched out his small hand. "Didn't you buy 50,000 Saint crystals worth of materials last time? High-rank Saint crystals at that. Have you used them all up?" Yang Kai looked at Yang Inflammation in shock. This woman was good at making money, but she was also good at squandering. "Do you think it's easy to set up a great array?" "Those materials are only enough to arrange a small spirit gathering array. But now that so many people have come, each of their stone rooms must be rearranged with a small spirit gathering array. Every day they cultivate, they consume a lot of Saint crystals." Wu Yi waved her hand and said, "There's no need to arrange such things. They never enjoyed such treatment when they were in the family. Dragon Cave Mountain's current world energy aura isn't bad. The last time Yang Kai broke through, the world energy aura within a 30-kilometer radius of the cave had been swept clean, but after more than half a month, it had recovered somewhat. At the very least, a faint mist of world energy could be seen above the mountain peaks. There's no need to be polite with him. His wealth is beyond your imagination." Yang Inflammation leaned over and whispered in Wu Yi's ear. She was the only one who knew that Yang Kai had countless space spirit crystals, so she naturally knew that Yang Kai wouldn't worry about Saint crystals. Yang Kai shook his head and took out the remaining tens of thousands of high-rank Saint crystals, mid-rank Saint crystals, and low-rank Saint crystals from his space ring. leaving only 1,000 for himself. Wu Yi will be our Dragon Cave Mountains treasure from now on, so she'll be in charge of our finances. I have to arrange the spirit gathering array, so I don't have much time. If you need to buy anything, I'll let you know. If you don't have enough Saint Crystals, just tell Yang Kai and he'll get them. Yang Inflammation stuffed a space ring filled with countless Saint Crystals into Wu Yi's hands. Wu Yi froze for a moment, not having expected that Yang Inflammation would ask for Saint Crystals from Yang Kai in order to transfer them to her. But soon, she understood that Yang Inflammation was clearly trying to find something for her to do, so she wouldn't let her imagination run wild. Thinking so, Wu Yi was moved and didn't refuse, quickly nodding. You can rest assured, every piece of Saint Crystal in my hands will have a clear place to go. Wu Yi had always wanted to take charge of the Haiku family and had managed a few things for the family over the years. So now, managing a trivial group of 40 people was nothing difficult for her. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he understood Yang Inflammation's intentions, quietly giving her a thumbs up. Yang Inflammation grinned. My defensive array is about to be completed, but Yang Kai, you really need to collect more Saint Crystals. If you want to secure this 1,000-kilometer perimeter, the current spirit gathering array won't be enough. The current spirit gathering array can only protect a 10-kilometer radius around our cave. Yang Kai naturally understood the meaning behind her words. The space spirit crystal load was of great importance. The stone mongoose had been collecting for so many days now, and was still collecting, so no one knew just how amazing the reserves beneath it were. No matter what, Yang Kai had to protect this place. What's more, Yang Kai also intended to stay here and use it as a springboard to make a name for himself. Nodding, Yang Kai said, Don't worry about Saint Crystals, I'll find a way. Yang Inflammation glanced at him with some worry. Be careful. She thought that Yang Kai would sell space spirit crystals if he was really forced to, but how could she have known that Yang Kai had no such thoughts at all? By the way, Yang Kai, Elder Ba from the family, has been coming over every day, saying he has something to discuss with you, but since you were in retreat, he couldn't come in. He came again today, and is still outside. Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai slightly uneasily. That Ba Qingyan? What do you think? Yang Kai looked at her. If you want me to see him, I'll see him, but if you don't, I'll send him away now. I don't know. Wu Yi shook her head, clenching her fists as a look of struggle appeared on her face. Then let me ask you, do you still want to return to the Haiku family? I don't. This time, Wu Yi didn't hesitate and decisively shook her head, smiling self-deprecatingly. Before, I thought that although the family was small and weak, we all had a common goal. For this goal, even if I had to give up my life, it didn't matter. But now, I really don't want to go back. My parents are no longer alive, and the family has given me a great deal of care, but I've also contributed a lot to the family over the years. Even if I haven't paid it all back, I'm close. I know I'll go see him and make things clear so he won't bother you in the future. And Wu Yi gently nodded. Ba Qingyan had been here for 4 consecutive days now. He knew that Yang Kai was in retreat to consolidate his cultivation, so he had been waiting patiently until he felt it was about time to come to Dragon Cave Mountain. However, every time he came, he would never be able to see Yang Kai's face. Ba Qingyan couldn't be too arrogant and could only wait patiently, watching his family's disciples come and go every day. It wasn't until today that a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the cave. Ba Qingyan smiled happily as he immediately recognized this person as the young man who had killed Su Jishin that day. Cupping his fists, he said, Congratulations, little friend Yang. Little friend Yang's aura is quite profound. It seems that your harvest this time was not small. Little friend Yang is truly talented. It only took you such a short time to consolidate your cultivation. This old man is truly impressed. Yang Kai glanced over at him faintly, knowing that he was referring to the Saint King pill. Generally speaking, it would take a long time for an average person to consolidate their cultivation, but taking a pill could shorten this process. Ba Qingyan didn't mention the Saint King pill, but he felt that Yang Kai should be well aware of it. How could he have known that Yang Kai wasn't willing to pay attention to him at all? Forget about the Saint King pill. Even if he had. So, what? A trivial Saint King grade mid-rank pill. Could it be that he couldn't afford it? If you have something to say, just say it. Seeing that you are a former elder of Wu Yi's family, I'll give you 30 breaths of time. No more. Ba Qingyan almost choked to death upon hearing Yang Kai's words. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai wouldn't even bother to invite him in. So for a moment, Ba Qingyan couldn't help feeling like his warm face had been pressed against Yang Kai's cold ass, causing his old face to flush red. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid he couldn't beat Yang Kai, Ba Qingyan would have exploded on the spot. Fortunately, this old man's mental fortitude wasn't bad. So he quickly suppressed the anger in his heart and smiled. The shocking battle half a month ago really opened this old master's eyes. This old master had never imagined that there would be someone as powerful as Little Friend Yang in this world. Little Friend Yang's aptitude is comparable to that of Shadow Moon Hall's Wei Guchang, Heaven Battling Union's Chu Chong Feng, and Thunder Typhoon Sect's Fong Tianzhong. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, but didn't interrupt him, simply waiting for him to finish before saying expressionlessly, "You have 20 breaths left." Ba Qingyan's face twitched a few times. This Yang Kai was simply too stubborn. Ba Qingyan had already pulled down his old face to praise him. Shouldn't he at least show some modesty? Even if he didn't show any modesty, he should at least show the arrogance and pride of a young man. Flattery wasn't easy for Ba Qingyan, yet he still had to do it at such an old age. It was said that young people became arrogant, but now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Yang Kai's arrogance was simply boundless, seemingly understanding Yang Kai's temperament. Ba Qingyan's expression immediately became serious, and he didn't waste any time directly asking, "My Haikou family intends to marry off a few unmarried girls to Little Friend Yang Kai. I wonder if Little Friend Yang Kai is already married?" Not interested. Yang Kai still wore a cold expression. Little Friend Yang Kai, it's like this. You killed Su Zhishen of the Su family and snatched his 100 Mountains picture. So the Su family won't let this matter rest. My Haikou family is willing to take responsibility for Little Friend Yang Kai's troubles. As long as Little Friend Yang Kai agrees to live with my family is willing to hire Little Friend Yang Kai as a foreign elder and enjoy the same treatment. Not interested. Little Friend Yang Kai, please let this old man finish speaking. Ba Qingyan secretly complained in his heart, wondering what kind of job he had taken on. He had never met someone as difficult to deal with as Yang Kai. No matter what he said, Yang Kai's only response was that he wasn't interested. Little Friend Yang Kai, you have offended the Su family and killed Su Zhishen, so the next time the Su family comes, it won't be just one or two people. For the 100 Mountains picture, they may come in full force. Without the protection of my Haikou family, how can a trivial mountain like you resist? Even if you aren't afraid of them, what about the girl next to you? When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. Little Friend Yang Kai should understand, right? Now is not the time to act rashly. If you want to protect yourself and that girl, my Haikou family is willing to do its part. Chapter 1131. Ba Qingyan felt that he was already trying his best to persuade Yang Kai. If it had been someone else, how could he have been so blunt? He was a worldly man who was well versed in human relations, so he naturally knew what to say and what not to say when negotiating with others. Only when facing Yang Kai did he put forward all of his family's conditions, because he found that this young man's temper and patience were not good. Perhaps it was because of Wu Yi that Ba Qingyan had a bad impression of him. If he continued to beat around the bush, he was afraid he wouldn't even have a chance to speak. Seeing how sincere he was, Ba Qingyan thought that as long as Yang Kai had a bit of brain, he wouldn't refuse these proposals. So, after he finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai expectantly. "You have 5 breaths left." Yang Kai still remained indifferent, not showing the slightest hesitation. Ba Qingyan's expression changed a few times before he steeled his heart and grit his teeth. "Little friend, my Haiku family and the Su family are both peripheral forces of Shadow Moon Hall. Although there are many frictions between us, we can still be considered allies. We once agreed to advance and retreat together, live and die together. If not for this, a small force like ours would have already been swallowed whole by Shadow Moon Hall. Does little friend wish to reconsider?" These words clearly contain a hint of threat, meaning that if Yang Kai didn't rely on the protection of his Haiku family, once the Su family joined forces with the Haiku family, perhaps Yang Kai would have to face the hostility of these two forces. Yang Kai nodded. "Come, I'll see if you can return after you come." Saying so, without waiting for Ba Qingyan to respond, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the cave. Ba Qingyan trembled with anger. Although his strength wasn't very high, he was still an elder of the Haiku family. Now that he had been ordered to recruit Yang Kai, how could he have imagined that this little brat would be so arrogant and domineering, not even giving him a chance? Does he really think he's a big shot, a trivial Saint King realm cultivator? Even if his combat power was high, would he be able to resist all the masters of the Su family? "You really don't know how to appreciate my kindness, little friend." Ba Qingyan was also angered by Yang Kai's attitude and said in a low voice, "Dragon Cave Mountain is the property of my Haiku family. Outsiders are not welcome here. Little friend should choose another place to live." Yang Kai, who had just reached the entrance of the cave, immediately turned around and looked at Ba Qingyan coldly. Ba Qingyan showed no fear and simply sneered. "I know this place was given to you by Wu Yi before, but now that Wu Yi has announced her separation from the family, she no longer has the right to give Dragon Cave Mountain away unless she returns to the family to receive punishment. But even so, this place still belongs to my Haiku family. An outsider has no right to point fingers here. In addition, all the family disciples who came here will be punished." "Scram!" Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, his spiritual energy bursting out like a tide. Ba Qingyan snorted as his face paled, and he was sent flying backwards, vomiting a mouthful of blood midair. After landing, his face was filled with shock and fear. He was a third-order Saint King cultivator, but in terms of soul cultivation, he was actually inferior to Yang Kai, who had just broken through to the first-order Saint King realm. With just a single blow, he had been injured, and his knowledge sea had been shaken. If this little brat wanted to take his life, wouldn't it have been easy? "I won't kill you this time, but go back and tell your Haiku family that if you dare cause trouble for me again, I'll slaughter your Haiku family. Wu Yi and the others are with me right now. So Dragon Cave Mountain is also mine. Anyone who sets foot within 50 kilometers of this place without my permission is my enemy. So don't blame me for showing no mercy." "You," Ba Qingyan pointed at Yang Kai, his fingers trembling as anger filled his heart, almost causing him to cough up blood again. Not daring to remain any longer, he summoned his star shuttle and quickly fled. Outside the cave, when the cultivator who had followed Wu Yi heard Ba Qingyan say that all the disciples who came here would be punished, all of them wore gloomy expressions. They had long heard about the family's family law and knew that it was not something ordinary people could bear. 7 out of 10 people who were subjected to the family law would become crippled, 2 would die, and 1 would be forced to lie in bed for the rest of their life, unable to take care of themselves. But in the blink of an eye, Elder Ba Qingyan, who was always high and mighty, had been injured and coughed up blood before running away, no longer daring to mention the family law again. They didn't even understand what had happened. All of them staring at Yang Kai in a daze, their eyes filled with admiration and even some excitement. They had all left the family because of the unfair treatment Wu Yi had suffered, so they had long been dissatisfied with Ba Qingyan's decision to impose the family law on Wu Yi. Now that they saw Ba Qingyan being taught a lesson, they were naturally happy. These low-level cultivator only felt fear towards Elder Ba, not respect. Whether Ba Qingyan lived or died, they didn't care. All they cared about was Wu Yi. Back in the cave, Yang Kai found Wu Yi's expression very sad and comforted her. Don't worry, as long as you don't want to return to the family, they won't be able to take you away. I'm not worried about myself. It's just that, Yang Kai, you went a bit too far this time. Although Elder Ba's words were somewhat awkward, what he said was the truth. The Haikuf family did have an agreement with the Su family. Once the Su family used that agreement, even if the Haikuf family didn't want to, they would have no choice but to join forces with them. Coupled with the way you treated Elder Ba today, I'm afraid the family really will join forces with the Su family. I have my own way. This place won't be touched by others, and none of you will suffer any harm. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of two small families. He still had nearly 100 drops of golden blood. So if the other side really had too many people, he could sacrifice a single drop of golden blood and kill any number of Saint Kings who came. Yang Kai had already tested the power of his golden blood and knew that ordinary Saint Kings couldn't resist it. After all, a single drop of golden blood was equivalent to 3 months of cultivation. However, this kind of thing was too precious, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai wasn't willing to use it. That's right. As long as I'm here, forget about the entire Su family. Even if a few origin-returning realm masters come, they won't be able to do anything to us. Yang Inflammation suddenly interjected. Yang Kai and Wu Yi both stared at her in amazement, not knowing where she got her confidence from. Yang Inflammation smiled mysteriously. There are still 3 days left. Just wait and see. Seeing her confident look, Yang Kai suddenly looked forward to it. He also wanted to know how powerful the defensive spirit array Yang Inflammation had arranged was after spending so many precious materials. Seemingly infected by Yang Inflammation, the haze on Wu Yi's face was swept away, and she began to talk and laugh. Although the number of people on Dragon Cave Mountain was small, everything was stable. Wu Yi was in charge of the finances and materials, while the 40 or so people under her were all busy helping out. Yang Inflammation was leading the stone mongoose to refine materials and arrange the spirit array. When Yang Kai returned to his stone room again, he was surprised to find that there was a new stone door in front of him. This stone door was very well made, and when it was closed, Yang Kai was surprised to find that he couldn't hear anything from the outside. This stone door seemed to have a soundproofing effect, and not only that, it also seemed to prevent others from using their divine sense to probe inside, allowing him to use his own divine sense. This was actually quite good. Yang Kai was certain that this stone door was a treasure created by Yang Inflammation. With this stone door, it would be much easier for him to enter retreat in the future. At the very least, no one outside would be able to disturb him or see what he was doing inside. Yang Inflammation had said that he wanted to raise Saint Crystals himself, not only to arrange the spirit array for Dragon Cave Mountain, but also to bring so many people. Although they had nothing to do with Yang Kai, having more people was still better. Since they had all left their families to come here for Wu Yi, it was tantamount to helping him. So Yang Kai couldn't treat them unfairly. In the future, all the Saint Crystals, pills, and artifacts they needed to cultivate would cost money. If he wanted to accumulate a large number of Saint Crystals in a short time, selling space spirit crystals was the most effective way, but it was also the stupidest way. Yang Kai wouldn't do such a thing. Once a large number of space spirit crystals flowed out from here, it would inevitably attract the attention of others. Since he couldn't sell space spirit crystals, Yang Kai could only start with pills. Yang Kai was an alchemist, so he had never had to worry about money. There were countless spirit grasses and spirit medicines inside the black book space. Some of these materials were taken from Rainfall Star's hung Luo Chamber of Commerce warehouse, some were collected from the floating continent, some were spoils of war he obtained from killing others, and some were collected by Gui Che, and the others in that mysterious place. The number of spirit grasses and spirit medicines Yang Kai possessed was almost comparable to the reserves of a medium-sized great force, and there were even Origin Grade and Origin King grade herbs in his possession. Taking out some herbs, Yang Kai then took out his pill furnace and concentrated on refining pills in his stone room. Now that his strength had improved, his alchemy levels seemed to have broken through a bottleneck. Yang Kai tried to refine a few St. King high-rank pills and found that they weren't too difficult to refine. Although the probability of pill veins appearing wasn't too high, it was still close to 1 in 5. And as time passed, this probability continued to increase, gradually reaching 1 in 4, then 1 in 3. Yang Kai secretly estimated that he should now be an origin-grade low-rank alchemist, which meant he could refine origin-grade low-rank pills. However, if he tried to forcibly refine them, he might fail, and once he failed, he would lose origin-grade materials. Yang Kai didn't need many pills himself. He was mainly performing alchemy to sell them for money. A Saint-grade high-rank pill with pill veins was even more expensive than an ordinary origin-grade low-rank pill, so he didn't waste any origin-grade materials and only refined St. King-grade pills. Forgetting to eat and sleep, Yang Kai immersed himself in the world of alchemy. Through alchemy, his St. King realm cultivation became more and more stable. St. King-grade pills were constantly being produced from Yang Kai's hands, filling up one jade bottle after another, creating a festive scene. When other alchemists performed alchemy, they would need a long time to recover, but Yang Kai didn't need to. His spiritual energy was extremely powerful, and with the nourishment of the 6-colored soul warming lotus all year round, his spiritual energy was far stronger than an ordinary person's. The amount of spiritual energy he consumed in alchemy was basically equal to the recovery rate of the soul-warming lotus. Chapter 1132. 3 days later, while Yang Kai was in the middle of performing alchemy, he suddenly heard Yang Yen shout excitedly. Combine. The next moment, the ground began to shake, and the stones inside the stone room began to fall. Soon, everything stabilized, and loud cheers came from outside. What the hell? Yang Kai was puzzled. Tidying up his pill furnace, the herbs and the refined pills, he walked out curiously. As soon as he left the cave, Yang Kai saw several dozen people standing outside, seemingly having encountered some kind of joyous occasion. Even Wu Yi, who had been in a very low mood, was smiling brightly, while Yang Yen was even more so, wearing a smug expression as if she was the sole ruler of this world. Yu Feng stood to the side, flattering Yang Kai to the point where he couldn't stand it, but both of them were shameless and didn't have the slightest self-awareness. What's going on? Yang Kai stood next to Wu Yi and asked. Oh! Yang Yen arranged the defensive spirit array. Wu Yi replied with a smile. Is it done? Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, but didn't find anything special outside. In fact, it could even be said that there was no difference, but Yang Kai faintly felt that there was something different about this place. As for what exactly was different, he couldn't put his finger on it. Yang Kai's expression immediately became dignified as he found that he seemed to have underestimated Yang Yan's attainments in spirit arrays. The defensive spirit array she arranged was something he couldn't understand at all. Yang Yan, how powerful is your defensive spirit array? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and beckoned her over. Do you want to go in and try? Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a sly light as she urged Yang Kai, go in, I'll let you see it clearly. Yang Kai looked at her for a moment before shaking his head. If I go in, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? That's hard to say. Aren't you very powerful? You can even kill third-order Saint Kings. Maybe you can easily break my spirit array? Yang Yen shook her head, pretending to be mysterious. Yang Kai smiled, and observed more attentively. Spirit arrays couldn't be understood with common sense. Yang Kai could indeed kill a third-order Saint King cultivator, but once he fell into a profound spirit array, there was no way to ascend to the heavens or enter the earth. Although Yang Inflammation said it ambiguously, anyone could see her confidence. Yang Kai was sure that once he entered, he would definitely make a fool of himself. With so many pairs of eyes staring at him, he would not do such an embarrassing thing. Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to be observing, Yang Yen curled her lips but didn't care. She had great confidence in the spirit array she had arranged. If one wasn't proficient in spirit arrays once they fell into it, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Unfortunately, time was running out, and she didn't have enough materials. The spirit array she arranged now could only defend and not kill. If she had enough time and materials, she could turn the entire Dragon Cave Mountain into a restricted area. Anyone who entered the 1,000-kilometer radius around Dragon Cave Mountain without her permission would become a lamb to the slaughter. Yang Kai obviously didn't understand spirit arrays, so it would be strange if he could see through them. Yang Yen wasn't worried at all. Yang Kai really couldn't see any clues. When his spiritual energy fell into this spirit array, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to cause even the slightest ripple. This surprised him greatly. The space in front of him seemed to be able to swallow his divine sense. One had to know that his spiritual energy was different from that of ordinary people. Although he had just broken through to the Saint King realm, his soul was definitely no weaker than an origin-returning realm master. Yet even his divine sense couldn't detect anything. It was obvious how profound this spirit array was. His expression becoming more dignified, Yang Kai steeled his heart and forced out a drop of blood from his fingertip before wiping it on his left eye. Since refining great demon god's demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai had only used it once, and that was when he was dealing with the Bone Race Master on Tong Xian Realm. Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would have to use it again to spy on Yang Inflammation. The drop of golden blood merged into his left eye, and in an instant, Yang Kai's left eye turned golden. This golden light was filled with majesty and seemed capable of swallowing one's soul. Standing beside Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi instinctively shrank back, not knowing why they felt a chill run down their spines. Using his demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai finally discovered some traces of the spirit array. The demon eye of annihilation was something great demon god was born with, and could be said to be extremely profound, capable of seeing through all illusions in the world. Yang Inflammation's spirit array was indeed well hidden, but it wasn't completely undetectable. Looking around, Yang Kai could see that in a radius of nearly 1,000 meters around the cave, there was a subtle flow of energy. This kind of energy was invisible to the naked eye and couldn't be detected by one's divine sense, but it couldn't escape the perception of the demon eye of annihilation. Yang Kai felt a dangerous aura from this flow of energy. Yang Kai could see some clues, but that didn't mean he could break this spirit array. Secretly shocked, Yang Kai's evaluation of Yang Inflammation immediately rose to a new height. He found that this little girl he had brought back was not only a treasure, but a rare gem. Yang Kai, are you going in or not? Hurry up, I also want to know the power of my spirit array. Yang Inflammation saw that Yang Kai wasn't moving and couldn't help urging him. Yang Kai took back his demon eye of annihilation and shook his head with a smile. I'm not going to look for trouble, but the person to test the power of my spirit array has arrived. Saying so, he suddenly raised his head and stared into the distance. Who's here? Yang Inflammation asked puzzledly. The Su family. Wu Yi pretty face sank, as she also noticed a group of people quickly approaching from the distance. After seeing the appearance of their leader, she couldn't help calling out. The Su family's patriarch, Su Jikuan, the 5 great elders, and the 4 foreign elders have all arrived. Not a small lineup, Yang Kai sneered. The grievances between him and the Sioux family were really inexplicable. He had just gone to Heavenly Fate City to buy some things, and young Inflammation had been molested by the waste young master of the Sioux family. As a result, things had escalated to such an extent. However, since there was enmity between them, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. Yang Kai, don't underestimate these people. Although Su Jishen's strength in the Sioux family is good, he isn't the strongest. I heard that the Sioux family's patriarch, Su Jikoen, is about to break through to the origin returning realm, so he is definitely much stronger than Su Jishen. The other elders and foreign elders are also third-order Saint Kings. With so many of them coming together, Wu Yi reminded him worriedly. Although she knew that Yang Kai was powerful, in the end, even a tiger couldn't resist a pack of wolves. The Sioux family had sent out all of their elites this time, so they obviously wouldn't give up. I'm not underestimating them, but the Haiku family actually came as well. Interesting. Yang Kai stared coldly towards the other side of the group. Over there, a group of people was also quickly flying over. This lineup was not inferior to the Sioux families. All of them were Saint King grade cultivators, and there were quite a few third-order cultivators as well. Wu Yi followed Yang Kai's gaze, and her face paled as she muttered, "Patriarch is also here. The people from these two families had clearly agreed to come together." The Sioux family's Yang Kai wasn't going to let them off easily, but Yang Kai didn't know what the Haiku family's stance on this matter would be. Last time, Yang Kai had driven away Ba Qingyan, causing the Haiku family to lose face. So perhaps the Haiku family would also stand on the same side as the Sioux family. If this really happened, regardless of whether they were from the Wu Yi family or not, Yang Kai wouldn't show any mercy. Yang Kai was grateful to Wu Yi, but he didn't have a good impression of the Haiku family. The people of the two clans quickly gathered together. It was unknown what they were discussing, but they actually stood there and did not leave. After a while, the two sides seemed to have reached some kind of disagreement and began arguing. The Sioux family's patriarch, Su Jikoen, angrily waved his sleeve and led the Sioux family's masters towards the cave while the Haiku family's people stood far away, not moving. Seeing this scene, Wu Yi couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. She really didn't know what she would do if the patriarch and elders had come together. In any case, she was once a member of the Haiku family, and now the elders and foreign elders were under the leadership of the patriarch. Although they didn't seem to have good intentions, in the end, they didn't approach this place. This was the result Wu Yi hoped to see the most. Even Yufeng and the several dozen cultivators seemed to have put down a big stone in their hearts and relaxed greatly. Qing Yan, you know Yang Kai's strength best. What do you think will happen to him this time? Patriarch En of the Haiku family turned to the pale Ba Qingyan and asked, "A few days ago, Ba Qingyan had been injured by Yang Kai and had returned to the Haiku family, causing all the elders and foreign elders to be shocked. They had tried to overestimate Yang Kai as much as possible, but it seemed they had still underestimated his strength. According to Ba Qingyan's description, Yang Kai's soul cultivation was no weaker than an origin returning realm master. They didn't know how Yang Kai cultivated, but this only further proved that this young man wasn't simple. Even though they wanted to recruit him, Yang Kai's attitude still made them very angry. This time, the Sioux family had joined forces with them to find trouble with Yang Kai, but En hadn't given them a clear answer. Even after arriving here, he didn't continue to move forward, simply standing here and waiting for the situation to develop. It seemed like he was just going to stand by and watch, but that wasn't necessarily the case. Hearing Ian's question, Ba Qingyan's expression became gloomy as he said, "Although he is very strong, I don't think he can win against the Sioux family. For the 100 Mountains picture, almost all of the Sioux family's top masters have come. Even if he can kill one or two of them, 2 fists are no match for 4. He will undoubtedly die." "That's good," Ian's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Patriarch, why don't we go up? Since that young Kai is going to die and his attitude towards our family is extremely bad, there is no need to recruit him. If we go up, we can sell the Su family a favor. Perhaps we can even snatch the 100 Mountains picture when Yong Kai dies. The elder named Waluan asked in a low voice. Yes, Patriarch, the Su family lost the 100 Mountains picture this time. If we can snatch it back, even if we can't keep it, we can ask them for a lot of materials. For the 100 Mountains picture, I think the Su family will definitely be generous. Foreign elder Huang Wan also said, obviously thinking this was a good deal. Patriarch wouldn't be thinking of waiting for them to fight until both sides are injured before reaping the benefits, right? Someone with a more flexible mind thought of a great possibility. Chapter 1133, The Haiko Family. And the Su family had always been equal in strength, but now that Su Jishin had died, and the 100 Mountains picture which they feared the most had been lost, the current Su family should be slightly weaker than the Haiko family. If Yong Kai could kill a few more of the Su family's Saint Kings, perhaps the Haiko family would be able to wipe them out and completely annex the Su family's forces. Considering all this, many people's hearts began to burn, secretly thinking that the patriarch was truly the patriarch of the Haiko family. His vision really was far more far-sighted. They only wanted to exchange the 100 Mountains picture for benefits from the Su family. How could they see such a great opportunity? Ian didn't care what they thought, and simply said lightly, do you only see immediate benefits? Patriarch means... Everyone looked at Ian suspiciously. Ian sighed. Why is my Haiko family just a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hall? It's because we aren't strong enough, because we don't have a powerful master. If we had an origin returning realm master, I believe Shadow Moon Hall would reconsider the status of my family. Many of the elders and foreign elders frowned, not knowing what Ian was thinking, but Changqi's expression changed as he began to ponder. What do you think? If we were to recruit this Yong Kai into the family with his aptitude, would he be able to break through to the origin returning realm? Patriarch wants to recruit him? But that little brat is too arrogant. Wah, Luan exclaimed while shaking his head. I don't think such a thorn will be easy to recruit. Yes, Patriarch. He's just a First-Order Saint King right now. It will likely take him several dozen years to break through to the origin returning realm. Who knows what will happen in a few dozen years? Ba Qin Yen also spoke up. He had been repeatedly humiliated by Yong Kai, and although he knew he wasn't Yong Kai's opponent, he couldn't swallow his resentment, so how could he still think about recruiting him? En shook his head and quickly said, according to Qin Yen, this time Yong Kai will definitely die, but he will definitely be able to drag a few of the Su family's people down with him. We only need to act at a critical moment and save Yong Kai. If that little brat understands the situation, he will definitely serve me and pledge allegiance to my family. If he surrenders, wouldn't the 100 Mountains picture belong to my Haiko family? Everyone's eyes lit up. Changqi, who hadn't spoken so far, thought for a moment before he spoke. Patriarch, what if he refuses to surrender? Ian sneered. He will. Between life and death, I think he will make a wise choice. Patriarch's family's family. Ba Qin Yan's father asked, Luan family's family, the Su family? Ian's eyes flashed with disdain. So what if I offend the Su family? After today, there's families will know family's family. As soon as they heard this, all the elders and foreign elders instantly understood what En was thinking and couldn't help drawing a sharp breath. The patriarch didn't just want to take advantage of Yong Kai's crisis to show him favor and recruit him. He also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Su family's elites. The patriarch not only took a fancy to Yong Kai, but also the 100 Mountains picture and the Su family's people. For a time, many people were sweating profusely, but they were also extremely excited. As long as that little brat is willing to surrender, I can use all of the family's wealth to purchase pills for him. With his aptitude, As long as he has enough pills, I think it won't take him more than 10 years to break through to the origin returning realm. And said so, as if a beautiful picture had been unfurled in front of his eyes, making him seem dozens of years younger. Once he reaches the origin returning realm, the status of my Haiku family will rise, and we will be able to enter the inner layer of Shadow Moon Hall. When that time comes, would we still need to worry about not receiving rewards? Everyone was stunned. They naturally knew that if one used pills to increase one's cultivation regardless of the consequences, it was indeed possible to promote a Saint King realm cultivator to the origin returning realm within 10 years, but at the same time, that person would become a cripple. Using pills to increase one's cultivation would result in impure results, and even a genius would become mediocre. But what did this have to do with them? Yang Kai was just an outsider who was picked up by Wu Yi from the Starfield. Even if he was a genius, he wasn't a member of the Haiku family. If he became a cripple, then so be it. As long as he could bring benefits to the family, any price was worth it. Patriarch's foresight is truly admirable. Ba Qing Yen bowed respectfully. He really admired his patriarch's strategy. This was simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. If successful, not only would the family's reputation be preserved, but they would also be able to annex the Su family and recruit Yang Kai. 10 years later, the family's future would be smooth, and they would no longer need to struggle at the bottom. The elders and foreign elders also quickly expressed their admiration for the patriarch's wisdom. Only Changqi and Haoan, who Yang Kai had met before, glanced at each other and sighed. On the other side, the Su family masters led by Su Jikun arrived a few dozen meters outside the cave, but as soon as they stepped into the area covered by the spirit array arranged by Yang Yen, all of them frowned. Inexplicably, a feeling of uneasiness rose from the bottom of their hearts, but when they looked around, they couldn't find anything out of place. Patriarch, that's the one who killed Third Elder. A Saint King came to Su Jikun's side and pointed to Yang Kai from afar. Su Jikun's eyes narrowed as clear murderous intent overflowed from his body. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he frowned and asked, "Didn't you say he was only a third-order saint? Why is he a first-order Saint King?" "Ah," the man who spoke just now exclaimed, "but that day, waste. You can't even tell what his cultivation is. What use are you?" Although Su Jikun was reprimanding them, he actually felt a lot more at ease in his heart. He had received a report from the masters of his family that a third-order saint had killed Su Jishun and snatched the 100 Mountains picture, but he couldn't believe it. But now, he discovered that this little brat was clearly a first-order Saint King, allowing him to calm down. Because they wanted to take advantage of the conflict between Yang Kai and the Su family, the Haiku family hadn't said a word about Yang Kai's breakthrough, or even how he had injured Ba Qing Yen, all in order to make the Su family suffer. Naturally, Su Jikun thought the information he received was wrong. Although it was possible that this young man had broken through in the past few days, that possibility was simply too low. A third-order saint killing a third-order Saint King was something Su Jikun couldn't accept, but if Yang Kai was a first-order Saint King, it would make sense. After all, there was always a bottom line for fighting above one's realm. Instinctively, Su Jikun felt that the cultivator who had fled back to his family must have been too frightened to notice that Yang Kai was hiding his cultivation. "You're the bastard Yang Kai, who injured my nephew Tianze, and killed my third brother Jishin?" Su Jikun shouted sharply. "Who gave you the courage to kill my Su family elders?" Su Jikun's roar caused the several dozen cultivator behind Wu Yi's back to pale, all of them taking out their artifacts and vigilantly preparing for the arrival of a great enemy. Even Wu Yi and Yu Feng pushed their Saint Chi, preparing to act at a moment's notice. Yang Kai took a step forward and sneered. "Are you the Su family's patriarch? It is this old master. I didn't go looking for you, but you delivered yourself to my doorstep. Good. Since you've come, there's no need for you to leave." The cultivator who had just spoken to Su Ji-kun trembled and immediately took a few steps back. He clearly remembered that the last time Su Ji-shen had come here, this young man had said the same thing, but the result was that Su Ji-shen had died. This sentence was like a death sentence, causing this cultivator to instinctively feel fear. If the patriarch, elders, and foreign elders weren't here, this cultivator would have immediately fled. Perceiving this cultivator's abnormality, Su Ji-kun stared at him coldly, grit his teeth, and shouted, "Junior, don't be so arrogant. Hand over my Su family's 100 Mountains picture and cripple your own dantian. And this old master can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame this old master for bullying you." Su Ji-kun couldn't wait to tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. So how could he let Yang Kai die so easily? He was prepared to torture this young man to appease his waste son's soul in heaven. "Enough nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. I don't have time to waste with you." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Good, good, good." Su Ji-kun saw Yang Kai acting so domineering and angrily laughed, shouting, "Then as you wish." As soon as his voice fell, Su Ji-kun spread his wings and rushed towards Yang Kai. The dozen or so third-order St. King's Su family elders and foreign elders followed closely behind Su Ji-kun, obviously preparing to kill Yang Kai as quickly as possible. No matter what cultivation Yang Kai had, since he could kill Su Ji-shen, it meant that his combat strength was extraordinary. So how could Su Ji-kun underestimate him? He had long since made up his mind to not give Yang Kai any chance to resist. The Haiku family cultivators who were watching from a distance saw the Su family swarm over and were so shocked their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. "Aren't they too shameless?" While Lewin shouted, "Just a moment ago, Su Ji-kun had said that he didn't want to bully the weak, but in the blink of an eye, not only were they bullying the weak, they were even bullying him with numbers." The Su family's face was really thick. How could that little brat survive like this? "Patriarch, what should we do?" Huang Wan frowned, obviously not optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. Ian's expression changed. To be honest, he hadn't expected the Su family's anger to be so fierce, all of them rushing over as soon as they arrived. Even if he brought his people over now, it would be too late. Letting out a sigh, Ian seemed to be comforting himself. If that Yang Kai really can escape, then it's not worth recruiting him, but let's go take a look. Perhaps he won't die any time soon. Just as these words were spoken, all the Haiku family cultivators were stunned, all of them showing looks of disbelief, because they found that when the dozen or so third-order St. Kings from the Su family rushed over, Yang Kai actually didn't move, and instead just sneered. The next moment, in front of the cave, a 1,000-meter area suddenly filled with fog, making it impossible to see anything. The dozen or so Su family cultivators and Yang Kai's figures all disappeared. The Haiku family cultivators sent out a dozen divine senses to investigate almost at the same time, but none of them were able to penetrate the fog and see what was happening inside. "A spirit array," Ian exclaimed in horror, his body trembling, while the other elders and foreign elders also felt their scalps go numb as their eyes went blank. Spirit arrays weren't terrifying. What was terrifying was that even their divine senses couldn't see through them. The person who arranged this spirit array must have had extremely high attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays. There is actually an array grandmaster here. Chapter 1134. As soon as Yang Inflammation's spirit array was activated, Yang Kai knew that the Su family was finished. The dense fog enveloped an area with a radius of 1,000 meters. Although his line of sight was somewhat obstructed, and even his divine sense was blocked, as if it had fallen into a swamp, at least he could still see the figures of the Su family. However, the dozen or so Su family third-order St. Kings all had panicked looks on their faces. Yang Kai was clearly standing not far away from them, but they didn't seem to notice him, instead looking around vigilantly and fearfully. a few of them even running around like headless flies, quickly arriving at Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai, the current spirit array, doesn't have the ability to kill enemies. If you want to kill them, you'll have to do it yourself. Yang Inflammation's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Yang Kai grinned, understood. As soon as his voice fell, a dark cloud of fire suddenly roared out like a roaring fire dragon and flew towards the nearest Sioux family elder. The Sioux family elder was still in a state of dizziness, and although he was extremely vigilant, it wasn't until the fire cloud arrived in front of him that he realized something was wrong. Pushing his strength, he fiercely attacked the fire cloud. However, when he poured his Saint Chi into the fire cloud, he couldn't weaken it in the slightest. On the contrary, the fire cloud seemed to be adding fuel to the fire, causing it to burn even more fiercely, like an ancient dragon that was about to swallow him whole. Black flames. The Sioux family elder roared in horror before he died. He learned from the cultivator who had fled back to the Sioux family that Su Jishin had been burned to death by these black flames, and that even the 100 Mountains picture couldn't resist the power of these flames. His strength wasn't as good as Su Jishin's, nor did he have a powerful artifact like the 100 Mountains picture. So how could he resist these flames? In the next moment, the Sioux family elder was burned to a crisp, the Saint King grade mid-rank artifact armor he was wearing, unable to provide any protection at all. Fifth elder, what happened? Just 10 meters away from the elder, a middle-aged man shouted. He had clearly heard the fifth elder's voice, but when he asked, the fifth elder didn't respond. A strong uneasiness rose in his heart, and when he turned around, he suddenly saw a young man standing behind him, sneering at him, his smile full of ridicule and disdain. "It's you?" He recognized Yang Kai at a glance, and without even thinking about it, immediately summoned his long whip artifact and sent out countless whip shadows towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly took a step back. What shocked the man was that with this small step, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. The countless whip shadows swept through the air, as if Yang Kai had never appeared there. The middle-aged man suddenly felt the blood and chi in his chest roiling, and a sweet, fishy smell spread out. He knew it was not good. He had been counterattacked by his own attack. Before he could stabilize his mind, he suddenly felt his neck being gripped by a large hand, and a scorching power surged out of that hand. A horrifying thought appeared in his mind, and his body quickly burned. He only had time to let out a scream before he died. Yang Kai threw away the corpse in his hand, turned his head, and stared at another Sioux family expert not far from him, and walked over leisurely. A few breaths later, the blood-curdling screams rang out again. Simple. Too simple. Although Yang Kai knew that with his current strength, even if he were to fight a third-order Saint King head-on, he would still be able to win quickly, it certainly wouldn't be so simple. The people trapped in the spirit array seemed to be unable to see him, so all he needed to do was walk over and reap their lives. Is this the power of a spirit array? The spirit array of Nine Heaven's Holy Land was nothing compared to this. What was the origin of Yang Inflammation? She was so young. So how could she be both an origin-grade artifact refiner and an array grandmaster? It had always been others who marveled at Yang Kai's abilities, but this time, Yang Kai was really shocked by Yang Inflammation. Moreover, according to Yang Inflammation, this was just a defensive spirit array that had not yet been fully arranged. If it had been fully arranged, wouldn't Yang Kai not even need to take action, and the Sioux family would have died? This little girl is incredible. Apart from being a bit timid and not knowing how to fight, her other abilities are simply heaven-defying. Yang Inflammation was definitely a person with a story, but Yang Kai wasn't going to get to the bottom of it. When the day came when she wanted to tell him, she would naturally tell him. Inside the spirit array that covered a radius of 10,000 meters, the screams of the Sioux family's masters rang out endlessly, each scream representing the death of one of them. Yang Kai walked slowly through the misty spirit array. Wherever he passed, the fog that blocked his vision and divine sense would automatically part, guiding him in the direction he needed to kill his enemies. Yang Kai knew that this was Yang Inflammation assisting him. At this moment, the Su family patriarch, Su Jikun, no longer had his previous arrogance and condescension. His face was extremely pale as he waved the long stick in his hand and fiercely bombarded his surroundings. The 5 Su family masters were tightly gathered around him, not daring to leave his side. But no matter how they attacked, the fog continued to linger and wrap around them. Although this fog didn't cause any harm, the Su family masters were still like frightened rabbits. Every scream they heard caused their scalps to go numb and their hearts to tremble. At the beginning, they could still hear many of their own masters shouting and attacking their surroundings. But with the passage of time, those sounds and movements gradually became fewer and fewer and then disappeared completely. An elder who was following Su Jikun kept calling out the names of the Su family masters one after another, but he received no response. "They're all dead, they're all dead." The man's face was pale as he kept muttering to himself. The remaining 6 people could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts as they shivered from head to toe. Death wasn't terrifying. What was terrifying was the feeling of waiting for death. The dozen or so third-order Saint Kings who had come here were the elites of the Su family, the strongest group of people from the Su family, but at this moment, more than half of them had died. Those who were still alive hadn't even figured out the methods of their enemy. "I don't want to stay here. I want to leave." The Su family master who had been speaking could no longer bear this terrifying torture and waved the machete in his hand, sending out a wave of saber chi as he rushed out. "Foreign Elder Lu, you can't leave," Su Jikun roared as he stretched out his hand to grab Foreign Elder Lu's back, but unexpectedly, he only managed to grab air. With just a single step, Foreign Elder Lu's figure disappeared from his sight. Su Jikun's face became gloomy as he knew that Foreign Elder Lu was definitely dead. Before he could finish his thoughts, though, Foreign Elder Lu's scream rang out not far away. This scream was short and hurried. Obviously, he had been killed in a single blow. Su Jikun's eyes filled with unparalleled resentment and a strong sense of powerlessness. In this kind of spirit array, he couldn't display his strength at all. If he had been killed in a fight like his third brother, he wouldn't have had anything to say. What could he do if his skills were inferior? But dying like this was not something he wanted to see. Originally, there was another Su family master who wanted to rush out with Foreign Elder Lu. Although he had only been in here for half a cup of tea's time, each day felt like a year to him. He had had enough of this strange place. But when he heard Foreign Elder Lu scream, he immediately rejoiced in his heart that he had hesitated just now. Otherwise, he would likely have followed in Foreign Elder Lu's footsteps. "Everyone, don't leave my side." Su Jikun, as the patriarch of the Su family, was a meticulous thinker. After experiencing the initial panic, he immediately understood something. This spirit array is probably only used to trap us. It doesn't have any lethality. So, we must not fall behind. Once we do, we will be attacked. Everyone follow me, and we will definitely find a way out. I don't believe this spirit array can trap us for the rest of our lives. Everyone's expressions suddenly became spirited as they nodded and followed behind Su Jikun, no longer willing to leave his side. The remaining 5 Su family masters charged left and right inside the spirit array, while the dozen or so people from the Haika family who were watching from a distance were all sweating profusely, their faces ashen. Just a moment ago, they had been waiting for Yang Kai to be defeated, so they could go up and show him some kindness. But how could they have known that in just half a cup of tea's time, the situation would suddenly change? Although they couldn't see the situation inside the fog, they were able to infer some things from the screams they heard. The Su family was finished. Of the dozen or so third-order Saint Kings who were the mainstays of the Su family, Only 4 or 5 of them were still alive at this moment, and it was unknown if any of them would be able to escape. The strength of the Haika family and the Sioux family had always been about the same. So if this strange spirit array could deal with the Sioux family, didn't that mean that if the Haiko family's cultivator fell into this spirit array, there would be no way out? Ba Qin Yen took out a handkerchief from somewhere and kept wiping the sweat on his forehead. The handkerchief was completely soaked, but he didn't realize it. While wiping the sweat on the handkerchief, he kept wiping the sweat on his forehead. The expressions of Hua Luan, Huang Wan, and the other elders and foreign elders were also not much better, each of them trembling uncontrollably. They had never believed that their family's Dragon Cave Mountain, a trivial 1,000-meter area, had become the Sioux family's burial ground. Su Jishin had been killed here, and now the dozen or so third-order St. King cultivator from the Sioux family had died one after another. The Sioux family was truly finished. Patriarch Ian's face also became extremely pale. He secretly rejoiced that he had made the right decision not to agree to the Sioux family's proposal to join forces with him. If he had brought the masters of the Haiko family over just now and tried to bully the Sioux family with numbers, the consequences would have been disastrous. It was laughable that he had been thinking about how to take advantage of this conflict. The other party didn't even need his help to wipe out the Sioux family, so how could the Haiko family reap such benefits? However, this spirit array really made En jealous. No matter who arranged this spirit array, if he could arrange it for the Haika family, wouldn't the family's defenses be impregnable? Patriarch Hua Luan's voice trembled a little. What should we do now? Let's wait and see. En replied with a trembling voice. In any case, his Haika family had not made things difficult for others, and Wu Yufeng and several dozen other disciples were also there. En was sure the other party wouldn't take the initiative to find trouble with him, so there was nothing wrong with staying here and watching. En wanted to know if anyone from the Sioux family managed to escape this time, or if they were really wiped out. Chapter 1135. Inside the fog-filled spirit array, the remaining 5 people from the Sioux family were about to go crazy. They knew that the spirit array that surrounded them was only 1,000 meters in radius, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape this fog. They seemed to be constantly running around in circles within this 1,000-meter radius. What made them feel even more desperate was that they couldn't even use their star shuttles or fly. There was a mysterious force in this fog that suppressed anyone who tried to fly 10 meters above the ground. Scoundrel, come out and fight this old master to the death. What's the point of hiding your head and showing your tail? Su Jikun roared furiously, his eyes bloodshot. He had been tormented to the point of no return and was extremely irritated. Right now, he just wanted to fight with Yang Kai, whether he lived or died. It was better than being trapped in this fog and unable to find his way out. Old dog, do you think you're worthy of fighting me to the death? Yang Kai laughed, his tone full of disdain. To be honest, Yang Yan's spirit array had given him a big surprise. Yang Kai was in a wonderful mood right now, so how could he care about Su Jikuan's provocation? Friend, I surrender. I surrender. I'm not a member of the Sioux family. I'm just a foreign elder hired by the Sioux family. Please let me out, an old man with a sallow face cried out. Trapped in this spirit array for a while, this old man's mind had been greatly tormented, and he knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely die. Although pleading like this seemed undignified and was despised by others if he was about to lose his life, what was the point of having integrity? For an elder, Su Jikuan's flustered and exasperated voice called out, "You disappoint me. My Sioux family has treated you well all these years. Why do you have to say such disgraceful words?" For an elder looked embarrassed, and although he was extremely embarrassed, he still shouted loudly, "From today onwards, I am no longer a foreign elder of the Sioux family. The Sioux family's matters have nothing to do with me. Friend, please let me out. I can serve you in the future. I am also a third-order Saint King. My strength isn't bad. Good. I'll think about it. Yang Kai's voice called out, You're courting death. Su Ji Kuan roared angrily, and the long staff in his hand fiercely swung towards consecrated Hua. He knew that, at this moment, what he feared the most was the instability of the people's hearts. If the 5 of them stayed together, they might be able to survive a little longer, but once a dispute broke out, they would be defeated one by that Yang Kai. He hated the cowardly elder Hua to the core. Naturally, he wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Patriarch, don't force me. I've done a lot for the Sioux family over the years. I just want to turn over a new leaf. That consecrated elder, who wasn't someone who was easy to deal with, and he immediately started fighting with Su Ji Kuan. While fighting, he also expressed his loyalty to Yang Kai, hoping that Yang Kai would let him go. The remaining 3 experts of the Sioux family were stunned. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. At this moment, Yang Kai's voice sounded again. I'll spare the life of whoever kills Su Ji Kuan. As soon as this statement came out, 2 of the 3 who were at a loss showed fierce expressions and immediately jumped into the fray, shouting in unison, Brother Hua, I'll help you. The last remaining person was an elder of the Sioux family. Naturally, he wouldn't be confused by Yang Kai's words, and immediately joined Su Ji Kuan in attacking the 3 foreign elders. In an instant, inside the fog-filled spirit array, the 5 remaining Sioux family masters divided into 2 camps, each of them summoning their respective artifacts and fighting desperately. Yang Kai sneered and calmly withdrew from the spirit array, arriving outside. The sound of vomiting suddenly rang out. Yang Kai looked towards the source of the sound and was speechless. Yang Yen couldn't stand the scene of slaughter, although others couldn't see the situation inside the fog as the one presiding over the spirit array. How could Yang Yen not see clearly? Yang Yen didn't know how long she had been vomiting, but her little face was pale. Wu Yi was standing next to her, gently patting her back. Seeing Yang Kai come out, Wu Yi glared at him. If you want to kill someone, just kill them. Why do you have to make it so disgusting? You call this disgusting? Yang Kai didn't know what to say. All he did was burn these people to death. How could he evaluate the scene of broken limbs flying about and internal organs splattering everywhere? If Yang Yen saw such a scene, she would probably lose her soul. You're really insidious, actually causing them to fight amongst themselves. Wu Yi suddenly pursed her lips into a charming smile, causing the eyes of the group of men who had followed her to pop out of their sockets. She didn't have a good impression of the Sioux family, so even if they all died, she didn't care. Those who provoke me never have a good end. Yang Kai coldly snorted, glancing at Yang Yan's face before taking out a pill and stuffing it into her mouth. I don't care. Yang Yen swallowed the pill and looked at Yang Kai weakly. Hurry up and collect a lot of materials for me. I need to arrange a killing array. I don't need to operate it to help you kill enemies anymore. Got it, Wu. Help her inside to rest. There's no need for her here. And Wu Yi nodded and helped Yang Yen into the cave. Brother Yang, how many of them are left? Yu Feng rushed over and asked excitedly. The dozens of cultivators who originally belonged to the Haikou family also looked at him expectantly. This time, the Sioux family had sent out all of its elites, more than a dozen of them all at once. They all thought they would experience a fierce battle and that everyone here would die. How could they have imagined that they wouldn't even need to fight before the Sioux family's people were almost all dead? All of them were extremely excited, secretly feeling that staying here was more promising than staying in the Haikou family. All of them had made the decision to leave their families and follow Wu Yi. How could their families compare to this place? In the family, one had to pay a certain amount of Saint crystals to enter their cultivation sites. And if one didn't have enough Saint crystals, they had to pay family contribution points, which could only be obtained by completing certain tasks for the family. But here, each of the hundreds of stone rooms had a small spirit gathering array with a large number of saint crystals placed next to it, allowing them to cultivate without any worries, whether it was efficiency or speed. This place was much better than the family's cultivation sites. The stone rooms were also arranged with powerful spirit arrays, so as long as the stone doors were closed, there would be no noise, and no one's divine sense could enter. Their future was bright. What's more, there was a large spirit gathering array throughout Dragon Cave Mountain, so as long as they had enough time, the world energy aura here would become richer and richer. The dozens of people here felt incredibly happy. A few days ago, some of them had been feeling depressed, thinking that leaving the family would be a bad idea, but in the blink of an eye, the treatment here was much better than what it had been in the family. Now, even if they were driven away, they wouldn't, making up their minds to stay here and follow Wu Yi for the rest of their lives. Moreover, they also knew that Wu Yi had taken refuge with Yang Kai, so following Wu Yi was tantamount to following Yang Kai. Among them, Yufeng was naturally the most proud because he was the one who had personally picked up Yang Kai from the star field. If it weren't for him accidentally discovering that blood-red crystal, how could they possibly be where they were today? Hearing Yufeng's question, Yang Kai replied, 5 more. As soon as these words were spoken, a scream rang out from inside the room. Only 4 left, Yang Kai added. The Su family's patriarch, Su Jikuan, and the last remaining Su family elder were facing off against 3 foreign elders, neither of them holding back. In just a few moments, one of the foreign elders was killed. The cultivator surnamed Hua, who had been clamoring to abandon the dark and join the light. Yang Kai hated this kind of opportunist the most, so even if he died, it wasn't a big deal. However, this Su Jikuan's strength was indeed quite good, much higher than Su Jishun's. No wonder Wu Yi said he was on the verge of breaking through to the origin returning realm. From the looks of it, he really could have done so in a year or so. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. A moment later, another scream rang out, this time from the last remaining Su family elder. Although Su Jikuan's strength was extraordinary, he had not yet reached the origin returning realm. Previously, he had killed foreign elder Hua at the cost of his injuries, but now the last remaining elder had been killed by the 2 foreign elders. Su Jikuan flew into a rage and spat out a mouthful of blood. His strength suddenly increased by a lot, and his aura soared. The long staff in his hand danced, bringing out a large amount of light, forcing the 2 consecrators to retreat. Without Yang Yun presiding over the battle, even Yang Kai couldn't see what was happening inside, and could only make out the sounds of fighting. Although his demon eye of annihilation could see through this spirit array, he didn't use it because it was no longer necessary. Moreover, after Yang Yun entered the cave to rest, the fog that had shrouded the surrounding area gradually dissipated. A moment later, when the fog completely disappeared, Yang Kai, Yufeng, and the others saw the scene of Su Jikuan killing the last foreign elder with a single blow of his staff. The Su family had sent more than a dozen Saint Kings, but in the end, only Su Jikuan was left standing proudly in place, covered in blood, and missing an arm, looking extremely miserable. It wasn't until this moment that he seemed to realize that the spirit array that had been plaguing him had failed, looking at the corpses around him. Su Jikuan's eyes went bloodshot as he glared towards Yang Kai, his figure leaping forward as he roared hysterically, "Scoundrel, hand over your life!" A ferocious momentum erupted, and Yufeng, who was standing beside Yang Kai, let out a strange cry as he retreated. Yang Kai didn't move, and instead released his own momentum towards Su Jikuan. The 2 auras collided, and it was as if 2 invisible storms had collided, causing a series of cracking sounds to ring out midair. Su Jikuan's rushing figure suddenly stagnated as he coughed up another mouthful of blood essence and shot towards Yang Kai at an even faster speed. Humph! Yang Kai's expression became cold as he released his spiritual energy, instantly tearing through Su Ji-Kuen's knowledge, sea defenses, and pouring into his mind. At the same time, Yang Kai took a step forward and threw out a punch. An unparalleled burst of energy erupted as an invisible fist smashed into Su Ji-Kuen's body. The Su family patriarch's figure immediately came to a halt midair, as if he had been blocked by an invisible wall, unable to advance any further. An abnormal flush suddenly appeared on his pale face as he glared at Yang Kai and roared, "Shadow Moon Hall won't let you off." As soon as his voice fell, his body suddenly burst apart, blood and limbs raining down from the sky. Chapter 1136. Outside the cave, there was a great commotion. Yufeng and the several dozen cultivators from the Haiko family stared at this scene in a daze, completely silent, although they had watched Yang Kai kill Su Jishen last time, and knew that Yang Kai's combat strength was incredible. They now discovered that Yang Kai was even stronger than before. Even if Su Jikun was injured, he was still a cultivator close to the origin-returning realm, and even after overdrawing his vitality and burning his blood essence, he still failed to block Yang Kai's punch. Is this guy a monster? Yufeng stared at Yang Kai's back, his eyes trembling violently. Or were all the cultivators in the outside world so powerful? If all the cultivators in the outside world were like Yang Kai, then what were the cultivators on Shadowed Star cultivating? While everyone was still in shock, Yang Kai walked out and picked up the artifacts and a dozen or so space rings scattered on the ground. After sweeping them with his divine sense, he grinned disdainfully and tossed them to Yufeng. Give the saint crystals and materials inside to Wu Yi. Divide the rest among yourselves. Ah, Yufeng was shocked. You don't want them? I don't need them. Yang Kai really didn't care about the things the Su family had unless they had an artifact like the 100 Mountains picture, but the 100 Mountains picture was a rare treasure. Yang Kai believed that even the Su family only had one such artifact. Many thanks, Brother Yang. Although Yufeng was shocked, he didn't act polite and quickly nodded in thanks before happily running off to the side and inspecting the contents of the dozen or so space rings. The others also gathered around, and from time to time, gasps of surprise could be heard. No matter how weak the Su family was, it was still a small family. Among the dozen or so space rings, Patriarch Su Jikuen's ring had the most things. There were artifacts, pills, Su family secret arts, and martial records, more than 20,000 high-rank saint crystals, more than 40,000 mid-rank saint crystals, and more than 100,000 low-rank saint crystals. Yufeng's eyes went red as he stared. Although he had long known that killing others for their treasures was the most convenient and fastest way to make a fortune, his Haiko family was at the bottom of the food chain. Who could they kill or provoke? Now that he had seen her today, he knew that the rumors were not true. Over 100 of their brothers had risked their lives in the star field, diligently collecting ores, but when they returned to their families, the total reward they received was no more than 10,000 high-rank saint crystals. These saint crystals had been paid by Wu Yi out of her own pocket, but today, Yang Kai had only killed a dozen people, and what he had gained was something that they would never be able to obtain in their lifetime. This huge difference made them feel both excited and bitter. These artifacts and pills weren't of high grade, most of them saint grade with a few saint king grade, perfectly suited for the several dozen people who followed Wu Yi. Most of them were saints, only 4 or 5 of them were saint kings, and most of them were only first-order saint kings. Saint-grade artifacts and pills were perfect for them. King transformation pills, there are actually 10 of them. Yufeng suddenly shouted, the hand holding the jade bottle trembling. Upon hearing this, many people revealed excited expressions. Although Yang Kai had never refined a king transformation pill before, he understood the role of this pill. A Saint King pill was used by a cultivator who had just broken through to the Saint King realm to stabilize their cultivation, while a king transformation pill, could increase the chances of a third-order Saint cultivator breaking through to the Saint King realm. It was a Saint King grade low-rank pill. Many cultivator would be stuck at the peak of a great realm, unable to break through to the next. The third-order Saint King realm was a huge bottleneck, and it could be said that 9.5 out of 10 cultivator would encounter such a bottleneck. Those like Yang Kai who did not encounter such a bottleneck were few and far between. Yang Kai was only able to achieve this with the help of the demon eye of annihilation. If not for it, he would have had to refine pills to assist him in breaking through to the next great realm, just like any other cultivator. A single pill could increase the chances of breaking through to the Saint King realm by at least 30%. It could be said that as long as a cultivator's aptitude wasn't too bad, they would have a 90% chance of breaking through to the Saint King realm. Among the several dozen people who followed Wu Yi, nearly 20 of them were third-order saints, so the role of these king transformation pills was self-evident. The Haika family also had king transformation pills, but those pills were for the family's disciples with good aptitude. The several dozen people who followed Wu Yi weren't qualified to obtain one. The nearly 20 cultivators who were on the verge of breaking through were stuck at a bottleneck, but as long as they had a king transformation pill, they could become Saint King realm cultivators. Seeing the fiery eyes of his brothers, Yu Feng's expression immediately became serious, and he solemnly put away the jade bottle into his sleeve before quickly saying, "This is for young lady. Young lady will come up with a reasonable distribution plan." Everyone nodded, no one objecting. Yang Kai's brow rose as he suddenly felt that he should refine some pills for them. He hadn't been able to use pills to assist his cultivation, but that didn't mean others couldn't. In any case, king transformation pills weren't difficult to refine. Making up his mind, Yang Kai's eyes turned coldly towards the distance. He naturally knew that the people from the Haika family had been standing there without moving. The masters from the Haika family had come with the Su family, but they hadn't attacked together, so Yang Kai had no reason to act against them. Perceiving Yang Kai's gaze, Ba Qingyan suddenly trembled and said, "Patriarch, I forgot one thing. Last time, Yang Kai said that without his permission, anyone who came within 50 kilometers of the cave was his enemy." When Yang Kai had said this last time, Ba Qingyan hadn't taken it seriously. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain belonged to the Haika family, so Yang Kai was simply occupying their land. But now, with the Su family masters who had provoked him dead, Ba Qingyan no longer dared to despise Yang Kai. If Yang Kai used this as an excuse to attack, Ba Qingyan didn't know if his people could stop him. What? Ian was shocked. 50 kilometers? They were not even 5 miles away from where they stood, let alone 50 miles. Retreat. Ian didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately retreated with the other elders and foreign elders hurrying to follow. After retreating 50 kilometers, everyone found that Yang Kai didn't intend to pursue them, so they all stopped and glanced around at each other, feeling a little ashamed. Facing a young man, all of them had actually fled like stray dogs. It was truly shameful. But now wasn't the time to consider such things. Seeing the dozen or so Saint King realm masters of the Su family being wiped out with their own eyes, everyone realized how great Yang Kai's value was. En glared fiercely at Ba Qingyan. Ba Qingyan obviously knew why En was blaming him. So he quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Patriarch, this time I failed to discern right from wrong. I didn't expect that Yang Kai actually had such great potential. On top of that woman's attainments in the Spirit Array Tao are so high. If I had known earlier, I would have stopped Su Jishen when he came to find trouble with him. Otherwise, Wu Yi wouldn't have been forced to leave the family. And enough, it's useless to say such things now." En waved his hand impatiently. "Patriarch, should we try our best to make friends with him now?" Huang Wan asked worriedly. "His potential is so terrifying, and that woman's spirit array methods are so profound. If we can make friends with them, it will only be beneficial to us." And foreign Elder Huang is right. These two talents should indeed be made friends with. Waluan also nodded in agreement. We can't make friends with them now. To everyone's surprise, En actually shook his head. Why, Huang didn't understand. If they hadn't seen the strength of this young man and woman, they wouldn't have tried to make friends with them. But now that they had, how could they let go of such a great opportunity? Had the patriarch become confused? Have you forgotten what Su Ji-kun shouted before he died? En coldly snorted. Everyone thought about it carefully, and after a while, their expressions changed. Patriarch, you mean Shadow Moon Hall? Huang asked uncertainly. En sneered. Although my Haiku family and his Su family are the lowest level forces and are insignificant in the eyes of Shadow Moon Hall, in the end, they still carry the name of Shadow Moon Hall. Now that so many people from the Su family have died, including the patriarch, Shadow Moon Hall has been slapped in the face. If they don't do anything about this, how can families like ours rely on them in the future? Shadow Moon Hall will definitely take action, and we must report everything we see today. Otherwise, when they ask about it, it will be troublesome. But Patriarch, if we do this, won't we offend that young man and not try to recruit him? Waluan asked puzzledly. Recruit? En sneered. Even if we recruit him, who can subdue him? Since he can't be subdued, what use is he? With his potential and aptitude, coupled with that young woman's spirit array attainments once they have time to breathe and develop, how can my Haiku family have any right to speak here? At that time, this place will belong to the Yang family. Before, En was very interested in Yang Kai and wanted to subdue him because he hadn't seen Yang Kai's abilities with his own eyes and felt that with his many years of experience and the power of the Haiku family, he could control him. But at the last moment of today's battle, Yang Kai had blasted Su Ji-kun to pieces with a single punch, making En realize that such a person couldn't be controlled. If he couldn't control this young man, what was the point of trying to recruit him? If he ended up recruiting an ungrateful wolf, he might end up being eaten alive. Although En's attitude towards Yang Kai had changed very quickly, and could even be said to be the complete opposite, no one present felt anything wrong with it, and instead admired En's decisiveness even more. Being able to become patriarch, his thinking was really not something ordinary people could compare to. When the Haiku family returned to the family, they immediately sent someone to Heavenly Fate City to report today's events to the City Lord's mansion. Heavenly Fate City was within the sphere of influence of Shadow Moon Hall and could be considered a city owned by Shadow Moon Hall. So the City Lord's mansion was naturally guarded by a master from Shadow Moon Hall. The Haiku family's messenger was Huang, but what she hadn't expected was that when she arrived outside the City Lord's mansion, she would be stopped by several guards. These guards grinned and stared at her unscrupulously, making Huang feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 1137. Although Huang was no longer young, she was skilled in maintaining her appearance. Right now, she looked like she was only in her 30s. Her figure was also very good. Her twin peaks were full and towering, her buttocks were round and perky, her beautiful legs were straight and slender. Her waist was slender and graceful, and her skin was white with a hint of rosy. Such a beautiful woman naturally attracted the attention of the guards. Big brothers, I am a member of the Haiku family. I have something important to report to City Lord Fei Ji-tu. Huang squeezed out a smile while cursing En in her heart. Ian had sent her alone to deliver this letter, obviously, because she was a woman and felt it would be easier for a woman to communicate with the City Lord. But before she could even enter the City Lord's mansion, she was surrounded by several Saint Realm guards, causing her to feel both angry and helpless. If it were any other place, Huang with her third-order Saint King cultivation could kill these people without any effort. But this was the City Lord's mansion, Shadow Moon Hall's territory. Unless she didn't want to live, she wouldn't act. Haiku family? One of the guards, whose face was as ugly as a horse's, repeated in a strange tone before shaking his head, I've never heard of it. Have you? Immediately, another guard explained, it's a small family subordinate to the sect, a peripheral family. The horse-faced cultivator nodded lightly. No wonder I've never heard of it. Why would someone from a peripheral family come here? Seeing him act so arrogantly, as if he didn't care about the Haiku family at all, Huang Wan could only grit her teeth secretly, but she could only smile and say, "Several elder brothers, I really do have an urgent matter to discuss with City Master Fei Ji Tuesday. I hope you can pass on my message." The horse-faced guard coldly snorted. "City, Lord Master has many important matters to attend to every day. How could he have the time to meet with people like you? Go back to where you came from." There were countless peripheral families in Shadow Moon Hall, and all of them were extremely weak. Although these guards were only saints, they considered themselves disciples of Shadow Moon Hall all year round. So even if Huang Wan's cultivation was higher than theirs, they didn't put her in their eyes. Hearing the horse-faced guard say this, Huang Wan grit her teeth and suddenly flashed a charming smile, beckoning to him. "Big brother, can you come over and speak with me?" She was a woman who had worked hard outside, and was well versed in the ways of the world. So how could she not understand that the King of Hell was easy to deal with? "Oh," the horse-faced guard with a vulgar smile. "Little sister, is there something you can't say in public?" He laughed and shook his head as he walked towards Huang Wan. When he came to her side, Huang Wan took out some saint crystals from her space ring and quietly stuffed them into his hand, softly saying, "Big brother guard, please do me a favor." The horse-faced guard didn't even look at her and simply put the saint crystals into his space ring before suddenly grabbing Huang Wan's white tender hand and rubbing it vigorously. As if he had never seen a woman before, a look of disdain flashing across his face as he whispered, "Little sister, it's not that I can't help. It's just that City Lord Master really doesn't have the time. Being touched by him like this." Huang Wan's tender body suddenly shivered as goosebumps appeared all over her body. She couldn't wait to tear this bastard into 10,000 pieces, but she could only suppress the anger in her heart and take out a lot of saint crystals and hand them to him, continuing to plead, "Please go in and report to the City Lord Master. Whether or not he wants to see me, I won't complain." After receiving a lot of saint crystals, the horse-faced guard showed a satisfied look and stroked Huang Wan's little hand again before smiling. "Good. Seeing that it wasn't easy for you to come here, I'll pass on your message, but don't expect anything. The City Lord Master is really busy." I know. Many thanks, big brother." Huang Wan secretly sighed. She was really afraid that this bastard would continue to take advantage of her. Seeing the horse-faced guard walk into the City Lord's mansion, Huang Wan stood outside and waited anxiously. A moment later, the horse-faced guard came out again. And as soon as she saw the gloomy expression on his face, Huang Wan's heart sank as she knew that the situation wasn't good. Quickly approaching him, she asked, "What did the City Lord Master say?" Having received benefits from the other party, the guard didn't get angry and simply said, "He refused, and not only did he refuse, he even reprimanded me." Ha! Huang Wan sighed deeply as a strong sense of powerlessness filled her heart. She had no relatives in this world and had always relied on herself to cultivate until she reached the Third Order Saint King realm. It wasn't until more than 10 years ago that she was accepted into the Haiku family as a foreign elder. Originally, she wanted to use the Haiku family as a springboard to work towards Shadow Moon Hall, hoping one day she would be able to join Shadow Moon Hall, but now she knew that the Haiku family was nothing in the eyes of Shadow Moon Hall. As a foreign elder, she couldn't even see the City Lord once. In the depths of her heart, she cursed En 1,000 times for instructing her to come to the City Lord's mansion. When she was in the Haiku family, there were several elders who had ideas about her, but after coming here, she was still taken advantage of. With low strength and no one to rely on, it was really difficult for her to survive in this world. Suddenly, she felt a little discouraged and wondered if she should leave the Haiku family. This family had no future at all, and if she continued to stay, she would just be wasting away the flowing time, Great Emperor. "Sister, would you like to wait outside for a few days while I find an opportunity to send you a message?" The horse-faced guard seemed to have not taken enough advantage of her and asked with a grin. No need. Huang Wan's face became cold as she turned around and left, unappreciative. The horse-faced guard coldly snorted. After returning to the Haiku family and learning that Huang Wan had failed to complete such a simple task, En flew into a rage and scolded her fiercely before preparing a gift and personally rushing to Heavenly Fate City. Huang Wan felt wronged and was even more disappointed with the Haiku family. When Yang Kai walked out of his stone room, he immediately heard a loud noise. What's more, the noise seemed to be quite fierce. Puzzled, he walked towards the direction of the noise and soon arrived at a huge stone room. This stone room should have been opened by the stone mongoose after Yang Yan's arrival and was used as a place for many people to gather and discuss things. At this moment, there were nearly 20 people gathered in the stone room. Some of them had red eyes, some were filled with righteous indignation, and some were shouting loudly. Yu Feng was the most outrageous, standing on a stone table and looking around disdainfully, pointing at one cultivator after another and cursing them harshly. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they were all covered in his spittle. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he suddenly felt a little unhappy. He thought that these people who had followed Wu Yi here were arguing because of the uneven distribution of supplies. If that was the case, Yang Kai didn't want them to remain in his cave. Even if they had followed Wu Yi here, he would have driven them out. Those who didn't understand how to share with their own people and only cared about small benefits would only become unstable factors. However, after listening for a while, Yang Kai discovered that this wasn't the case. Although it was a matter of material distribution, it had nothing to do with Saint crystals or artifacts, but rather pills. The 10 King transformation pills that could help a cultivator break through to the Saint King realm. These people weren't arguing because they couldn't obtain the King transformation pills, but rather because they couldn't obtain the King transformation pills. After 3 days, they still hadn't come up with a reasonable distribution plan. Wu Yi also stood in the stone room, her pretty face filled with helplessness but also relief. That's right, Lu Ping. I remember you broke through to the Third Order Saint realm 9 years ago. Now that you've reached the peak of this realm, why don't you accept the King transformation pills? Are you not giving young lady face? Not giving young lady face is not giving this Yufeng face. Don't blame father for beating you. The cultivator named Lu Ping grinned and said, honestly, Yufeng, I, Lu Ping, am almost 60 years old this year. My aptitude isn't very good. So what if I take the King transformation pills? There's a great chance I'll waste this pill and won't be able to break through to the Saint King realm. Instead of wasting it on me, you might as well give it to Gu Wusheng. His aptitude is much better than mine, also a Third Order Saint. If you give it to him, he'll definitely be able to break through. Gu Wusheng was a middle-aged man in blue robes and immediately shook his head. I don't want it. Give me 2 more years, and I'll be able to break through on my own. There's no need to waste a King transformation pill. Yufeng, give it to Xiaoya. A young woman with delicate features quickly waved her hand. I don't want it either. I can also break through on my own. The veins on Yufeng's forehead bulged as he wanted to curse again, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down and instead turned to Wu Yi for help, crying out, Young lady, I can't do this job. These bastards don't want it. How am I supposed to deal with them? Wu Yi sighed and was about to speak when she saw Yang Kai standing at the door with a smile on his face and quickly walked over. These people aren't bad. Yang Kai praised sincerely. Yang Kai praised from the bottom of his heart. He had been fighting alone for so many years and was used to seeing people deceive and deceive each other. He was used to seeing people die for wealth and birds die for food. He was used to seeing people put on a dignified front while secretly stabbing others in the back. This King transformation pill could help one break through to the Saint King realm and save at least 1 or 2 years of hard work, but none of these qualified cultivators actually wanted it. all of them wanting to let someone else use it. Yang Kai hadn't seen such an atmosphere of modesty and harmony in a long time, but it warmed his heart. We've let Big Brother Yang see a joke. Wu Yi blushed. A group of people who haven't seen the world. Just 10 King transformation pills. And they've been arguing for 3 days and still haven't come to a decision. Did they disturb Big Brother Yang? After witnessing Yang Kai's abilities, Wu Yi's way of addressing him had also changed, and after leaving her family, she had matured a lot. They didn't disturb me. Yang Yen arranged a good spirit array. I only heard some noise when I came out. Yang Kai smiled and asked curiously, "Are King transformation pills difficult to obtain?" Wu Yi nodded. King transformation pills are Saint-grade low-rank pills and are not cheap. A single one costs at least 2,000 high-rank Saint crystals, not something an average person can afford. The price is only secondary. The key is that they are simply impossible to buy. Many people need this kind of pill, but there are many who can refine it. Our Shadowed Stars artifact refining and alchemy skills should be far behind the outside world. It seems that the most powerful artifact refiners and alchemists are only origin grade low rank. Chapter 1138. So low. Yang Kai was taken aback. If this was the case, didn't that mean he and Yang Inflammation stood at the pinnacle of Shadowed Star in terms of their respective territory? Yang Inflammation might be even higher. Last time, she said that with the help of the stone mongoose, she could refine her purple shield to origin grade mid-rank, which meant she was at least an origin grade mid-rank artifact refiner. And it's very low. I don't know why, but Shadowed Star's development in alchemy, artifact refining, chart masters, and spirit arrays is very slow. Wu Yi chuckled lightly. She knew that Yang Kai came from the outside, and from Yang Kai's tone, she could infer that the outside world was definitely not like this. After listening to Wu Yi's words, Yang Kai suddenly felt that using alchemy to raise Saint crystals was a good idea. His alchemy level already stood at the pinnacle of Shadowed Star. So, how could he not have enough Saint crystals to refine pills? He could even find some great forces to exchange for many precious materials. Yang Inflammation's arrangement of spirit arrays was like his own cultivation of space force, a matter of burning money. Without enough Saint crystals and materials, he couldn't do anything. How come the Su family has 10 King transformation pills? Yang Kai asked again. It stood to reason that the Su family should not have a Saint King grade alchemist. So without such a high-level alchemist, it would be impossible to refine King transformation pills. They should have exchanged with Shadow Moon Hall. Wu Yi explained. The small families affiliated with Shadow Moon Hall have the opportunity to exchange for some pills and artifacts, but at a high price. The Haiku family has also exchanged for some King transformation pills before. Oh, right. The Saint King pills they sent last time were also exchanged from Shadow Moon Hall. I see. Yang Kai nodded and tossed the 2 jade bottles over. Give these to them and tell them there's no need to quarrel anymore. What are these? Wu Yi was puzzled. You'll know when you see for yourself. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Wu Yi opened the bottle cap suspiciously, her beautiful face going pale as she exclaimed, "More than 20 King transformation pills? Furthermore, there are so many with pill veins." She was truly stunned. The 10 King transformation pills she obtained from Su Jikuan's ring were just ordinary pills, but most of the ones Yang Kai gave her had pill veins. Wu Yi couldn't imagine where Yang Kai had obtained these pills. A King transformation pill could increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the Saint King realm, and a King transformation pill with pill veins would only increase the chances. Big Brother Yang, where did you get these? Wu Yi looked up and found that Yang Kai had disappeared, causing her to feel dizzy. A single King transformation pill was worth more than 2,000 Saint crystals, so this bottle was worth more than 40,000. Wu Yi finally understood the extent of Yang Kai's generosity. Opening the other jade bottle with a trembling hand, Wu Yi cried out again, Saint King pills. On top of that, many of these Saint King pills had formed pill veins. So Wu Yi was certain that these 2 bottles of pills had been refined by the same alchemist, but the probability of them forming pill veins was simply too terrifying. Since she was a child, Wu Yi had only seen one pill with pill veins, and it had only been a spirit-grade top-rank pill. Even though Wu Yi had seen the world before, she still felt that these 2 jade bottles were as heavy as mountains. King transformation pills could allow her brothers and sisters to break through to the Saint King realm, while Saint King pills could stabilize their cultivation. Yang Kai had already prepared everything. All she needed to do was take these pills. Many thanks, Big Brother Yang. Wu Yi shouted loudly outside the cave before turning around and walking back into the stone room where everyone was still quarreling. Holding up the 2 jade bottles, she happily announced, Stop arguing. Everyone will get a share of King transformation pills. Not only will there be King transformation pills, there will also be Saint King pills. The noisy stone room immediately quieted down as nearly 20 pairs of eyes stared at Wu Yi. Outside the cave, Yang Yen was arranging a spirit array. The Saint crystals Yang Kai had given to Wu Yi last time had been exchanged for a variety of materials, with the exception of keeping some for cultivation. Yang Yen was now arranging a killing array, her large black robes wrapping around her exquisite body as Yang Yen busied herself. Come help! Yang Yen called out. Yang Kai immediately walked over and helped according to her instructions. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly asked Yang Yen, if an origin-returning realm cultivator enters the spirit array, will it have any effect? Yes, Yang Yen replied affirmatively, but it won't be like last time. After all, an origin-returning realm cultivator is much stronger. If a third-order origin-returning realm cultivator enters, this spirit array will only be able to trap them for 10 breaths of time. Yang Kai nodded, understanding in his heart. Yang Yen suddenly stopped what she was doing and looked at Yang Kai seriously. What are your plans for the future? What do you mean? Yang Kai was stunned. Do you want to live here for a long time? Or do you want to leave after your load is mine? Of course, I want to live here for a long time. Yang Kai was a little confused. He wasn't familiar with Shadowed Star at all, so now that he had a place to settle down, he naturally wouldn't leave easily. That's good. I also like this place very much. If you want to live here for a long time, I'll arrange a stronger spirit array. Yang Yen smiled lightly. If you give me more high-grade materials in the future, I can arrange this place so that even a third-order origin-returning realm cultivator won't be able to enter. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, his evaluation of Yang Yen rising greatly in his heart. Just as they were talking, though, Wu Yi suddenly rushed out of the cave, her small face flushed with excitement. Have you split them? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. And they've all entered retreat. It won't be long before they break through to the Saint King realm. Many thanks, Big Brother Yang. Wu Yi nodded, then said, There's something I forgot to tell you just now. What is it? Foreign Elder Chang and Foreign Elder House sent a letter saying that Patriarch brought a lot of gifts to Heavenly Fate City's City Lord's mansion 3 days ago. Foreign Elder Chang, Foreign Elder How? Yang Kai frowned, immediately remembering these two. Foreign Elder Chang was naturally Chang Chi, the one with the highest strength on the starship at that time. As for Foreign Elder How, he should be Howen. When the starship returned to Shadowed Star, he was the one who brought people to greet them. Now it seemed that the relationship between these two foreign elders and Wu Yi was quite good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent someone to deliver a letter. Foreign Elder Huang, one also sent a letter saying the same thing. Wu Yi frowned. Wu Yi frowned, obviously not understanding why Huang Wan wanted to help her this time. From the meaning of her words, Huang Wan seemed to want to leave the Haiku family and was advising her to leave Dragon Cave Mountain as soon as possible. Yang Kai didn't know Huang Wan, but he didn't care, simply asking, "Your patriarch went to Heavenly Fate City to look for Shadow Moon Hall, right? And Big Brother Yang, what should we do now?" Once Shadow Moon Hall learns that you killed so many of the Sioux family's people, they will definitely not sit idly by. At that time, an Origin Returning Realm Master will definitely come. Origin Returning Realm. Yang Kai frowned. To be honest, he didn't know how his current strength compared to an Origin Returning Realm Master, but every time a cultivator crossed a great realm, their strength would undergo earth-shaking changes. Yang Kai could easily kill Third Order Saint Kings, but he might not be an opponent of an Origin Returning Realm Master. However, Yang Kai soon became suspicious. Strange. Why did your family run over to deliver this message? This kind of thing should have been done by the Sioux family. Wu Yi thought about it for a moment before biting her lower lip and saying, "Maybe the patriarch feels that he can't control you or drive you away, so he wants to rely on the power of Shadow Moon Hall." It had to be said that Wu Yi's thoughts were quite astute, and she also had a good understanding of Ian's personality, so the information she inferred was basically the truth. Yang Kai nodded. "Don't worry, go do what you need to do. If an Origin Returning Realm Master really comes, I can stop them." And Wu Yi nodded lightly, although she didn't have much confidence, since Yang Kai said so. She couldn't say anything more. After Wu Yi left, Yang Yen said lightly, "Don't expect my spirit array to be able to kill an Origin Returning Realm Master. Without high-grade materials, the power of my spirit array won't be very high." "I'm not counting on your spirit array," Yang Kai grinned. However, Wu Yi's spirit array only needed to be able to trap an Origin Returning Realm Master for a while. As long as it wasn't a Third Order Origin Returning Realm Master, Yang Kai felt that he should be able to deal with them. This matter was related to the space spirit crystal load, so forget about an Origin Returning Realm Master. Even if an Origin King Realm Master came, Yang Kai would have to give it a try. He absolutely couldn't hand over this precious land. Instead of helping Yang Yen arrange the spirit array, Yang Kai immediately returned to the cave and entered retreat, holding a piece of space spirit crystal in his hand and absorbing its energy to enhance his understanding of the Tao of Space. The Tao of Space was very obscure, but it was also very powerful. Yang Kai felt that if he had to face an Origin Returning Realm Master, using his Tao of Space would be the best choice. When Yang Kai used Space Force before, he had mixed it with his Saint Chi, allowing his Saint Chi attacks to break through space and catch his opponents off guard. This method could enhance the power of his Saint Chi attacks, but it didn't fully display the mysteries of the Tao of Space. If he could purely use Space Force to attack, Yang Kai believed that his combat effectiveness would be much stronger and more unpredictable. He didn't know when the people from Shadow Moon Hall would arrive, but even if he couldn't sharpen his spear quickly, he still wouldn't be satisfied. Yang Kai was focused on studying the Tao of Space and wanted to use its mysteries to form his own unique killing technique. After consuming so many space spirit crystals, Yang Kai's understanding of this obscure Tao had reached a new height, no longer being a half-baked amateur. Yang Kai believed that with his current understanding of the Tao of Space, if he were to go to the floating continent again, he would definitely be able to leave with ease. Tearing space was a method of escape and could not be used to kill enemies, but Yang Kai had glimpsed a new way of attacking from his countless experiences tearing space. Constantly experimenting with this method in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai rejected and modified it again and again until he came up with a perfect idea. Only then did he open his eyes. Gently waving his right hand forward, Yang Kai created a finger-long, half-inch wide void crack. This void crack overflowed with a strange aura, one that belonged to the turbulent streams of the void. Inside this void crack was a chaotic void. After the void crack appeared, it didn't stay in place like before, and instead slowly moved forward. Wherever the void crack passed, everything in its path, including the aura and air, was swallowed up. After moving forward 2 meters, the void crack suddenly closed and disappeared. Chapter 1139. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He didn't think that his sudden idea would actually come true. The small spatial crack that he tore could be used as a means of attack. Although the crack was only a finger long and half an inch wide, and it had only moved forward less than 2 feet before disappearing. It was not fast, but as long as he practiced diligently and strengthened his comprehension of the Tao of space, he would definitely be able to use this method against his enemies in the future. Once the speed of this crack increased, who would be able to stop it? This crack was capable of swallowing everything in its path. It was not something a human could resist. Feeling excited, Yang Kai immediately began experimenting, tearing open a finger-long void crack and shooting it out in all directions. The speed at which the void crack moved also gradually increased, and the distance it could travel was constantly increasing. Yang Kai completely forgot about the passage of time, as his mind was completely immersed in the research of this new offensive method. It wasn't until one of the void cracks reached a corner that a small piece of the rock wall suddenly disappeared without any warning or trace, as if someone had cut off a piece of the rock wall and taken it away. Yang Kai knew that it wasn't that this piece of rock had disappeared, but rather that it had been swallowed up by the void crack. Looking at the mark on the rock wall, Yang Kai nodded secretly. This kind of void crack was still a shortcoming in terms of speed, making it easy to avoid, and its power wasn't strong enough. It should be because the void crack was unstable. If it was stable enough, Yang Kai believed that the void crack just now could have opened up the entire rock wall and even pierced through the cave. Currently, the void crack couldn't be used against enemies. A Saint King Realm cultivator could completely stimulate their Saint Chi to interfere with the stability of the void crack and force it to close. Once it closed, it would be useless, but this didn't hinder Yang Kai's enthusiasm for research at all. It was shaped like a wind blade, so Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and decided to name this new offensive method Space Blade. Yang Kai could almost foresee that once his Space Blade reached the grand accomplishment stage, it would be much easier for him to kill enemies above his realm in the future. This kind of unorthodox power was the most difficult to defend against. Yang Kai studied the Space Edge for 3 days in a row in his stone room, greatly increasing the power of his Space Edge. Just as he was full of interest, his brow suddenly wrinkled and his face became cold. Yang Kai noticed that many masters were approaching, and the auras of these people were quite familiar to him. It was none other than the masters from the Haiku family. Sweeping out with his powerful divine sense, Yang Kai's expression became a little dignified. He found that not only were there masters from the Haiku family, but there were also 2 masters from the First Order Origin Returning Realm. Recalling what Wu Yi had said before, Yang Kai immediately understood that these 2 Origin Returning Realm masters were the helpers En had invited from Shadow Moon Hall. This old man really wanted to kill them all. There was no grievance between Yang Kai and the Haiku family. At most, the Haiku family had taken in Wu Yi and the others who had left their family. Yang Kai hadn't killed any of them, but now the Haiku family wasn't anxious at all. At this moment, Yang Kai was certain that Wu Yi's guess was correct. Yang Kai's performance had been too strong, and he was occupying Dragon Cave Mountain, causing the Haiku family to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. Dragon Cave Mountain was the Haiku family's territory, and this place wasn't far from the Haiku family's territory, so they were clearly afraid Yang Kai would become a threat to them once he grew. Wanting to kill them all because of this, Yang Kai's expression became cold as he secretly decided not to give the Haiku family any more face. Regardless of whether Wu Yi was a member of this family or not, as long as they dared to come here, they wouldn't be able to leave. Standing up and opening the stone door, Yang Kai saw Wu Yi and Yufeng standing outside, nervously. "Big brother Yang," Wu Yi called out, her face a little pale. "I know just stay inside the cave and don't go out. These past few days, Yang Yen has perfected a number of spirit arrays, so as long as you don't go out, they won't be able to do anything to you. Since I'm with you, I'll have to face them eventually. What Yang Kai hadn't expected was that Wu Yi didn't show any intention of backing down. She probably wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make things clear with the Haiko family. Yang Kai glanced at her and nodded gently, then don't act rashly. Even if the situation is critical, don't leave the cave entrance. And Wu Yi responded quickly. Yang Kai then led them out of the cave. Arriving outside, Yang Kai found that Yang Yen was actually still arranging the spirit arrays not far away, his movements extremely fast, apparently not wanting to give up at the last moment. After discovering that Yang Kai had come out, Yang Yen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and his already slow movements became much faster. Inside the cave, the cultivator who had followed Wu Yi also ran out after receiving the news, each of them standing behind Yang Kai, and Wu Yi with dignified expressions. Hey, why is that little shorty here? Walking like a crab, he's really hopeless. Yang Kai stared forward in amazement. Among the crowd, there was an existence that stood out like a crane among chickens. It was none other than the short Xie Hong, one whom Yang Kai had seen before. His head didn't even reach his chest, but when he walked he seemed to be like a dragon or a tiger. Xie Hong, one was extremely arrogant. At that time, Wu Yi and the others had just returned from collecting ores and had only just arrived on Shadowed Star when the ores on their starship were snatched away by this Xie Hong one. Yang Kai also knew that this little shorty Xie Hong one had taken a liking to Wu Yi. Last time, he had even spoken rudely, saying that one day Wu Yi would become a member of his Xie family. Him coming here this time should be related to Wu Yi. Xie Hongwen wasn't very tall, but he was walking at the front, making him extremely conspicuous. The old foreign elders of the Haiko family followed behind him, as well as two masters from the First Order Origin Returning Realm, who should be from the City Lord's mansion. Listening to Yang Kai's amusing words, Wu Yi couldn't help sneering, but she quickly restrained her smile. She knew that now wasn't the time to laugh. The masters from the City Lord's mansion had come, and so had Xie Hongwen. It seemed that the family was determined to eradicate Yang Kai this time. Her expression immediately became gloomy. Yang Kai noticed Xie Hongwen, and Xie Hongwen also noticed the situation here. Seeing Wu Yi standing next to Yang Kai, Xie Hongwen's eyes almost spewed fire as he ground his teeth and cursed, "Cheap bastard. I thought you were so noble, but it turns out you were just putting on an act." Knowing what he was angry about, he quickly said, "Young Lord Xie, that young man named Yang Kai can't be underestimated. Although his realm isn't high, his combat power is unimaginable. The Su families, I know, you've said it dozens of times along the way. Father's ears are growing calluses. Since this young lord has come forward, he will die today. All you need to do is watch. There's no need for you to worry about anything else." Xie Hongwen waved his hand impatiently, interrupting Ian. The two Origin Returning Realm Masters who had followed them also showed looks of disdain as they stared at Ian contemptuously, thinking that a small family was really a small family. Occasionally encountering a cultivator who could fight across realms, they were truly short-sighted. In Shadow Moon Hall, there were many disciples who could fight across realms. Any random second-order saint would be able to defeat these third-order foreign elders. What's more, with two Origin Returning Realm Masters here, this place would soon be razed to the ground. En sighed and didn't dare to say anything more, lest he annoy these people, but his heart was filled with bitterness. He hadn't expected that he would bring Xie Hongwen here. A few days ago, he had brought a lot of gifts to the City Lord's mansion and met with City Lord Fei Ji Tuesday. When he reported this matter, Fei Ji too didn't take it seriously at all. If it weren't for him coincidentally running into Xie Hongwen, he would still be waiting for news from the City Lord's mansion. Moreover, Xia Hong, when bringing masters here, wasn't for the Haike family, nor was it to uphold justice for the Su family. He was here for Wu Yi. Hearing En say that the woman he fancied was actually with a First-Order Saint King of unknown origin, Xia Hongwen flew into a rage and immediately brought 2 of his masters over. In any case, he had managed to invite these people, allowing En to feel slightly better. However, after today, Wu Yi's life would likely be worse than death. Don't look at Xia Hongwen's ugly appearance and short stature. His personality was extremely twisted. Any woman he fancied, he would try to obtain them. Once someone else touched them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once he had taken a fancy to a big sister Xiao Jiao from a small family and had promised to pick her up the next day with a betrothal gift. Little did he know that in order to escape this fate, big sister Xiao Jiao had slept with the man she liked that very night, losing her virginity. That family's big sister little Jiao had thought that by doing this she would be able to escape from Xia Hongwen's murderous hands. But Xia Hongwen simply ignored her. Not only did he kill that man, but he also brought big sister little Jiao back to his own residence and ravaged and humiliated her. A month later, he stripped her of all her clothes and threw her into the bustling crowds of Sky Fortune City. Big sister Xiao Jiao couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide in the city, even after her body rotted away. No one dared to claim it. Another month later, the family big sister Xiao Jiao belonged to was inexplicably destroyed. Although there were no clues, as long as one knew, it was obvious that it was Xia Hongwen's doing. It could be said that Xia Hongwen's personality had become so twisted that it was beyond redemption. Ian didn't know what kind of fate awaited his Haike family, but he could only hope that Wu Yi remained pure and didn't end up like his elder sister Xiao Chao. If she was still pure, there was still room to maneuver this time, but if not, Ian couldn't imagine what kind of storm the Haike family would usher in. The faces of the old foreign elders in the family were all quite ugly as they trembled with fear. Obviously, they also remembered Xia Hongwen's past misdeeds and were worried that they would be implicated because of Wu Yi. Xia Hongwen's face was so gloomy that none of them dared to breathe loudly. Not far from the cave, Xia Hongwen's gloomy face suddenly dissipated as he stared at young Inflammation, who was arranging a spirit array, his gloomy eyes flashing a pleasant surprise as he laughed. Good, there's actually a beauty here. It seems I really made the right choice coming here. Although young Inflammation was wearing a large black robe, her impressive figure was impossible to hide. Her small face was also delicate and beautiful, very much to Xia Hongwen's liking. His eyes constantly lingered on young Inflammation's body, his heart burning with desire, wishing he could immediately snatch young Inflammation and Wu Yi away from this place. Chapter 1140. Thinking so, Xia Hongwen actually wanted to rush over and grab Yang Kai, but just as he took a step forward, he was stopped by one of the 2 Origin returning realm masters. Young master, there's something strange up ahead. It should be a powerful spirit array. The cultivator frowned as he stared at the large space in front of the cave, sweeping the area with his divine sense. When they first arrived, Ian had told them how the dozen or so Third-Order St. King cultivator from the Su family had been completely wiped out, but none of them had taken it seriously, thinking that even if there was a spirit array, its power would be limited, and it wouldn't be able to stop the bombardment of an Origin returning realm master. But now that they were closer, they realized how profound the spirit array was. Is there something strange about it? Xia Hongwen wasn't stupid and nodded. And then this young lord won't go up, lest I fall into their trap. At that moment, Yang Yen finished what she was doing and quickly retreated back into the cave, hiding behind Yang Kai, her tender body trembling. Wu Yi took her hand and patted it gently. Xia Hongwen withdrew his gaze from Yang Yen and glanced over at Wu Yi, sneering meaningfully as he shouted, "Wu Yi, don't say this young lord didn't give you a chance. If you know what's good for you, come back with me obediently, and this young lord will let bygones be bygones. But if you don't blame this young lord for being vicious and merciless." Although Wu Yi's face was pale, she still said, "In your dreams, if you want me to go with you, you'll have to kill me." "Good, good, good." Xie Hongwen not only didn't become angry, but instead laughed. When he learned that Wu Yi and Yang Kai were together, he was really angry, but now that he saw Yang Yen, who was even more outstanding than Wu Yi, his anger immediately dissipated. This time, not only would he be able to obtain Wu Yi, he would also be able to obtain this exquisite beauty, killing two birds with one stone. Xie Hongwen was naturally happy. He no longer paid any attention to Wu Yi, and instead turned to Yang Kai, coldly saying, "Little brat, your courage isn't small, actually daring to have ideas about this young lord's woman. No matter where you come from, you're dead. Obediently kowtow and admit your wrongs. Call me grandfather a few times, and this young lord will give you a quick death. If you can also give me that woman, this young lord may spare your life." Yang Kai frowned. He had seen a lot of spoiled brats, but he had never seen one as arrogant as Xie Hongwen. It was as if, in his opinion, anything, as long as he said a word, others would have to compromise. First, he wanted Wu Yi to obediently go back with him. Now he wanted him to obediently roll over. Who did he think he was? Does this guy only know how to talk big? Yang Kai looked at Wu Yi. Wu Yi sneered. "Something's wrong with your head?" "Yes, well said. His brain is indeed abnormal. It should be a psychological distortion caused by his physical disability." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Seeing his calm and relaxed appearance, the tension of Wu Yi and the others seemed to dissipate greatly. On the other side, after hearing Xie Hongwen say that he would let Yang Kai go, and actually spoke up, "Young Lord Xie, this person's origins are unknown. He has forcibly occupied my Haikou family's Dragon Cave Mountain and is now the host. We cannot drive him away. Please uphold justice and kill him." Since he had decided to nip Yang Kai in the bud, lest he grow up and threaten the interests of the Haikou family, and naturally wouldn't let Yang Kai off so easily. As for Wu Yi, she had already left the family, so she was no longer a member of the Haikou family. What fate she would meet after being taken back by Xie Hong, one had nothing to do with him. "Does this young lord need you to tell him what to do?" Xie Hongwen squinted at Ian, causing En to look embarrassed and immediately shut up. Immediately, Xie Hongwen turned towards the cave and shouted angrily, "Little brat, not only do you have ideas about this father's woman, you even dare to occupy the territory of another family. You don't put my Shadow Moon Hall in your eyes at all. Don't you know that the Haikou family is a peripheral force of my Shadow Moon Hall? If you want to fight, then fight. Enough nonsense." Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with him. This guy's brain wasn't normal, so no matter how much he said, it would just be a waste of saliva. In the end, he would have to fight. "Good. This young lord will let you know the consequences of offending me today. You can rest assured that I won't kill you immediately. That woman should be yours, right?" Xie Hongwen pointed to Yang Kai. "Since you dared to touch this young lord's woman, this young lord will take yours. This young lord will let you see how I satisfy her. So don't feel inferior when the time comes." Saying so, Yang Kai shouted, "Hongzhen, grab that little brat for me. Daring to offend me, he's too much." The master from the First Order Origin Returning Realm, named Hongzhen, frowned and hesitated. "Young lord, there's a spirit array over there." "So what if it's a spirit array? You think a few small arrays can stop you? Then what use do I have for you?" Xie Hongwen jumped up. "If you can't do it alone, then the two of you can come at me together. I don't believe that garbage spirit array can stop you. Hurry up and grab him for me. I'm going to throw him on the ground, step on his face, and piss on it." Hongzhen's face was gloomy. A master from the First Order Origin Returning Realm was considered a master on Shadowed Star. After all, the strongest here was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. However, he was ordered to protect Xie Hongwen, so he couldn't refuse his orders. The other origin returning realm master looked at him and seemed to want to say something, but Hongjin waved his hand and said, "I'll try. If it doesn't work, then you can come at me together." "Good." The man nodded and didn't say much. Hongjin then walked towards the cave step by step, releasing his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, but the more he probed, the more frightened he became. This space was like a swamp, and when his divine sense entered it, there was no response. Hongjin immediately knew that he had underestimated the power of this spirit array. At this moment, it was too late to retreat. He had clearly entered the range of this spirit array, but what he hadn't expected was that the other party didn't show any intention of opening the spirit array. So he didn't know if it could be opened at all. What's more, the First Order Saint King opposite him was actually walking straight towards him, which both surprised and delighted him. "Little Sister Young Inflammation, open the spirit array." Wu Yi nervously grabbed Yang Inflammation's small hand. Last time, more than a dozen people from the Su family were easily killed by Yang Kai because they had fallen into the spirit array. Now, Yang Kai was actually walking towards an origin returning realm master, so Wu Yi was naturally worried. A First Order origin returning realm cultivator. A First Order Saint King was an entire great realm apart. Even if Wu Yi had great confidence in Yang Kai, she didn't think he could win against this master named Hongjin. Yang Inflammation shook his head. Yang Kai said not to open the spirit array yet. Why? I don't know. She soon understood why Yang Kai didn't want her to open the spirit array, because Yang Kai had actually taken the initiative to attack Hongjin, a long sword covered in demonic flames appearing in his hand, as he slashed out a jet-black sword wave towards Hongjin. Yang Kai clearly wanted to test his own combat effectiveness. "Overestimating yourself." Hongjin sneered and threw out a simple punch. As soon as this punch appeared, the atmosphere within a 1,000-meter radius suddenly changed, as if even space itself was being stirred up. Yang Kai's face changed. Although he had long known that there was a huge gap between the Third Order Saint King realm and the Origin Returning realm, he hadn't expected an Origin Returning realm master's attack to be so strange. The power of Hongjin's punch wasn't strong, but when Hongjin punched out, Yang Kai had a strange feeling, as if he had been wrapped up in an invisible force. The speed at which his Saint Chi was circulating suddenly dropped, and it became much more difficult for him to move. Even the speed of the jet-black sword wave he sent out was greatly reduced. Yang Kai's strength had been greatly suppressed. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai was startled. Although he had seen many Origin Returning realm masters along the way, he had never fought with one of this level. This was the first time. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that Origin Returning realm cultivators seemed to possess a very special power that could suppress low-level opponents. He didn't know if this power was unique to Hongjin or if all Origin Returning realm cultivators possessed it. Yang Kai desperately wanted to know what kind of power this was. On Tong Xian realm, if he encountered any problems in his cultivation, he could ask Meng, Wuya, and the others for help, but here no one could help him. If he wanted to solve his problems, he would need to kill an Origin Returning realm cultivator and absorb their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. Only then could he understand the mysteries of this power. While Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, a violent wind blade shot out from Hongjin's fist, breaking through the jet-black sword wave and arriving in front of Yang Kai in an instant. If his strength had not been suppressed, Yang Kai would have been able to dodge this attack, but now his movements were much slower than usual, so by the time he noticed the incoming wind blade, it was already too late to dodge. This wind blade contained an extremely violent power, and Yang Kai believed that even if his physique was strong, he would definitely be injured by it. "Wu," he exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. "Cheap slut." Xie Hongwen stomped his foot and cursed again. Wu Yi's concern for Yang Kai made him very uncomfortable. So he secretly decided that in front of these several dozen people, he would strip her naked and ravage her body before abandoning her and letting her know the consequences of offending him. On the other hand, Yang Yen remained indifferent, not even showing any intention of opening the spirit array. Hong, the huge wind blade struck Yang Kai, forcing Yang Kai to retreat quickly. Hong Zhen thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure, but he soon discovered that a purple shield had appeared in front of Yang Kai. The purple aura surrounding this shield was extremely dense, so it was obvious at a glance that this was a high-grade treasure. The wind blade that struck it didn't even leave a mark, an origin-grade artifact. Hong Zhen's eyes lit up as a look of greed flashed across his eyes. With his eyesight, he could naturally see the grade of this artifact, and he also knew that this artifact hadn't been fully refined yet, so it shouldn't have been long since this young man obtained it. An origin-grade artifact that hadn't been fully refined. If Hong Zhen could snatch it, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Amazing! Yang Kai looked at his purple shield, shook his body slightly, and calmed the tumbling blood in his chest, not stingy with his praise. Boy, you're not bad yourself. Hong Zhen sneered, but in his heart, he was quite surprised. If it had been an ordinary first-order Saint King cultivator, even if they had a defensive artifact, they should have at least suffered some injuries by now. But this boy was actually completely unscathed. No wonder he could fight above his realm and kill a third-order Saint King. Judging from his performance, he really did have this ability. Chapter 1141. In front of the cave, Yang Kai waved his arms and found that there seemed to be invisible threads wrapped around his body, restricting his movements. Not only were his movements sluggish, his Saint Chi flow was also extremely obstructed. It was this strange feeling that prevented him from exerting his full strength, so when Hong Zhen threw his first punch, he had to summon his purple shield to defend himself. Although the purple shield had not been fully refined and could not display its full power, it was still made from the shell and monster core of a ninth-order monster beast and various origin-grade ores, making it extremely sturdy, so it was normal for it to be able to block Hong Zhen's attack. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai couldn't tell what the power that was binding him was, so he could only ask Hong Zhen. Hong Zhen laughed. Ignorant boy, you don't even know what sure is, yet you dare act so arrogant. Sure? Yang Kai frowned. Momentum? I have the same kind of momentum. Saying so, Yang Kai's aura erupted, but to his disappointment, his own was fundamentally different from Hong Zhen's. It wasn't that his aura was weaker. On the contrary, in the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, Yang Kai's aura at this moment was simply earth-shattering, while Hong Zhen's aura was far inferior. However, only Yang Kai himself knew that the Shi Hong Zhen spoke of was completely different from the momentum he understood. Yang Kai's own aura couldn't interfere with this young man's at all. On the contrary, this young man's sure greatly suppressed his own strength. This is an origin-returning realm master. Amazing! Yang Kai's eyes burned with passion, but instead of feeling the slightest panic, his fighting spirit soared, shaking his head to dispel his excitement. Yang Kai raised his purple shield and called out to Hong Zhen, "Come, let me see what your sure is." Yang Kai put away his demonic flame sword and assumed a defensive posture. Although they had only fought once, Yang Kai already knew that it was impossible for him to kill an origin-returning realm master with his current combat power, even if he used his golden blood. This kind of power called Sure was very mysterious, but it was impossible for this Hong Zhen to kill him. With his purple shield, he could tear space, so even a third-order origin-returning realm master couldn't kill him. Seeing Yang Kai's posture, Hong Zhen knew what he wanted to do and flew into a rage. An origin-returning realm cultivator had the absolute ability to suppress a Saint King realm cultivator, But this First Order Saint King actually wanted to use him to study Shi. This made Yang Kai feel like he had been insulted, causing murderous intent to overflow from his heart. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai sent out a series of wind blades. These wind blades blotted out the sky like a swarm of locusts, cutting through space with a sharp whistle. Good, 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 of course, Xiahong, of course, Hongzhen's is to the point. Xiahong clapped his hands and laughed heartily, completely forgetting that he had just been clamoring to step on Kai Yang and piss on his face. To Yang, Yang Kai, Yang of Yang, to Kai, to Yang to be. Many of the cultivators who had followed Wu couldn't bear to watch any longer and turned their heads away sadly. They all felt that Yang Kai was dead for sure, that there was no way he could survive this round of attacks. Yang Yen curled his lips and muttered softly, "If the artifacts I refine can even break through the First Order Origin Returning Realms attacks, I won't need to refine them in the future." Her voice was so low that no one heard her, not even Wu Yi, who was standing next to her. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk, a violent explosion rang out, and the place where Yang Kai stood was filled with flying sand and stones, blocking his vision. His figure was forced back again and again until he hit a large boulder, shattering it in an instant. Yang Kai felt a sweet taste in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The power of the wind blade failed to hurt Yang Kai, but the huge impact still caused his 5 viscera to shift. Hongzhen's eyes narrowed, seemingly not having expected the defensive ability of his shield to be so good. Without waiting for Yang Kai to recover, Hongzhen took a step forward. A moment ago, his body was still standing in place, but in the next moment, he appeared in front of Yang Kai and punched out towards Yang Kai's forehead. Hongzhen's Shi, which was suppressing Yang Kai's strength, suddenly became stronger. Yang Kai felt that he had no way to defend himself before Hongzhen's attack arrived. In a moment of desperation, Yang Kai threw out his unfinished space blade. 2 void cracks quickly shot towards Hongzhen's waist and abdomen. Although Hongzhen didn't know what kind of attack this was, he instinctively felt a sense of danger. Pushing his Saint Qi to form a protective barrier around himself, Hongzhen's fist still smashed down like a bolt of lightning. However, this brief delay allowed Yang Kai to raise his purple shield. With a loud bang, Kai Yang was like a kite with a broken string, flying far away. Hongzhen's brow furrowed as he stared at the spot where he had just been attacked, but was surprised to find that there was nothing there, nor was there any trace of injury. Shaking his head, Hongzhen couldn't understand why he had such a terrifying feeling just now. Looking at Yang Kai again, Hongzhen was speechless. Although this First Order Saint King youth looked extremely distressed, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries at all. All of Yang Kai's attacks had been blocked by his purple shield artifact, so the only injuries he had suffered were some minor injuries caused by the shockwaves of his attacks. What's more, at this moment, not only did this youth not show any signs of panic, he didn't show any intention of running away. Instead, he seemed to be in high spirits, a happy smile on his face as he beckoned to Hongzhen. Courting death, Hongzhen was furious. He, an Origin Returning Realm Master, had to deal with a Saint King Realm youth, but not only had he failed to kill him in a short time, he had even been provoked time and time again. This kind of behavior was intolerable. Hongzhen's Shi erupted and once again enveloped Yang Kai, but in the next moment, Hongzhen showed a look of disbelief, because around this youth there was an aura similar to Shi flowing. Although it was very faint, Hongzhen was certain that this was the embryonic form of Shi. As long as this youth was given enough time, he would be able to form his own Shi. How is this possible? A few dozen breaths ago, this youth was clearly asking him what Shi was. So how was he able to do this now? How did he figure it out just from the fight just now? Considering all this, Hongzhen couldn't help shivering as he broke out in a cold sweat. If this was really the case, then this boy was simply too heaven-defying. Even Hongzhen, who had broken through to the origin-returning realm 10 years ago, had only been able to slowly grasp Shur under the guidance of the elders of the sect. Even now, he had only just begun to grasp the basics of Shur, not even reaching the minor accomplishment stage. Moreover, only those in the origin-returning realm could touch the threshold of Shur. Without reaching the origin-returning realm, it was simply impossible to grasp Shur. How had this youth done it? He had actually vaguely understood what Shur was. "Come on!" Yang Kai saw Hong Zhen's expression change and couldn't help urging, "What are you waiting for? Do you want to fight or not?" Not only was he urging, but Xie Hongwen was also urging him, constantly clamoring for Hong Zhen to do something to Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai be in the mood to deal with him now? He couldn't wait to have a good fight with Hong Zhen, or rather to be beaten by him. If he could figure out Shur in this way, what harm was there in being beaten? Hong Zhen took a deep breath and didn't rush to attack Yang Kai, instead suddenly turning his head and saying, "Brother, let's attack together. His artifact is too powerful. I can't break his defenses." He didn't feel embarrassed at all. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have asked his brother for help, but Yang Kai was too terrifying. If such a person wasn't killed today, once he grew up, he would become an invincible existence. So he didn't hesitate to ask his brother for help. The other origin-returning realm master who had been guarding Xie Hongwen heard this and looked at Hong Zhen with some surprise, but he didn't ask any questions, simply nodding gently. "Okay." As he said this, he walked out as expected. Everyone was dumbfounded. A First-Order origin-returning realm was dealing with a First-Order Saint King and had actually invited a First-Order origin-returning realm helper. And this helper was also a First-Order origin-returning realm cultivator. Ian's whole body trembled. Although he didn't understand the situation, he knew that Yang Kai was really not to be trifled with. He suddenly had a bad feeling and didn't know if offending Yang Kai this time was a blessing or a curse. Seeing two origin-returning realm masters coming over, Yang Kai frowned, a trace of disappointment appearing on his face as he quickly retreated to the entrance of the cave. He couldn't even handle one origin-returning realm master, let alone two at the same time. Once he fought with them, unless he tore space and escaped, he would definitely be killed. "Open the array." Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, put away his purple shield, and called out to Yang Yen. "Okay." Yang Yen nodded and formed a few strange seals towards the spirit array outside the cave. In an instant, the space outside the cave rippled but soon returned to normal. Hong Zhen and his brother wore dignified expressions as they swept the area with their divine senses, but they were surprised to find that before the spirit array was opened, they could still feel some danger, but after it was opened, they couldn't sense anything at all. Sweeping the area with their divine senses, the situation was clear at a glance and there was nothing wrong with it. But everyone knew that once they fell into the spirit array, they would definitely suffer. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and break that spirit array and grab those two women for me. Xie Hongwen shouted. The two origin-returning realm masters wore helpless looks as they summoned their artifacts and fiercely attacked the open space in front of the cave. The artifacts used by these two weren't low-grade, both origin-grade, low-rank artifacts. Hong Zhen's 12 flying daggers were each a Saint King grade high-rank artifact, and when combined together, their grade was even higher, forming a straight line that constantly bombarded the position of the spirit array. The artifact used by Hong Zhen's brother was even more powerful, an octagonal hammer that caused the ground to shake every time it struck the position of the spirit array. The spirit array arranged by Yang Yen couldn't be seen normally, but once it was attacked, it would reveal some traces. If the person trying to break it wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, they could only use brute force. It could be said that almost 90% of cultivators who encountered spirit arrays used brute force to break them. This method of breaking spirit arrays was laborious and unrewarding. Sometimes Even if one managed to break a spirit array, they would suffer a backlash. Only a few people who understood spirit arrays would try to find the location of the spirit array's entrance and break it in an elegant manner. Chapter 1142. Outside Dragon Cave Mountain. Two First Order Origin returning realm masters were wantonly releasing their Saint Chi to attack the open space, constantly wearing down the spirit array arranged by Yang Yen. Wu Yi clenched her fists nervously and called out in a trembling voice, "Yang Yen, quickly deal with them." Last time, it was Yang Yen who had presided over the spirit array and assisted Yang Kai in killing the Su family's Saint King realm masters. As a result, none of the Su family's Saint Kings managed to escape. Wu Yi thought that Yang Yen would be able to do the same thing as before. Yang Yen shook his head and said, "If they enter the spirit array, I'm sure they won't be able to come out. But if they don't enter, there's nothing I can do." Spirit arrays had this kind of drawback. Although they were powerful and unpredictable, if others were careful and didn't enter the range of the spirit array, no matter how powerful it would be powerless. Then what do we do? Wu Yi panicked. Yang Yen smiled lightly. "It's fine. That spirit array was meant for others to break." Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise and immediately realized that the spirit array over there was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Yang Kai was certain that if Hong Zhen and his brother broke the spirit array they were currently seeing and continued to move forward, they would definitely fall into an even more powerful spirit array. Even the most timid of them all, Yang Yen, was calm at this moment. So how could Yang Kai not see through this? It was ridiculous that these two Origin returning realm masters were completely unaware of this and thought that breaking the spirit array would be enough. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk Hong Zhen's 12 flying daggers and the other Origin returning realm master's octagonal hammer constantly bombarded the spirit array, making it look like it was on the verge of collapse. Xie Hongwen seemed to be tired from shouting and was now waiting expectantly, his lustful eyes sweeping over Yang Yan's body, making anyone who saw him feel uncomfortable. Patriarch En of the Haiku family and several elders and foreign elders stood to the side with respectful smiles on their faces, causing Wu Yi to feel nauseous. Before the spirit array was broken, another group of people suddenly appeared a dozen kilometers away. "HM? Why are there sounds of fighting over there?" The leader of this group, an Origin returning realm master, called out in surprise. Hong Zhen and his brother were attacking the spirit array, causing quite a commotion that could be heard even from a dozen kilometers away. That young man must have provoked someone he shouldn't. A Yang Yen, Master Luo Yang Yen was young Master Luo. A few days, young Master Luo, a dozen of my family's patriarch, a dozen sect patriarch and patriarch, family patriarch, family patriarch, a patriarch master, and yang, with yang family sect, Tian yang, yen yang with a that with yang to be. Luo Qing emphasized the word small favor, clearly reminding the other party that he would not risk his life to help. "Many thanks, Master Luo. Many thanks, Master Luo." Under the leadership of the middle-aged man, the group of people continuously thanked Luo Qing. This group of people was impressively the cultivator of the Su family. When the news of the patriarch, elders, and consecrators being annihilated reached the Su family, they immediately knew that with their own strength there was no way for them to take revenge. They immediately rushed to Sky Fortune City for help. The middle-aged man, Su Jibing, was the cousin of the Su family's patriarch, Su Jikun, and was only a second-order Saint King. Luo Qing was the Origin returning realm master who had been invited here. Su Jibing was very self-aware and knew that with his own ability he wouldn't be able to convince City Lord Fei Jitu to support him. Facts had proven this point. Even if Patriarch En of the Haikou family personally brought a gift, Fei Jitu didn't take his words seriously. How could he be in the mood to care about the grudges between small clans? If En happened to meet Xia Hongwen, he would still be waiting for news from the City Lord's mansion. Su Zhibing didn't go to the City Lord's mansion, and instead went directly to Luo Qing because Su Zhikuan had once helped Luo Qing with a small favor. For this reason alone, Luo Qing would not stand idly by. Sure enough, Su Zhibing invited Luo Qing over, and rushed over to Dragon Cave Mountain, but before he even reached the cave, he heard the sounds of fighting. The group sped up and soon arrived in front of the cave. Looking forward, Luo Qing suddenly let out a light sigh and quickly walked over to Xia Hongwen and bowed. "Greetings, young Lord Xia." Xia Hongwen was urging Hong Zhen and his senior brothers to hurry up and break the array when he heard Luo Qing's voice. He shot a glance at Luo Qing and asked in surprise, "Aren't you the guard of Endless Treasures Pavilion? What are you doing here instead of guarding Endless Treasures Pavilion?" Luo Qing quickly replying to young Lord Xia, "I had some friendship with the Su family patriarch who died here. This time, I was asked by someone to come here and demand an explanation from the murderer." Xia Hongwen nodded. "Oh, so you're here to stand up for someone? Good, good, good. You've come at just the right time. You go and help Hong Zhen and the others break this broken spirit array. Those two wastes are really useless. They took so long to break this broken spirit array." Although Luo Qing was a guard in Treasure Trove Pavilion, he was still a member of Shadow Moon Hall, so he naturally didn't dare to disobey Xia Hongwen's orders. Nodding, he said, "Young Lord Xia, I dare not disobey." Saying so, Luo Qing also summoned his own artifact and quickly walked forward, preparing to join forces with Hong Zhen and his brother to break the spirit array. On the other side, En saw that Su Zhibing had also brought an origin-returning realm master and stepped forward to greet him with a smile. Su Zhibing exchanged a few words with En, but in his heart, he was quite puzzled. He didn't know why the Haikou family had found a master to deal with Yang Kai before him. Although he couldn't figure it out, En didn't ask. The Su family wasn't what it used to be. Although under the suppression of Shadow Moon Hall, the Haikou family wouldn't blatantly annex the Su family. Occupying their territory and demanding some benefits was still possible. In the face of such a neighbor, Su Zhibing could only act humble and compromise, hoping that En wouldn't act too ruthlessly. En was naturally very happy. Although he had felt a little uneasy before, now that Su Zhibing had brought an origin-returning realm master with him, the destruction of Yang Kai was already a foregone conclusion. This time, by eliminating Yang Kai and satisfying Xia Hongwen's obscene desires, the Haikou family would soar. If Xia Hongwen could bring Wu Yi back with him, that would be even better. As long as Wu Yi could act as a middleman, the status of the Haikou family would soar, and it wouldn't be impossible for them to enter Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai only hoped that Xia Hongwen wouldn't kill Wu Yi in a fit of anger. Just as En was thinking this, though, he heard Hong Zhen's dissatisfied shout, "What are you doing?" With an angry roar, everyone turned their heads and looked in that direction. Immediately, they saw an extremely strange scene. Luo Qing, the origin-returning realm master invited by Su Zhibing, was actually staring blankly at the entrance of the cave, holding an artifact in his hand, but not pouring his Saint Qi into it. From the looks of it, he hadn't attacked the spirit array blocking their path. Hong Zhen's origin-returning realm brother also wore a displeased look and scolded, "If you don't want to help, just step aside. The two of us are enough. In any case, this spirit array is about to be broken, so it doesn't matter if you join in or not." Just now, Xia Hongwen had belittled their strength, causing Hong Zhen and this origin-returning realm master to be extremely annoyed. Now, that the spirit array was about to be broken, they certainly weren't willing to share this credit with Luo Qing. Wait, wait. Luo Qing seemed to have discovered something extraordinary, and a trace of dread flashed across the depths of his eyes, quickly stopping Hongzhen and his brother from continuing to attack. Luo Qing, don't be so shameless. What do you want? Hongzhen was furious. What's going on? Xie Hongwen's face also became gloomy. Young lord, this guy not only doesn't want to help, he's even trying to obstruct us. He's really out of his mind. Hongzhen immediately said, I suspect he's with that young man. Is that so? Xie Hongwen looked at Luo Qing coldly. No, young lord Xie, please let me explain. Luo Qing was shocked and quickly waved his hand, thinking about it for a moment before walking over to Xie Hongwen and whispering a few words in his ear. No one knew what he said, but Xie Hongwen's face suddenly changed, and he asked anxiously, Really? Absolutely. Luo Qing nodded heavily and whispered, Young Lord Xie, please don't worry, I'll notify Elder Qian now. Saying so, without waiting for Xie Hongwen to respond, Luo Qing immediately took out a communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. Bastard! Xie Hongwen slapped Luo Qing's communication artifact to the ground before glaring at Luo Qing, and then towards Yang Kai, his expression becoming extremely gloomy. Hongzhen and the other origin returning realm master didn't know what was going on, but after exchanging a glance, they stopped attacking. What are they doing? Yang Yun looked over curiously, an anxious look on his face. I'm still waiting for them to break the spirit array. There seems to be some kind of disagreement. Yang Kai also didn't understand. He only knew that Luo Qing had been staring at him a moment ago, as if he had recognized him. But Yang Kai was sure that he had never seen this person before, nor had he ever had any dealings with him. Yang Kai's memory had always been good, so if he had really met this person, he would definitely have an impression of him. This sudden change not only confused Yang Kai and the others, but also Yi En. The sense of crisis in his heart had become much stronger at this moment. He carefully glanced over at Xie Hongwen and found that this young lord, who had committed all kinds of evil deeds in Heavenly Fate City, at this moment actually had a difficult expression on his face, as if he had encountered some kind of difficult decision. Ian was horrified, wondering if this young man named Yang Kai had some kind of background. Otherwise, why would Xie Hongwen be so hesitant? If this young man didn't have some kind of background with his temperament and personality, he definitely wouldn't have given up, but this young man didn't seem to have any kind of background. Ian's heart was in turmoil and unease. But soon, Xie Hongwen made a decision and fiercely shouted towards Hongzhen, Why did you stop? Did this young lord tell you to stop? Keep attacking. Yes. Hongzhen and his brother responded, and once again launched an attack on the spirit array. Don't. Young Lord Xie. Luo Qing was shocked and tried to stop him again. Chapter 1143. However, no one listened to his words at all, as Xie Hongwen even kicked him rudely. Scram! Xie Hongwen's strength wasn't high, but facing this kick, Luo Qing didn't dare dodge, and was forced back several steps. Steadying himself, Luo Qing hurriedly said, Young Lord Xie, Elder Qian will be here soon. Please wait a moment. Otherwise, if Elder Qian blames you, this disciple won't be able to afford it. Impudence! Xie Hongwen was completely irritated by Luo Qing and glared at him angrily. This young lord doesn't need you to tell him what to do. If you dare speak again, I'll kill you. Luo Qing's face went cold and he didn't dare to say anything. Although he was an origin-returning realm master of Shadow Moon Hall, he didn't have a powerful backer, so there was no way he could fight with Xie Hongwen. He could only turn around and shout to Yang Kai, Friend, please hold on a little longer. You'll be fine. Just hold on for a little longer. Yang Kai frowned at him, really unable to understand, shouting, Do we know each other? Luo Qing shook his head. No. Yang Kai sneered. If you don't know each other, why are you helping me? Luo Qing looked embarrassed, knowing that his actions had made Yang Kai suspicious. After thinking about it for a moment, he explained, "Friend, you haven't seen me before, but I've seen you before. Elder Qian Tong sent your image to all the shops belonging to Shadow Moon Hall throughout Heavenly Fate City and told us to treat you well if we meet you. I, Luo Qing, am a guard of Endless Treasures Pavilion, so I have seen your image." "Qian Tong?" Yang Kai froze for a moment before quickly understanding what was going on. It must have been the two previous transactions he made with Qian Tong that made this old man notice him. The first two transactions with Qian Tong were both large transactions, and Yang Kai had sold him a lot of Saint King grade artifacts, so this old man must have thought he was a good customer. After all, the strongest artifact refiner on Shadowed Star was only an Origin grade low-rank artifact refiner. The Saint King grade high-rank artifacts Yang Kai sold were of great value, so he didn't need to worry about selling them. With these artifacts, he would be able to greatly increase the strength of several cultivator. But that's not right. Even if that's the case, Qian Tong doesn't have to be so cautious. Yang Kai even felt a hint of flattery. Yes, flattery. He had also deliberately spread his image throughout Sky Fortune City to all the businesses that belonged to Shadow Moon Hall, instructing them to treat him well. If this wasn't flattery, then what was? Yang Kai was a loner who had only been a third-order saint when they first met, so why was he trying to curry favor with him? Yang Kai wasn't an idiot. Although he wasn't very meticulous, he was at least agile and quick-witted. But after thinking about it, he immediately understood that Qian Tong wasn't trying to please him, but the people who refined those artifacts. In other words, he was actually trying to please Yang Inflammation. However, Qian Tong shouldn't know about the existence of Yang Inflammation. Perhaps he thought there was a powerful artifact refining Grandmaster behind Yang Kai. Considering all this, Yang Kai nodded gently and cupped his fist to Luo Qing. "I appreciate this friend's kindness, but there is no need to trouble Elder Qian Tong with this matter. We can handle it ourselves." He didn't like owing favors to others, even if Qian Tong didn't have any malicious intentions. Once he owed someone a favor, it would be difficult to refuse their request in the future, especially since Qian Tong had some ulterior motives towards him. The conversation between the two reached the ears of others, and Su Zhibing fell to the ground. The Su family members also turned pale and trembled. Su Zhibing didn't expect that after using his past kindness to invite Luo Qing, the situation would turn out like this. Yang Kai had a relationship with Elder Qian Tong, so why would he care about his trivial Su family? If he had known this would happen, he would never have invited Luo Qing. If the patriarch, elders, and foreign elders died, then so be it. The Su family still had some members whose bloodline hadn't been extinguished, so there would always be a chance for them to make a comeback. But now, this slim chance of survival had been snuffed out by him. It was ridiculous that the other party didn't come to destroy his family, but he actually wanted to seek revenge. At this moment, Su Zhibing wished he could just kill himself on Dragon Cave Mountain. After learning that Yang Kai and Elder Qian Tong knew each other, not only were the Su family members panicking, but the Haiku family also broke out in a cold sweat. Ba Qingyan took out his handkerchief again and kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Ian's face was ashen, his face twitching as his heart filled with mixed feelings. He finally understood why he had always felt uneasy. So this was the reason. He thought that after boarding Xiehong, Wen's ship, the Haiku family's future would be smooth sailing, but what did Xiehong Wen count for in front of Qian Tong? The former was just a playboy who relied on his father's position as a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall to act recklessly, but Qian Tong was an elder of Shadow Moon Hall. Even Xiehong Wen's father didn't dare to speak loudly in front of Qian Tong, let alone Xiehong Wen himself. It's over. It's all over. Ian's eyes were covered in a layer of darkness, and he had lost all of his previous vigor, his lips turning blue. If he had known this would happen, how could he have offended Yang Kai and even had the idea of killing Yang Kai as soon as possible. The Haiku family had countless opportunities to make friends with Yang Kai, but none of them had been able to grasp them. None of them had been able to see the situation clearly. Only Wu Yi and Yufeng had made the right choice. However, they had all left the family and were no longer members of the Haiku family. All of you are acting like your parents have died. What do you want to do? Xie Hongwen's face was full of anger. He kicked Ian and Su Jibing on the ground, making him curl up on the ground like a cooked shrimp. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk at that moment. The spirit array outside the cave suddenly broke. Xie Hongwen's face filled with joy as he shouted, "Kill that little brat for me at all costs." Hong Zhen and his brother froze for a moment before quickly realizing what Xie Hongwen was planning. He was going to kill Yang Kai before Elder Qian Tong arrived. If Yang Kai was alive, they would definitely be punished by Elder Qian Tong and might even be expelled from Shadow Moon Hall. But if Yang Kai died, even if they were punished, the consequences wouldn't be too bad. After all, a dead person had no value, and Elder Qian Tong wouldn't kill 2 origin-returning realm masters for a dead person. What's more, even if the sky fell, Xie Hongwen and his father would be there to support it. They were just following orders. Considering all this, Hong Zhen and his senior brother no longer hesitated. Stepping forward, they rushed towards the cave, their murderous intent surging as they glared at Yang Kai, as if they were looking at a dead man. "Don't you dare!" Luo Qing was shocked, never having expected Xie Hongwen to be so ruthless. By the time he realized something was wrong and wanted to stop them, it was already too late. He could only watch as Hong Zhen and his brother rushed out. A sneer appeared on Xie Hongwen's face as he coldly snorted, "You want to fight with me? You're still too inexperienced." And also revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Xie Hongwen's approach really surprised him, but it was definitely the result he wanted to see the most. His concerns were the same as Xie Hongwen's. Hong Zhen and his brother's figures were as fast as lightning, and before they even reached the cave, their powerful Shi had already covered the cave. Obviously, they wanted to kill Yang Kai with a single blow. Yang Kai smiled coldly at them, his smile full of meaning causing Hong Zhen and his brother's hearts to beat faster. Not good. There's still a spirit array. Hong Zhen suddenly saw the black-robed woman make a few hand seals and immediately realized that something was wrong. Just as he and his brother were about to retreat, they heard a voice that made them tremble. "Open!" Yang Yen shouted, and the scenery in front of the cave changed dramatically in an instant. A thick layer of fog suddenly filled the air, blocking everyone's line of sight. Hong Zhen and his brother fell into this fog and disappeared in an instant. Yang Yen changed her hand seals again and sent out a few bursts of Saint Qi, causing loud shouts and violent energy fluctuations to ring out from the fog. The last time the Su family had come, Yang Yen had only arranged a defensive spirit array, but over the past few days, she had added a killing spirit array to it. These spirit arrays alone wouldn't be able to kill 2 origin-returning realm masters, but if Yang Kai were to enter, Hong Zhen and his brother would definitely suffer. Luo Qing was dumbfounded. It wasn't until this moment that he understood why Yang Kai had said those words. It turned out that he really didn't need his help. This mysterious spirit array could completely trap Hong Zhen and his brother and even injure them. As for killing 2 origin-returning realm masters, Luo Qing wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. The origin-returning realm and the Saint King realm were 2 completely different realms. Even if one was a genius cultivator, it was impossible for a Saint King realm cultivator to defeat an origin-returning realm master. "Begin," Yang Yen said lightly. Yang Kai nodded, and the demonic flame sword appeared in his hand again. But before he could rush into the spirit array, a roar suddenly rang out, "Stop!" Hearing this voice, Xie Hongwen trembled, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Qian Tong had arrived. Yang Kai frowned. He hadn't expected Qian Tong to arrive so quickly. Without even thinking about it, he directly rushed into the spirit array the moment his body fell into the fog. Yang Kai dispersed the demonic flame sword in his hand and instead condensed a drop of golden blood. This drop of golden blood exuded a powerful vitality and energy fluctuation, and even though it was concealed by the spirit array, some of its aura still leaked out. Yang Kai had to end this battle quickly before Qian Tong arrived. Originally, he didn't intend to do so, but the power called sure of an origin-returning realm master really intrigued him. Now that 2 origin-returning realm masters had fallen into the spirit array, as long as he killed them, he could absorb their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. Perhaps he would be able to comprehend what sure was. Once he comprehended this, Yang Kai would be like a tiger that had grown wings. How could he let go of such a rare opportunity? As for Qian Tong, Yang Kai didn't care. As long as he still wanted to befriend the artifact-refining grandmaster behind him, he wouldn't fall out with him. What's more, this time Yang Kai had been forced to fight back, not to kill for no reason. As such, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use a drop of golden blood, transforming it into 10,000 streaks of golden light that shot towards Hong Zhen's position. The speed of these golden streaks of light was extremely fast at first, but in the next moment, it was as if they had fallen into a swamp, their speed plummeting. Yang Kai knew that this was due to the influence of the two's sure. Chapter 1144. Yang Kai hadn't expected the sure of an origin-returning realm master to be so powerful. The Hongzhen brothers had fallen into Yang Inflammation's spirit array and were still able to block his golden blood attacks. This only further strengthened Yang Kai's determination to kill these two. Yang Kai's figure followed closely behind the 10,000 streaks of golden light as the demonic flame sword appeared in his hand again. The people outside the spirit array were stunned when Yang Kai rushed in, but soon they heard the screams and curses of Hong Zhen and his senior brother. Immediately, a violent energy fluctuation came from a certain place, and a figure shot out from inside. The one who flew out was Yang Kai, and as he flew through the air, he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood that glowed dazzlingly under the afterglow of the setting sun. His face was extremely pale, and the demonic flame sword in his hand was almost extinguished, his Saint Chi unstable. Everyone could see that his chest had caved in significantly. Yang Kai. Wu Yi's face paled as she hurriedly rushed up to catch Yang Kai, the force of the collision forcing her back a dozen steps before she was barely able to stand. Not having stabilized himself, Yang Kai coughed up another mouthful of golden blood before waving his hand to Wu Yi, grabbing a handful of pills and stuffing them into his mouth before sitting down cross-legged, his sunken chest rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scene was silent. Only the sound of Hong Zhen and his senior brother gasping could be heard from the area enveloped by the mist. The two of them were actually still alive, but as for what happened to them, no one except for Yang Inflammation could see. Who's still fighting? A figure fell from the sky, exuding a terrifying aura that swept out in all directions. Everyone who was swept by this aura couldn't help shivering. Xie Hong, Wen's body trembled like a sieve, not daring to speak. Elder Qian, Luo Qing quickly stepped forward and cupped his fist at Qian Tong. And where's nephew Yang? After Qian Tong landed, the first thing he did was ask about Yang Kai's condition. However, before Luo Qing could answer, he discovered that Yang Kai was recuperating. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately knew that Yang Kai's injuries were not light. Qian Tong's gloomy old face became even gloomier, like a volcano that was about to erupt. There was an origin-grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai, and Grandmaster Gulin of Shadow Moon Hall didn't have much time left. If a suitable replacement couldn't be found before Grandmaster Gulin passed away, the origin-grade artifacts of Shadow Moon Hall would have to be purchased from other great forces. And if they were damaged, They would have to find origin-grade artifact refiners from other great forces to repair them. This wasn't just a matter of a single origin-grade artifact refiner. It was related to Shadow Moon Hall's ability to deal with other great forces. If the fate of origin-grade artifacts fell into the hands of others, Shadow Moon Hall would have to pay an unimaginable price. As such, Qian Tong had rushed over as soon as he received Luo Qing's message. He wanted to see who was causing trouble for Yang Kai. Qian Tong had clearly sent out an image of Yang Kai, yet someone still dared to oppose him. Had they eaten a bear's heart or leopard's gall? Now that he saw that Yang Kai was injured, Qian Tong immediately wanted to step forward, but just as he was about to move, he paused and stared at the location of the spirit array in shock, his eyes narrowing as he cried out, "A Grandmaster-grade spirit array!" Qian Tong's strength was higher than Hong Zhen's, and his knowledge was also wider, so he could tell at a glance that this spirit array was not something an ordinary person could arrange. Even with his divine sense, he couldn't see what was inside clearly. Inside the cave, there were many people around Yang Kai who were staring at him vigilantly. Qian Tong immediately understood that these people were very wary of him, so it wasn't necessarily a good idea to approach them at this time. Considering all this, he quickly shouted, "Nephew Yang, this old master has a wild rose pill here. It has some healing effects. If you don't mind, please take it quickly." Saying so, Qian Tong stretched out his hand and tossed a jade bottle over. He understood that Yang Kai couldn't answer him right now, let alone respond, but he had to make his position clear so that the people around Yang Kai wouldn't be too nervous. Sure enough, after listening to his words, Wu Yi, Yang Yan, and the others relaxed a lot. Wu Yi reached out and took the jade bottle, politely saying, "Thank you, senior." She appeared to be indifferent and calm, but in fact, her heart was already in a perilous situation. The Wild Rose pill was a Saint King grade high-rank pill. Its main material was a Saint King grade high-rank blood-colored rose. This material wasn't difficult to find, but it was extremely difficult to refine. An origin-grade, low-rank alchemist refining 10 furnaces of wild rose pills would have a 30% success rate. The difficulty of refining this kind of healing pill was no less than that of refining an origin-grade low-rank pill. Why was Qian Tong treating Yang Kai so well? What was the relationship between the two? He even took out a precious wild rose pill. If she hadn't personally brought Yang Kai back from the star field and learned that he came from the outside world, we would definitely have suspected that Yang Kai was the son of one of the Shadow Moon Hall's elders. Just as she was about to take out the wild rose pill and give it to Yang Kai's weak voice sounded in her ears, "No need." Of course, he didn't need Qian Tong's pill. The healing pill he had just taken was something he had refined himself. Although its grade was slightly lower than the wild rose pill, with his physique, even if he didn't take it, he wouldn't have any problems. As long as he cultivated for a while, he would be able to fully recover. The reason why he took this pill was because he wasn't sure which side Qian Tong would stand on. If Qian Tong chose to stand against him, he would have to fight again. Fortunately, Qian Tong had shown him goodwill as soon as he arrived, which gave Yang Kai a good impression of him, regardless of what purpose he had for showing him goodwill. As long as Yang Kai didn't feel any malicious intent, it was fine. "What happened? Tell me in detail." Qian Tong's face became gloomy again as his eyes swept over the trembling Xia Hong One and the spirit array before he turned to Luo Qing and asked faintly. Luo Qing didn't dare to hide anything and recounted everything that had happened. When he heard that Xia Hong Wen had dared to kill Yang Kai after receiving his orders, Qian Tong was furious and slapped him. Under everyone's gaze, Xia Hong Wen was sent flying. He spun a few times on the spot before he fell to the ground. Elder Qian, Xia Hong Wen's liver and gallbladder were torn apart. Several of his teeth had fallen out, and his cheeks were swollen, but he didn't dare to complain. He could only cry out pitifully. "If you didn't have a deacon father, you would have died today." Qian Tong looked at him coldly. Xia Hongwen heard this, and a trace of hatred flashed through his eyes, but he still kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. Thank you, Elder Qian, for not killing me. Thank you, Elder Qian, for not killing me. Since Qian Tong said so, it meant that he wouldn't kill him. Xia Hongwen came back to his senses and found that his clothes were soaked. Don't be so quick to thank me. I didn't kill you, but that doesn't mean others won't. Your life or death is still up to Nephew Yang to decide. Qian Tong coldly snorted. Xia Hongwen was dumbstruck. He never thought that the little brat he had looked down on before would now be able to control his life and death. Thinking of his previous attitude towards him, Xia Hongwen wanted to cry, but had no tears. Falling into that little brat's hands, what good could he do? But what was his origin? Why was Elder Qian Tong so protective of him? Not only did Xia Hongwen not understand, the Su family and Hai Ke family were also confused. Wu Yi and Yufeng were also confused. Although they couldn't figure it out, they knew that this crisis had passed, and all of them wore excited smiles. Su family? Qian Tong turned his eyes to Su Zhibing, who was lying paralyzed on the ground, and said lightly, "From now on, there is no Su family." Su Zhibing had completely fainted, and the other Su family cultivators' faces were also pale. They were just a small family attached to Shadow Moon Hall, let alone a master like Qian Tong. Even if Xia Hongwen wanted to destroy their Su family, they wouldn't be able to resist. The Su family cultivators all felt regret in their hearts. If they hadn't wanted revenge, they could have at least left the Su family with some bloodline and property so that they could make a comeback in the future. But today, Qian Tong's words had turned the Su family into a cloud of the past. Yes, Disciple will handle it. Luo Qing nodded and said to the Su family cultivator, "All of you, follow me." The Su family cultivator knew that their future was bleak, but he didn't dare to disobey. Two of them carried the unconscious Su Zhibing and followed behind Luo Qing. Hai Ke family? Qian Tong turned his head to look at Ian. En trembled all over and quickly stepped forward. En greets Elder Qian. "Please show mercy." Ian was confused. "Please show mercy." Qian Tong smiled coldly. "Your lives will be kept for the time being. How to deal with them will be decided by Nephew Yang. Revenge was only meaningful if he took it himself. He had already killed the Su family with a single sentence, so if he killed the Hai Ke family as well, where would Yang Kai vent his anger? If Yang Kai didn't vent his anger, how could he talk to him about anything else? Hearing Qian Tong's words, Ian's face turned gloomy. He felt that if he fell into Yang Kai's hands, he wouldn't have a good end. At this moment, Yang Kai stood up. Although his face was still a little pale, the Saint Qi fluctuations on his body had subsided. "Close the spirit array," Yang Kai ordered Yang Yan. Yang Yan nodded, and in the next moment, the thick fog disappeared, revealing an open space in front of the cave. After seeing the tragic state of Hong Zhen and his brother, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, when Yang Kai was sent flying, he seemed to be seriously injured, so everyone thought that Hong Zhen and his brother were fine. But now they realized that Hong Zhen and his brother's injuries were much more serious than Yang Kai's. Their bodies were covered in blood, and it could be said that their entire bodies were riddled with holes. Hong Zhen had lost an arm, and Hong Zhen's senior brother had lost a leg. The two of them sat together, looking dispirited as they looked around in fear. Yang Kai sighed. He knew that he had still underestimated these origin-returning realm masters. He thought that by using his golden blood and Yang Yan's spirit array, killing these two would be a piece of cake, but the moment he attacked, he realized that he had been wrong. The power of Shi was simply too amazing. When these two Shi superimposed on each other, not only did it interfere with his movements, but it also slowed down his attack speed and allowed him to sense the direction of his attack in advance. If he hadn't used his golden blood, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to hurt them. Chapter 1145. He had used a drop of golden blood to seriously injure these two, and then cut off their arms and legs. This transaction was a big loss, causing Yang Kai to feel quite annoyed. A single drop of golden blood was equivalent to 3 months of his cultivation. It was not something that could be easily obtained. The Hongjun brothers shouldn't have much combat strength left at this moment. Any random Saint Realm master could easily kill them. But now that Qian Tong had arrived, Yang Kai naturally couldn't kill the Shadow Moon Hall's origin returning realm master in front of him. If he really did so, Qian Tong would definitely have other ideas. Looking at the Hongjun brothers with some regret, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked towards Qian Tong. "Nephew Yang, I've frightened you. This old master is ashamed to have come so late." Qian Tong greeted him with a look of fear. As he spoke, he quietly glanced around the cave, fearing that the origin grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai would not be satisfied with his attitude. Qian Tong was also quite annoyed. He had been trying his best to make friends with Yang Kai for the sake of Shadow Moon Hall's future, but that little brat Xie Hong had actually dragged him down. How stupid of him! Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to be in any life-threatening danger, nor was he seriously injured. On top of that, the origin grade artifact refiner still hadn't shown up, allowing Qian Tong to feel slightly relieved. If this artifact refining Grandmaster really wanted to vent his anger on Shadow Moon Hall, he would have already shown up, but he still hadn't shown up. Obviously, he was very confident in Yang Kai. The more Qian Tong thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct, and the more cautious he became. Qian Tong couldn't be blamed for not being able to figure out the truth. It could only be said that the existence of yang inflammation was simply too heaven-defying. Qian Tong couldn't have imagined that she was the origin-grade artifact refiner he wanted to win over. "Elder Qian is too serious, Junior is fine." Yang Kai cupped his fists. Qian Tong had given him a good impression, so even if he had some ulterior motive for showing goodwill, it was only natural. Qian Tong had no intention of plotting against him. And in order to gain a foothold on Shadowed Star, there was no harm in making friends with a Shadow Moon Hall elder. As such, Yang Kai's attitude towards Qian Tong became much more humble, calling him Junior, which made Qian Tong's heart. That's good. Qian Tong sighed. "Elder Qian, please take this wild rose pill back. Junior still has some healing pills on him that he won't be able to use for the time being. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Qian," Yang Kai said as he handed the wild rose pill back. Qian Tong's eyes flashed as he immediately understood that Yang Kai didn't want to owe him any favors, so he didn't insist and simply accepted the wild rose pill with a big grin, thinking that Yang Kai had an artifact refining grandmaster behind him. Although he couldn't perform alchemy, he definitely had many good things, so why would he care about a trivial healing pill? "Nephew Yang, I've already sent word to Luo Qing to deal with the Su family. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. As for the Haike family, I can see that they have some kind of relationship with you, so I'll leave them to Nephew Yang to deal with." Qian Tong was old and experienced, so he naturally knew how to deal with this matter. He hadn't overstepped his authority just now, because he saw many of the Haike family's cultivators standing on Yang Kai's side. Qian Tong didn't know the others, but he knew Wu Yi and knew that she was the Haike family's most talented disciple. Yang Kai nodded and thanked him before glancing over at Yi En lightly. Yi En's face was pale as he trembled and stepped forward, bowing his head and saying, "I have eyes but failed to see. Honored Sir's arrival. My Haike family not only failed to entertain you, but also offended you. Please punish me." Yang Kai coldly snorted, thinking that this En was simply too clever. If he had honestly begged for mercy now, out of respect for Wu, Yi, and the others, Yang Kai might not have pursued this matter, but this En actually claimed that he had failed to entertain him properly. Obviously, he thought Yang Kai was a guest who had come to his Dragon Cave Mountain. In this world, how could a guest embarrass their host? This was completely unreasonable. Qian Tong also understood the meaning behind this old man's words and couldn't help sneering, simply closing his eyes, too lazy to watch this ugly scene. Although your Haika family has not directly attacked me, I have never shown mercy to those who dare provoke me. Yang Kai stared at En coldly. Ian's body went soft, and he almost fell to his knees. However, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject. I don't care if you live or die. If you want to live, go ask Wu Yi for help. En froze for a moment before his shock turned to joy, and he knelt to the ground. Many thanks, honored sir, for not killing us. He knew that the Haika family would not perish. No one knew Wu Yi's character better than him. As long as he asked Wu Yi for help, she would definitely not kill his family. After all, she was also a member of the family. Scram! Yang Kai shouted, "Yes, yes, yes." En quickly got up and walked over to Wu Yi's side, already thinking about how to ask Wu Yi for help. Nephew Yang's kindness. This old master admires it. If it were this old master, he would have just killed them. Qian Tong laughed. Yang Kai just smiled lightly, but didn't say anything. It was impossible for him to kill En in front of Wu Yi. If he killed them in the middle of a fight, it would be fine, but now that they weren't even resisting, there was no point in killing them. No matter how shrewd Ian's calculations were, with his strength, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him. Nephew Yang, this little beast, you decide how to deal with him. This old master will support you unconditionally. Qian Tong stretched out his hand and grabbed Xia Hongwen, whose cheeks were swollen and half a tooth missing, before tossing him in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Xia Hong indifferently. However, Qian Tong keenly noticed that a thick murderous intent flashed across the depths of Yang Kai's eyes, causing him to be greatly startled. Yang Kai hadn't revealed any murderous intent towards En just now, but now that he was facing Xia Hongwen, it was clear he really wanted to kill him. Xia Hongwen's death wasn't a big deal, but he still had a father who was a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall. Once Xia Hongwen was killed, there would definitely be some trouble. Qian Tong's subtle expression didn't escape Yang Kai's notice. If Qian Tong remained indifferent, he really would have killed him. The Su family's performance over the past few days had perfectly illustrated this saying, but Qian Tong's subtle change in demeanor made Yang Kai understand that if he killed Xia Hongwen, even Qian Tong would find it difficult to deal with him. How much power could a deacon possess? Even an elder was afraid of him? Yang Kai suddenly realized that Qian Tong wasn't afraid of Xia Hongwen's father, but rather the person behind Xia Hongwen's father. Just like how Qian Tong was trying to befriend him, Qian Tong wasn't actually trying to befriend him, but rather the person who could refine high-grade artifacts. Understanding all this, Yang Kai had a plan in mind. Xia Hongwen had brought 2 origin-returning realm masters to cause trouble, and if it weren't for Yang Yan's spirit array, even if he could tear space and escape this time, Wu Yi and Yang Yan's fates would have been miserable. Yang Kai couldn't just let this matter go. Seeing Yang Kai's murderous intent grow stronger and stronger, as if he would attack at any moment, Qian Tong kicked Xia Hongwen to the ground and cursed, "You bastard, you're a disgrace to my Shadow Moon Hall. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because your father is a deacon? Do you believe this old master won't kill you right now and clean up Shadow Moon Hall's mess?" Xia Hongwen's face changed drastically as he hurriedly crawled back, hugged Qian Tong's thigh, and cried, "Elder Qian, please show mercy. Disciple knows he was wrong. Elder Qian, please show mercy. Disciple knows he was wrong. Disciple won't dare do such a thing again. This time, when I return, Disciple will enter retreat in Shadow Moon Hall and never come out. Elder Qian Tong." Qian Tong quietly glanced at Yang Kai's face and found that his murderous intent hadn't diminished in the slightest. Sighing in his heart, Qian Tong knew that if he couldn't satisfy Yang Kai, Xia Hongwen would die today, so he angrily shouted, "A mere Saint King like you doesn't have the guts to ignore the heroes of this world. It seems I made a big mistake in assigning you 2 origin-returning realm guards. They must have given you the courage to oppose this old master. Since that's the case, I'll kill those 2 bastards." Saying so, Qian Tong suddenly raised his hand and sent out 2 bursts of powerful qi towards Hong Zhen and his brother, who were still recovering from their injuries. Hong Zhen and his senior brother had managed to escape death with great difficulty, although one of them had lost an arm and the other had lost a leg. In any case, their lives had been saved. Just as they were rejoicing in their hearts, they suddenly heard Qian Tong's words. By the time they reacted, the 2 waves of qi had already reached their faces. "Elder Qian Tong, no!" Hong Zhen turned pale with fright and shouted, but as soon as his voice fell, a hole suddenly appeared in his head, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. His origin-returning realm senior brother had also died on the spot. Xia Hong was stunned as a foul smell overflowed from his crotch, and his face turned as white as paper. Yang Kai was also stunned. He had not expected that Qian Tong would actually be able to kill those 2 origin-returning realm masters. When he heard Qian Tong's words just now, Yang Kai thought he was secretly reminding him that Xia Hongwen had a powerful father, and that he should be lenient when possible. Yang Kai had also made up his mind to ask Xia Hongwen for some benefits and had not really intended to kill him, but in the blink of an eye, those 2 origin-returning realm masters had been killed. Stunned for a moment, Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly used the power of his demon eye of annihilation to absorb the souls of those 2 into his knowledge, see without anyone noticing, purifying them in a flash of golden light. Yang Kai had used a drop of golden blood and used the Yang Inflammation Spirit Array, but had still failed to kill these 2. Just as he was vexed that he had missed a great opportunity to understand Qian Tong had helped him. But soon, Yang Kai understood why Qian Tong had acted so decisively. Hong Zhen and his brother were already crippled, so even if they did not die, they would not have much of a future. In this world, there were no pills that could regenerate severed limbs. Using the lives of 2 origin-returning realm masters with no future to appease Yang Kai's anger, and by Xia Hong when a chance to survive, Qian Tong's plan was flawless. Sure enough, after Hong Zhen and his brother died, Yang Kai's gloomy expression finally eased. Qian Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What he did not know was that Yang Kai's expression eased not because of what he thought, but because he had purified the souls of those 2 origin-returning realm masters, allowing him to finally understand what sure was. Chapter 1146. Lightly coughing, suppressing the joy and excitement in his heart, Yang Kai said lightly, "Since the main culprit has been executed, today's matter ends here. I ask young Lord Xia to conduct himself well in the future." Yes. Many thanks, brother. Many thanks, elder brother." Xia Hongwen wept bitterly as he constantly expressed his gratitude. "Still not leaving?" Qian Tong shouted angrily. Xia Hongwen quickly stood up and quickly fled on trembling legs. He didn't dare to remain here any longer. If he did, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his life. After this dispute was resolved, everyone was very satisfied. Yang Kai obtained the souls of 2 origin-returning realm masters and was able to study by absorbing their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. So naturally he was happy. As for Xia Hongwen, he had no choice but to give Qian Tong some face. If he had really killed Xia Hongwen, Qian Tong would likely have fallen out with him. Qian Tong finally managed to save Xia Hongwen and was also very satisfied. He felt that although Yang Kai was young, he knew when to advance and when to retreat, which was very good. This was a win-win situation for everyone. Elder Qian, many thanks for your help this time. This junior will remember this favor. Yang Kai cupped his fists and thanked him sincerely. He knew that if Qian Tong hadn't arrived quickly, he would have killed Xia Hongwen. If Xia Hongwen had died, he wouldn't have been able to establish himself here. there were still many space spirit crystals under Dragon Cave Mountain. So for this reason, Yang Kai had to thank Qian Tong for giving him enough time to recover. Nephew is too polite. Qian Tong laughed. This old master didn't do anything, but nephew is a dragon among men, seriously injuring Hong Zhen and the others with just a first-order saint cultivation. Your future achievements are limitless. It's not my credit. I just borrowed the power of the spirit array. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Qian Tong wore a look of understanding as he stared at the spirit array a few more times, but the spirit array was still closed, so he couldn't see anything special about it. Secretly shocked, he wondered if the person behind Yang Kai was not only an origin-grade artifact refiner, but also an array grandmaster. His guess was completely correct, but he didn't guess the right person. The secret treasure was refined by Yang Inflammation, and the array was arranged by Yang Inflammation. He was also under the nose of Qian Tong. Unfortunately, Qian Tong didn't know. Nephew, do you have a good place to go? Qian Tong changed the topic. If you don't have a good place to go, I can recommend you to go to the Shadow Moon Hall. With your talent, you will definitely become a core disciple in the Shadow Moon Hall. I just don't know if you will like it. How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? Slowly shaking his head, he said, "No need, I'm fine with living here. Little brat is used to being undisciplined and doesn't understand etiquette. If he really entered a big sect, I'm afraid he would become a laughingstock." Qian Tong smiled lightly and immediately stopped dwelling on this issue. He knew that if he continued to dwell on it, all of his previous efforts would have been in vain. Intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced towards the cave but didn't say anything, simply waiting for Yang Kai to invite him inside to sit down. In his opinion, the origin-grade artifact refiner and array grandmaster behind Yang Kai must be resting inside the cave, so if he went in, he might be lucky enough to meet him. Since Qian Tong didn't speak, Yang Kai also had nothing to say. He was in a hurry to enter retreat and study what sure was, so how could he be in the mood to say anything else? The two stared at each other for a while, seemingly feeling quite awkward. Wu Yi greets Elder Qian. At the critical moment, Wu Yi walked over with Yang Yan and bowed, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Good, good, good. Qian Tong smiled and nodded. Are you a disciple of the Haiku family? Yes, but Wu Yi has left the family and is now following Big Brother Yang. Wu Yi replied softly. Good. Following Nephew Yang will definitely have a brighter future than remaining in the Haiku family. Little girl's vision is quite good. Work hard. It would be best if you could bind Nephew Yang's body and mind. Old dog, you're being a bit disrespectful. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Wu Yi's small face also blushed, but she soon smiled and said, Wu Yi's beauty is unworthy of Big Brother Yang. Wu Yi wasn't belittling herself. After seeing Yang Kai's abilities, she really felt that there were very few people who could match up to Yang Kai. In any case, she definitely wasn't one of them. Moreover, she didn't have much interest in the matters between men and women right now, so when Qian Tong casually asked, she just casually answered. And this is... Qian Tong turned his eyes to Yang Yan. Being able to follow Wu Yi here, her status in Yang Kai's circle was definitely not low, so Qian Tong didn't dare neglect her. This is my junior sister. Yang Kai didn't wait for Yang Yan to speak and took the initiative to introduce her. Wu Yi and Yang Yan both stared at him in amazement. Oh, so she is Nephew Yang's junior sister. Not bad, not bad. She's also a Saint-grade artifact refiner, Yang Kai added deliberately. Qian Tong's eyes lit up, seemingly very happy as he let out a hearty laugh. At such a young age, she's already a Saint-grade artifact refiner. It seems Nephew Yang's junior sister won't be any worse than you in the future. Of course, junior sister is very fierce. Yang Kai nodded quickly. This old master thought that the disciples of the sect were already very good, but after seeing you brother and sister today, I realize how unsightly the sect's disciples are. What a pity. It would be great if nephew and sister could join my Shadow Moon Hall. In the future, if we want to join any force, we will definitely choose Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong laughed and nodded with satisfaction. Good. This old master will wait for nephew Yang's good news. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't have any intention of keeping him as a guest, Qian Tong didn't continue to be long-winded, saying goodbye to Yang Kai and leaving. But after walking a short distance, he suddenly turned back. What other instructions does Elder Qian have? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Qian Tong said, Does nephew Yang want to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction? Auction? Yang Kai frowned. He had never participated in an auction before and had no interest in it. What he wanted to do most right now was enter retreat and study Sure, but just as he was about to refuse, he saw the expectant look on Wu, Yi, and Yang Yan's faces and quickly changed his mind. When is the auction? Qian Tong took out a golden invitation card from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. The time and place are written here. If nephew Yang has time, you can go and have a look. Even if the things there aren't pleasing to your eyes, it's still good to join in on the fun. Of course, if nephew Yang has something good, you can also sell it. The price of the things sold at the auction is much higher than usual. Yang Kai took the invitation card and didn't look at it carefully, directly handing it to Wu, Yi, and saying, If there's time, let's go and have a look. Good, when the time comes, this old master will also be there. Nephew Yang can just mention this old master's name, Qian Tong said before leaving again. After he walked away, Yang Kai looked around and found that the Haiko family people had already disappeared. He didn't know where they had gone, but Wu Yi certainly wouldn't embarrass them. Yang Kai, why did you tell him I was your junior sister? Yen looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled look. Come in and we'll talk. Yang Kai beckoned to her, with a mysterious look on his face. Outside the cave, Yufeng and the many Haiko family disciples stared at Yang Kai with looks of worship, as if they were looking at a celestial being able to seriously injure two origin-returning realm masters, even with the help of a powerful spirit array, was not something anyone could accomplish. Just now there had been too many people around, so everyone had been quite calm, but now they were showing their awe and shock. Everyone, go cultivate. Yang Kai waved to them before leading Wu, Yi, and Yen into his stone room, closing the stone door behind him before asking them to sit down. Seeing Yang Kai's serious look, Wu, Yi, and Yen couldn't help wearing solemn expressions, knowing that he had something important to say. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this. Are you wondering why Qian Tong is so good to me? Yang Kai asked the doubts in their hearts. Yes, Wu nodded. He's good to me for a reason. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Yen. It's because of you? Wu thoughtfully asked. Because of Yan's spirit array? Yang Kai shook his head. Because Yen can refine origin-grade artifacts. What? Wu was shocked. After coming here, Yen hadn't refined any artifacts and had instead been arranging spirit arrays, so she didn't know that Yen had such an ability. Now that Yang Kai said it out loud, she immediately understood why Qian Tong treated Yang Kai with such an attitude. However, although Qian Tong knows that there is an origin-grade artifact refiner behind me, he doesn't know that person is Yen. Perhaps in his mind, that person is my master. Yang Kai explained his guess. I understand he's being good to you because he wants to make friends with the person he imagines. Wu nodded. And before this, I didn't know that the most powerful artifact refiner on Shadowed Star was only origin-grade low rank. If I had known, I wouldn't have sold those artifacts, but now it's too late. Fortunately, Qian Tong didn't dare offend such a powerful artifact refiner and could only try to win him over, so we aren't in any danger. Yang Kai stared deeply at Yen and quickly said, In the future, you can't announce that you're an origin-grade artifact refiner like before. Your strength is too low. Once you're discovered, you'll definitely be taken away. Yen pursed her lips. Even if I announce it, no one will believe me. A few days ago, she had been helping people refine artifacts in Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining pavilion and had made it clear that she was an artifact refiner, but unfortunately, no one was willing to believe her, much less offer her origin grade materials. No matter what, you can't say that again, otherwise we'll all be doomed. Yang Kai's tone became more serious. Remember? And I know. Yang Yen nodded. Yang Kai felt helpless. He found that he and Yang Yen were two completely different kinds of people. Yang Kai was eager for others to not know about his alchemist grade. The more they looked down on him, the better. However, Yang Yen had actually announced it to everyone without any repercussions. This world was really strange. No wonder you specifically told Qian Tong that Yang Yen was a saint-grade artifact refiner, and said she was your junior sister, so that's how it is. Wu Yi's mind was sharp, and she immediately guessed Yang Kai's intentions. And Qian Tong already has a preconceived notion that I have an origin-grade artifact refiner as my master, so having a saint-grade artifact refiner as my junior sister is normal. Chapter 1147. Yang Kai believed that with his words, Qian Tong would be even more convinced. As long as Qian Tong didn't doubt him, Yang Kai's group would be absolutely safe. With his protection, at least the Su family wouldn't continue to cause trouble for them like before. I understand. Wu Yi nodded. If you understand, then you can leave. I'm going into retreat. Yang Kai waved to them. Big Brother Yang. About Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction, Wu Yi pursed her red lips and asked, "Do you really want to go?" Yang Kai frowned. What he hadn't expected was that not only did Wu Yi nod, but even Yang Yen also wore an expectant look. If you want to go, then go. There was no need to stop this kind of thing. In Yang Kai's opinion, an auction was a place to broaden one's horizons, allowing them to see the world. Wu Yi came from a small family, so even if she had some experience, she couldn't compare to the disciples of big families. Yang Yen, on the other hand, had lived a miserable life before, so she was definitely a woman who hadn't seen much of the world. Naturally, she would be interested in the auction. "What about you?" Wu Yi asked. "If I don't come out of retreat, I won't go. You just have to be careful." And Wu Yi nodded before leaving with Yang Yen. Yang Kai closed the stone room, sat down cross-legged, and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea. Inside his knowledge sea, two pure masses of spiritual energy floated midair. Yang Kai had transformed into his soul avatar and was staring at them excitedly. This was the first time Yang Kai had collected the spiritual energy of an origin-returning realm master. No origin-returning realm master had ever died in front of him before, and he had never devoured their insights into the heavenly way or martial Tao, so he didn't know that origin-returning realm masters possessed Shi. If he hadn't fought with Hongjin today, it would have been a long time before he would have come into contact with Shi. This mysterious power was something he yearned for. However, the strength of an origin-returning realm master rang an alarm bell in Yang Kai's mind. He had always been able to fight across realms. When he was in the Yuan Qi realm, he could defeat immortal ascension boundary masters, saints, and saint kings. Now that he had broken through to the Saint King realm, Yang Kai had thought that defeating the First Order origin-returning realm wouldn't be a problem, but now he discovered that he had been completely wrong. There was a fundamental difference between the origin-returning realm and the Saint King realm, a world of difference, and that was Shi. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai pulled the two masses of spiritual energy in front of him, then carefully and solemnly began to absorb their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. If before he had been able to absorb other people's spiritual energy like a glutton, now he was savoring it. This was a rare opportunity. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to figure out what Shi was, the next time he encountered an origin-returning realm master, he wouldn't be able to resist. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai had never been so meticulous in absorbing these two masses of spiritual energy. He wished he could squeeze out all the essence of these two masses of spiritual energy and brand them into the depths of his soul. 2 days later, the two pure masses of spiritual energy disappeared, and Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. He vaguely understood what Shi was, but the strength of the Hong Jin brothers wasn't high, only reaching the first-order origin returning realm, so their understanding and application of Shi was only at a rudimentary level. Yang Kai's understanding of Shi was based on the foundation of these two brothers, so naturally his understanding of it wasn't deep. Shi wasn't the imposing aura Yang Kai had described before. Imposing aura was an invisible and intangible thing. It was the pressure the strong exerted on the weak. It was the temperament naturally formed by those who held high positions all year round. It was the involuntary eruption of murderous intent during battle. Imposing aura was one's will and determination, invisible and intangible. However, it was just a component of Shi. The Shi of an origin-returning realm master was a combination of their imposing aura, Saint Qi, and spiritual energy, forming a kind of magical force that could directly kill. This required a cultivator's understanding of the martial Tao, and the heavenly way to reach a certain level to form it. Shi was equivalent to an invisible aura, but this aura was real and had a strong suppressive and lethality. Why could an origin-returning realm master easily kill a Saint King? It was because of the absolute suppression of Shi that Yang Kai's single drop of golden blood was unable to kill the Hongjin brothers. It wasn't that his golden blood wasn't strong, but that the superposition of the two brothers Shi greatly reduced the speed and power of the golden blood, allowing them to sense the direction of the impact of the golden blood in advance and avoid fatal spots. If not for this, they would have died long ago. The understanding of Shi was very difficult. Hongjin had broken through to the origin-returning realm more than 10 years ago, but he had only just begun comprehending it. His brother was slightly stronger than him, but not by much. Moreover, Yang Kai also vaguely understood that only after reaching the grand accomplishment stage in Shi could one have a chance to break through to the origin king realm. Although Qian Tong was already a third-order origin-returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai estimated that his understanding of Shi hadn't reached the grand accomplishment stage yet. In other words, no matter how hard he cultivated and improved his Saint Qi before he reached the grand accomplishment stage in Shi, he would not be able to break through to the next realm. This was the biggest obstacle in front of him, an insurmountable obstacle. This was probably one of the important reasons why there were so few origin kings in the Hung Luo star field. When one's cultivation reached this level, it wasn't just the improvement of one's physical strength, but also a comprehensive improvement in all aspects. After understanding all of this, Yang Kai immediately began studying Shi. He abandoned Hongjin and his brother's understanding of Shi and poured in his own understanding and perspective, trying to integrate his own Shi, Saint Qi, and spiritual energy into one. When he was fighting with Hongjin, Yang Kai had vaguely touched upon the mysteries of Shi, but that touch had only lasted for a brief moment. Now, no matter how he tried to recall it, he couldn't remember what it felt like at that time, causing him to feel a little annoyed. He experimented again and again, but he always felt something was wrong. It wasn't until 10 days later that Yang Kai had to give up his current plan to study Shi. He felt that his strength was still too low. If he had reached the second-order or third-order Saint King realm, things would have been much simpler. After all, this kind of mysterious power belonged to the origin-returning realm. Being able to touch upon it now was already a great stroke of luck. Yang Kai wasn't someone who liked to waste time on insignificant problems, so after considering all this, he immediately exited his retreat and prepared to wait until his cultivation improved and absorb more spiritual energy from origin-returning realm masters before studying Shi. At that time, he would definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Just as he opened the stone door, Yang Kai saw Wu Yi running over and calling out happily, "Big brother Yang, you came out just in time. Why are you so happy?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "I'm going to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction," Wu Yi replied quickly. "Today?" Yang Kai was stunned, thinking this was too much of a coincidence. And Wu Yi nodded as she leaned closer to Yang Kai and whispered in his ear, "Yang Yan has refined an origin-grade mid-rank and an origin-grade low-rank artifact and is preparing to sell them at the auction. Is she crazy?" Yang Kai was shocked and shouted angrily, "Where is she?" "I'm here," Yang Yan's figure flashed from behind. "What were you thinking?" Yang Kai looked at her seriously. "Didn't I tell you not to be too ostentatious? Are you afraid others won't pay attention to you? It's only been a few days, but you've already forgotten." Yang Yan spat disdainfully. "As long as the three of us don't say anything, who will know I refined these artifacts? That's too eye-catching." Yang Kai shook his head. "The most powerful artifact refiners on Shadowed Star are only origin-grade low-rank. How do you explain suddenly taking out an origin-grade mid-rank artifact?" "No, Big Brother Yang." Wu Yi smiled faintly. Wu Yi smiled lightly. "Although the level of artifact refiners on Shadowed Star is not high, there are still some origin-grade mid-rank and even origin-grade high-rank artifacts, so an origin-grade mid-rank artifact won't cause too much of a stir." Yang Kai frowned, but immediately understood. The current level of artifact refiners and alchemists on Shadowed Star was generally low, but that didn't mean it was the same in the past. Good artifacts could be stored for thousands of years without being damaged, so there must be some left behind on Shadowed Star. Perhaps there were even Origin King grade artifacts here, but even if there were, they should be hallowed treasures of great forces and wouldn't be easily used. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed slightly, and he nodded. "That being said, there's no need to sell artifacts of this grade. Isn't it better to keep them for yourself? If we don't sell artifacts, how will we have enough saint crystals to buy materials to arrange a spirit array?" Yang Yan snorted. "We're all poor now. This auction is a rare opportunity." Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and nodded. Yang Yan's arrangement of spirit arrays really burned money, and it was thanks to her spirit array that they were able to stop Hongzhen and his brother Yang Kai last time. This kind of thing couldn't be sloppy and should be fully supported. "What artifacts did you refine?" "Let me see." Seeing Yang Kai no longer object, Wu Yi excitedly took out two offensive artifacts. One was a soft whip, and the other was a pair of daggers. At a glance, Yang Kai could tell that these two artifacts were refined from the tail and pincers of the Ninth Order monster beast, scarlet-tailed, purple-armored crab. These two artifacts exuded a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation, and they were both beautifully refined. Not only were they useful, but they were also quite beautiful and suitable for women to use. Yang Yan was truly vicious. Wasn't she deliberately refining these artifacts to make those men bleed? Yang Kai was secretly shocked. On top of that, Big Brother Yang, the reason I supported Yang Yan's decision to sell these two artifacts is to let Elder Qian Tong be more certain of your non-existent master's strength. Others may not know where these artifacts came from, but Elder Qian Tong will definitely think they were refined by your master. Once he thinks so, he'll only treat us better in the future, Wu Yi explained. Yang Kai nodded gently and praised. "You've thought this through thoroughly. Since that's the case, let's go." Seeing Yang Kai agree, Wu Yi and Yang Yan smiled at each other. "How long until the auction starts?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. 3 hours, but it doesn't matter. I've already made a trip to Heavenly Fate City to inform Elder Qian Tong that we'll be auctioning off something soon. Once we get there, Elder Qian will arrange it for us. "That's good, right, Wu Yi? Do you know what kind of pills are the most valuable?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. Chapter 1148. Yang Kai's question came out of nowhere. So Wu Yi didn't think too much about it and immediately began explaining. The scorching cloud pill that can repair one's meridians, the soul restoration pill that can repair one's soul, and the wild rose pill that Elder Qian Tong took out last time is quite valuable. But the most valuable ones should be the origin condensing pill and the origin nirvana pill. The latter can be said to be a priceless treasure because it can help a third-order origin returning realm master break through to the origin king realm. Our shadowed star doesn't have a cultivator of this level, but there are many third-order origin returning realm masters. If we can obtain an origin nirvana pill, it won't be difficult to exchange it for a few prosperous cities from one of the great forces, Wu Yi explained, her breathing becoming rapid. Don't even think about that. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. The origin nirvana pill was an origin king low-rank pill, not to mention that Yang Kai didn't have enough materials right now. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to refine it. However, the origin condensing pill could be refined because it was only an origin grade low-rank pill, a far cry from the origin nirvana pill. Big brother Yang, why are you asking about this? Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai curiously. It's nothing, just wait a moment, I'll come out right away, Yang Kai said before turning around and entering the stone room again. Although Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi were confused, they still waited outside obediently. After about half an hour or so, Yang Kai came out again and said, "Let's go." The three of them headed towards Sky Fortune City in high spirits. After experiencing Qian Tong's display of power last time, Yang Kai believed that no one would come to Dragon Cave Mountain to find trouble with him now, so he could leave with peace of mind. On the other hand, Yang Kai didn't feel comfortable letting a woman like Wu Yi take 2 origin-grade artifacts to the auction, so naturally he wanted to escort her. He wanted to know what kind of price these 2 artifacts would fetch. Saint King grade high-rank artifacts were worth 30 to 50,000 high-rank Saint crystals, so origin grade low-rank artifacts should be 2 or 300,000, right? Yang Kai had a vague plan in his mind. Once he sold these 2 artifacts, he would be able to purchase a large amount of materials to arrange the spirit array. Along the way, listening to Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation chatter nonstop, Yang Kai learned that Treasure Trove Pavilion was not a property of Shadow Moon Hall. Treasure Trove Pavilion was an even more powerful faction than Shadow Moon Hall. This great force was somewhat similar to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in that it did business all over Shadowed Star, but there were some differences. It collected treasures from all over the world and would hold a grand auction every once in a while. The location of the auction was not fixed and was instead rotated between branches all over Shadowed Star. This time, it happened to be the Treasure Trove Pavilion branch in Heavenly Fate City. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction could be said to be a grand event for all of Shadowed Star because before each auction, Treasure Trove Pavilion would advertise and make exquisite brochures of precious items and send them to the great forces to attract them to participate in the auction. It could be said that Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was a gathering of all the great forces of Shadowed Star, a competition of wealth, material resources, and heritage. Every time, it would be a lively event, and many heaven-defying treasures would appear. Once, an Origin King grade defensive artifact would appear. It was rumored that this artifact was sold for a sky-high price of 500 million high-rank Saint crystals plus 15 bustling cities. Even though Yang Kai had a good heart, he was still shocked by this number. Shadowed Star was still too backward, and there were far too few origin-grade low-rank artifacts or above, resulting in such an outrageous price. Yang Kai believed that on other cultivation stars, even if Origin King grade artifacts were expensive, it was impossible for them to be sold for such a high price. That Origin Nirvana pill also appeared once. It seems to have been bought by a master from Thunder Typhoon sect. Unfortunately, after that master took that Origin Nirvana pill, he failed to successfully break through to the Origin King realm and instead experienced a decline in his cultivation. I don't know if this is true or not, Wu Yi sighed softly. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. Although he did not interrupt, he was basically certain that Wu Yi was telling the truth. After all, pills were only auxiliary means. Although pills that could help increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the next realm were expensive and not easy to refine, they weren't omnipotent. It wasn't a guarantee that one would be able to advance after using a pill. If a person's understanding of the martial Tao heavenly way hadn't reached that level, then no matter how many pills they took, it would be useless. On the contrary, if a cultivator's understanding of the martial Tao and heavenly way exceeded that bottleneck, even if they did not take pills, they would still break through. Yang Kai himself was such a case. His understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao was always far beyond his current realm, so he had never used pills he refined to break through, saving him a lot of money. The master of Thunder Typhoon sect definitely had not reached the grand accomplishment stage in his understanding of Shi. If he had, he would not have wasted an Origin Nirvana pill. This kind of precious pill was rare in the entire star territory, so it should have been obtained through some other means. After a cultivator failed to break through a bottleneck, they would also suffer varying degrees of backlash. Minor injuries would range from serious injuries to severe, like the master of Thunder Typhoon sect, where their strength would decline, or even death. Therefore, if a cultivator did not have enough confidence in themselves, even if they reached a bottleneck, they would not dare to try to break through to the next realm at will. This kind of thing was not obvious when a cultivator's strength was low, so there were basically no such cases in Tongxian realm. Even if there were, they were extremely rare. Although the backlash was not strong, once one's strength increased, it was easy for this kind of situation to occur. It wasn't until Yang Kai arrived in the star field that he slowly began to understand this information. The group of three, chatting and laughing, soon arrived at Heavenly Fate City's treasure trove pavilion. Standing in front of the towering palace, Yang Kai finally understood what it meant to be a big deal. This Endless Treasures pavilion occupied the most bustling area of Sky Fortune City, almost covering half of the street. In front of the pavilion, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. On the signboard, there were 3 large gilded words that shined with a dazzling golden light, dazzling the eyes. A tyrannical aura overflowed from Treasure Trove Pavilion, causing Yang Kai to shiver inwardly. There were at least 100 Origin returning realm masters in this building. Fortunately, these people were all here to participate in the auction and were not deliberately targeting anyone, so Yang Kai did not feel too uncomfortable. In front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, 2 masters from the First Order Origin returning realm stood with their hands down, their eyes as sharp as a hawk's as they scanned the crowd. Yang Kai's group of 3 had just arrived when one of the masters in light blue robes stepped forward and raised his hand. "Guests, please stop. Treasure Trove Pavilion is currently holding an auction and is not open to the public for the time being. If you want to buy something, please come back tomorrow. We're here to participate in the auction," Yang Kai said, lightly before turning to look at Wu Yi. He knew that in order to participate in an auction of this level, one would need an invitation, and the one Qian Tong had given him last time should be a pass to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion, and was currently in Wu Yi's hands. Wu Yi seemed to be immersed in the grandeur of Treasure Trove Pavilion, and thinking that she actually had the opportunity to participate in this level of auction, she became very excited, her face flushing red. It wasn't until Yang Kai turned to look at her that she suddenly remembered the invitation and hurriedly began rummaging through her space ring. "Ha ha! How come any Tom, Dick, or Harry can participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction?" A burst of laughter came from the side, filled with disdain. Yang Kai frowned and looked in the direction of the source of the voice, wanting to see who it was. Being ridiculed as a Tom, Dick, or Harry for no reason, Yang Kai was naturally not happy. A young man dressed in a white robe walked over. He had a pair of phoenix eyes that hid a divine light. Although he had a smile on his face, anyone could see the disdain in his eyes. This young man was not old. He was tall and handsome. Coupled with his phoenix eyes, he was a character that could charm thousands of women. Yang Kai's heart went cold because he found that this young man was actually a third-order Saint King and gave off a faint, oppressive aura that was not inferior to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Shui Yu's. Behind the young man, there were two experts with long and restrained auras. Their cultivation bases seemed to be higher than Hong Zhen and his fellow apprentice brothers. The two of them were dressed in black, and embroidered on their chests was a large, flamboyant character. Battle! Heaven battling union! Wu Yi exclaimed, and hurriedly stepped aside to make way. So they were from Heaven battling union. No wonder they were so strong despite their young age. Yang Kai had been on Shadowed Star for some time now, and naturally knew that Heaven battling union was one of the few great forces here. Moreover, among the younger generation of Heaven battling union, there was a disciple with heaven-defying aptitude, Chu Chongfeng. It was rumored that he had a pair of phoenix eyes. If Yang Kai was not mistaken, this young man in front of him should be Chu Chongfeng, who was famous throughout Shadowed Star. Sure enough, after the guard who had just blocked Yang Kai's way saw this young man, he immediately cupped his fists respectfully. "Young Master Chu, please come in." Chu Chongfeng nodded lightly, his eyes sweeping over Wu Yi and Yang Yan before coming to a stop and smiling. "Do you two girls want to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion?" Wu Yi and Yang Yan did not answer. Chu Chongfeng continued, "You can't go in now. There is an auction going on inside. Without an invitation, these two guards won't let you in, but if you really want to go in, you can come with me. What do you two girls think?" Chu Chongfeng smiled and invited them in, putting on a harmless look, but Yang Yan and Wu Yi were not the kind of women who would become infatuated with men, so they naturally understood what he meant. "Chu Chongfeng, after not seeing you for a few years, you still like to show off your superiority in front of the weak. Being able to participate in this auction is already amazing. Or is it your Heaven battling union?" A low voice sounded. Chu Chongfeng, who was inviting Wu Yi and Yang Yan, heard this voice and frowned, as if he had swallowed a fly, the warm smile on his face disappearing in the blink of an eye as he turned his head to look behind him. Behind him, a young man in simple gray robes strode forward. His clothes were not as ostentatious as Chu Chongfeng's, and were instead quite simple, looking as ridiculous as a farmer. But Chu Chongfeng did not have the slightest intention of underestimating him, his phoenix eyes flashing a strong sense of dread and dignity. Chapter 1149. Yang Kai turned his head to look, wondering who it was that dared act so arrogantly in front of Chu Chongfeng. At first glance, Yang Kai was also slightly surprised. This newcomer's clothes were quite simple and crude, but the aura he gave off was even stronger than Chu Chongfeng's. Yang Kai even vaguely felt a burst of lightning energy coming from this person. This person cultivated a thunder attribute secret art, and had reached a very high level of attainment in it. He wasn't tall, but he was definitely a master because his cultivation was the same as Chu Chongfeng's, a third-order Saint King. Behind him were two origin-returning realm masters, both of whom wore blue robes and had a lightning bolt symbol on their chests that seemed to have descended from the 9 heavens. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. "Long time no see. You're still so shabby. Aren't you afraid of losing face for your Thunder Typhoon Sect?" Chu Chongfeng greeted with a smile. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he immediately understood who this plainly dressed man was. Thunder Typhoon Sect's Fong Tianzhong. Like Chu Chongfeng, he was a famous young talent on Shadowed Star, the #1 genius of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Geniuses always had a high opinion of themselves and didn't like to stand on equal footing with others. These two were both geniuses of their respective sex, and there seemed to be some tension between them. So when they met, it was only natural for them to be openly mocking each other. The two guards of Treasure Trove Pavilion stood aside, helplessly. If it were anyone else acting so presumptuously in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, they would have already taken action to teach them a lesson, but with Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong's identities, they didn't dare say anything. Even Yang Kai's group of three, who were standing nearby, became foils. I cultivate the martial Tao, and I comprehend the heavenly Tao. I'm not like Brother Chu, who dresses up and struts around the streets all day long, Fong Tianzhong said indifferently. Chu Changfeng coldly snorted as he pushed his aura towards Fong Tianzhong. Naturally, Fong Tianzhong was not to be outdone, and also released his own. It was as if two storms had suddenly collided with each other. The world energy aura in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion fluctuated wildly, and many of the masters inside sensed the situation here and sent out their divine senses to investigate. But after learning that the conflict was between Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong, they quickly withdrew their divine senses and no longer meddled. Watching these two geniuses fight as if there was no one else present, Yang Kai's face became cold. Originally, he had some good impressions of Fong Tianzhong, feeling that this guy was much better than Chu Changfeng, but now that good impression had completely disappeared. If it had been an ordinary first-order Saint King cultivator standing here, he would have definitely been drawn in by the aura of these two, and even if he wasn't injured, he would have made a fool of himself. They obviously didn't care about Yang Kai, Wu Yi, and Yang Yan, and only wanted to show off their strength. As the aftermath of their auras hit him, Yang Kai coldly snorted and waved his hand casually. It was as if something had been split open, but Yang Kai stood in place as steady as a mountain, not even his clothes or hair ruffling. Yang Yan and Wu Yi, who were hiding behind him, didn't feel anything either. Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong converged their auras at the same time and turned to look at Yang Kai, both of them looking a little surprised. Although the auras of the two of them had not been directed at Yang Kai just now, it was still not something a first-order Saint King could resist casually. Now, seeing Yang Kai easily break through the aftermath of their auras, they were naturally surprised. However, they were only surprised. Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't enough for them to put him in their eyes. Two brothers' relationship is really good. Sticking together like glue as soon as you meet, it's really enviable. A clear and melodious laughter that was like a silver bell rang out, and a woman in luxurious clothes leisurely walked over. Her skin was like cream, her hands were soft, and she was born with a temperament that was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. It was as if she would be blown away by a gust of wind, causing anyone who saw her to involuntarily have the thought of wanting to protect her. The woman's figure was very perfect, and a light purple dress perfectly outlined the curves of her figure and set off her graceful and luxurious appearance. As she approached, a fragrant scent wafted out, making one's blood flow faster and refreshed. Although her words were teasing, neither Fong Tianzhong nor Chu Changfeng showed any signs of anger, the latter even showing a happy expression as he stared towards the woman with a scorching gaze. Su Dai greets two brother. The woman bowed respectfully. The girl bowed gracefully. Her little face was fair and rosy, as if water could be squeezed out with a pinch. Her beautiful eyes were captivating, causing one's imagination to run wild. So, it is junior sister Yin. Long time no see. I've missed you so much. Chu Changfeng was too lazy to continue entangling with Fong Tianzhong and said with a laugh. Fong Tianzhong also nodded lightly to this woman in greeting. Both of them were geniuses of Shadowed Star, so naturally they knew each other. I didn't expect junior sister Yin to also participate in this auction. It seems I made the right choice coming here this time. Would you like to join me so we can have a good chat? Senior brother isn't talented, but recently he has been studying Sure and has gained some insights. Chu Chongfeng enthusiastically invited, his words filled with pride. Yang Kai secretly grinned, but didn't care. He knew how difficult it was to comprehend Sure. Even he, who had absorbed the spiritual energy of two origin-returning realm masters, was unable to comprehend it. Even if Chu Chongfeng's cultivation was higher than his, it was impossible for him to comprehend it before reaching the origin-returning realm. Only a cultivator who broke through to the origin-returning realm could come into contact with this kind of power. Chu Chongfeng saying this was obviously an excuse to get closer to Yin Su Dai. Yin Su Dai understood this better than Yang Kai, so she simply smiled and said, although Junior Sister would like to chat more with Brother Chu, Junior Sister came here this time on the orders of my master. Junior Sister must first thank Brother Chu for his kindness. And it's fine, there's still plenty of time in the future. Chu Chongfeng smiled casually. Chu Chongfeng smiled freely, not feeling embarrassed by Yin Su Dai's rejection. Chu Chongfeng estimated that this wasn't the first time he had run into a wall in front of her, so it would be strange if she actually agreed. The three of them stood at the door for some time. During this time, many people from various forces had come to participate in the auction, but since the three of them didn't enter, these young lords and young ladies could only stand aside and wait. Compared with these people, Yang Kai found that he, Wu Yi, and Yang Inflammation were really quite shabby. These young lords and young ladies all wore luxurious robes and artifact armors. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was wearing a very common set of clothes, while Yang Yan's was even more outrageous, wearing a black robe that had not changed for the past 10,000 years. It was as if she wanted to cover her face, as if she had done something shameful. Although Wu Yi's clothes were not bad, they were still just ordinary clothes and couldn't be compared to the artifact armors of others. The three of them were like ugly ducks that had accidentally stumbled into a flock of swans, so there was no need to mention how eye-catching they were. Fortunately, they didn't have any intention of continuing to talk. The auction was about to begin, so they wanted to enter as soon as possible. After the young lords and young ladies greeted Fang Tianzhong's trio, they all filed in and soon disappeared. Before leaving, Fang Tianzhong glanced over at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally, but didn't say anything. Only when the front of Treasure Trove Pavilion became quiet again did Wu Yi secretly breathe a sigh of relief and softly explain to Yang Kai that woman just now was Yin Su Dai of Colored Glass Sect. She's also an influential figure, and is the #1 beauty on Shadowed Star, pursued by countless men. #1 beauty? Yang Kai sneered. You two aren't worse than her, that's a bit undeserved. How could I compare with her? Wu Yi blushed. Whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not, such praise still made her very happy. There was no woman who didn't care about her appearance, and she also knew that there was indeed a big gap between her and Yin Su Dai. The latter's background was countless times nobler than hers. Let's go in as well, Yang Kai said lightly. He had come to this auction today to protect Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation, but he hadn't expected to meet so many talented young men here. Whether it was Chu Chongfeng, Fang Tianzhong, or Yin Su Dai, none of them were existences that could be underestimated. Yang Kai knew that he still had a long way to go, and was far from reaching the realm of invincibility. The appearance of these three gave Yang Kai a reminder that he should never underestimate opponents in the same realm. These three were all leaders of their respective sects, so who knew what kind of heritage they had? If they really fought, it was impossible to say who would win or lose. Wu Yi finally found the invitation and handed it to the guard outside. The guard didn't seem to have expected that three people like Yang Kai would actually be able to obtain an invitation. So although he was surprised, he didn't embarrass them and let them pass. After entering Treasure Trove Pavilion, a loud hubbub immediately rang out as countless people gathered in groups of 3 or 4 discussing something. This is Treasure Trove Pavilion. Wu Yi's pretty face was filled with shock as she glanced around, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. This was the first time she had ever entered such a place. What came into view was a huge, circular hall. Lampstands made of luminous stones hung from the ceiling, emitting a soft light, illuminating the entire interior of the treasure trove building. It was not inferior to the outside at all, and there was no shadow. At the lowest level of the hall, rows of seats were neatly arranged. Nearly 80% of the seats were already filled with people, and the higher levels were also filled with people moving about. In the center of the hall's bottom floor, there was a high platform about a meter above the ground, which should be the location of the auction. Such an arc-shaped design allowed everyone who participated in the auction to clearly see the items being auctioned. It could be said that this was a brilliant design. When Yang Kai arrived here, he looked around trying to find where Qian Tong was, but he soon discovered that it was too difficult to find someone in such a place. If he was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, he wouldn't have to worry about others and could simply use his divine sense to search. But in this place where so many masters gathered, he didn't dare use his divine sense at will, lest he be misunderstood and cause trouble. Chapter 1150. Just as Yang Kai was hesitating, a figure rushed over from the side and cupped his hands. Luo Qing greets young Master Yang and greets the two young ladies. Yang Kai looked at him and was surprised to find that this person was the origin returning realm master that the Su family had invited to deal with him last time. At that time, it was this person who had recognized him and reported to Qian Tong. Towards Luo Qing, Yang Kai was still somewhat grateful. He politely cupped his hands and said, "So, it is Brother Luo. Where is Elder Qian now?" Elder Qian currently has some matters to attend to and is temporarily unable to leave, so he instructed this disciple to wait here for young Master Yang. Young Master Yang, rest assured, Elder Qian has already arranged everything. The three of you only need to follow me. Good. Lead the way. Yang Kai nodded. Treasure Trove Pavilion was going to hold an auction in Sky Fortune City. Qian Tong was a big shot in Sky Fortune City, so it was normal for him to have matters to attend to. Yang Kai naturally didn't think too much about it. Following behind Luo Qing, they went straight to the third floor and pushed open the door to a certain room. Luo Qing stood at the door and explained, "Young Master Yang, this is the private room that Elder Qian has arranged for you. Please take a look and see if it suits you." Yang Kai entered the room and found that although it was small, it was fully equipped. There was a table, chairs, and a plate of high-quality spirit fruits on the table. There was also a pot of steaming spirit tea. In addition, there were even two delicate and pretty maidservants standing at the side. They had bright eyes, white teeth, and slender figures. When they saw Yang Kai and the others enter, they immediately bowed. Yang Kai didn't know if there were maidservants in the other private rooms, but he was certain that these two maidservants were specially arranged by Qian Tong. This was because they wore the robes of Shadow Moon Hall and were clearly disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. "I am very satisfied with Elder Qian's thoughtfulness." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. As long as young Master Yang is satisfied. Luo Qing also seemed to be relieved. He had seen with his own eyes how Qian Tong killed Hongzhen and his brother in order to befriend Yang Kai. Although he still didn't understand what was so special about Yang Kai that was worth befriending, he still carried out Qian Tong's orders meticulously. "That's right, young Master Yang. Elder Qian instructed this disciple to bring over the items you want to auction as soon as possible. Treasure Trove Pavilion wants to evaluate the prices of the items so that it'll be easier to sort them out." "No problem." Yang Kai signaled to Wu Yi with his eyes, and Wu Yi immediately took out two beautifully wrapped jade boxes from her space ring and handed them to Luo Qing. These two jade boxes naturally contained the two origin grade artifacts. And this, Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and handed it to Luo Qing. "Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. The auction will begin in half an hour, so this Luo Qing will take his leave first," Luo Qing said as he withdrew. Before leaving, he instructed the two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall to entertain Yang Kai well. The two women nodded in agreement. "We're in room C13. Wu Yi walked over and closed the door, immediately disappearing the noise outside. "The spirit array here is quite good." Yang Yin walked around, feeling around, quite interested in the spirit array here. This place can isolate others from using their divine sense. The only drawback is that it's a bit far from the auction venue. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "This is Treasure Trove Pavilion. Elder Qian must have put in a lot of effort to find us a private room. Look at the people here today. Which one of them isn't a famous and powerful character?" Yang Kai's words were directed to the two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Sure enough, after hearing this, the two women's smiles became even brighter, as if their Elder Qian's divine technique was quite profound. "Two young ladies don't need to be so reserved. Sit anywhere you like. We're not from some big family. This time we came mainly to see the world." Yang Kai saw that they seemed a little nervous and politely said. The two women quickly waved their hands, saying they didn't dare. Yang Kai didn't force them, and seeing them refuse, he stopped talking and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea and slowly savoring it. Wu Yi still couldn't believe she had the opportunity to participate in an auction of this level. Forget about her. Even the patriarch of the Haikou family, En, wasn't eligible to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion while the auction was going on. But now she was sitting in a private room and enjoying this superior treatment, making her feel a little emotional. The gap between people was really big. Her greatest wish before was to work hard to impress En, so that he could pass on the position of patriarch to her in the future and take charge of the Haikou family. But now she no longer had such thoughts. So, what if he was the patriarch? The patriarch of a small family couldn't even compare to a random disciple from Shadow Moon Hall. For example, although the two girls standing in this private room were only third-order saints, if they were in the Haikou family, En would definitely have to treat them respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. This was the huge gap between a big force and a small family. A few days ago, when Yang Kai was in retreat, En came to the cave again, and even brought the family's elders and foreign elders with him, saying that he wanted to invite Wu Yi back to take over the position of patriarch, but Wu Yi refused. Since she had already left the family, she had no intention of returning. While in a daze, Wu Yi suddenly noticed a strong wind blowing towards her. Quickly reaching out and grabbing the object that was flying towards her, she quickly discovered that it was a spirit fruit on the table. Yang Kai smiled and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Wu Yi shook her head, picked up another spirit fruit, stood up, and handed it to the two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. The two female disciples didn't refuse this time and politely thanked her before accepting the fruit, appearing natural and unrestrained. There was still some time before the auction began, but the atmosphere in the private room was much more harmonious. The two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall seemed to have noticed that Yang Kai's group of three wasn't of high birth and treated them kindly, so they began chatting with Wu Yi and Yang Yen, mostly referring to each other as sisters. Yang Kai couldn't get a word in edgewise, so he could only pick up the album on the table and check the items to be auctioned today. At the same time, in a secret room of Treasure Trove Pavilion, a dark-faced old man with a goatee called out to Qian Tong with dissatisfaction, "Old Qian, the auction is about to begin. Where are the items you want to put up for auction?" Qian Tong glanced outside and said with uncertainty, "They should be here soon. Just wait a little longer." Wait a little longer? Treasure Trove Pavilion has its own rules. If you and I weren't friends, do you think I would casually break the rules and put up items for auction before the auction starts? Is that appropriate? It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. Qian Tong smiled flatteringly while muttering in his heart. A few days ago, Wu Yi had specifically come to find him, saying, that she had something she wanted to put up for auction. As for what it was, Qian Tong didn't ask, only knowing that it was an artifact. Out of respect for Yang Kai, Qian Tong had promised to take care of everything as long as the item was delivered before the auction started. How could he have known that even now? It still hadn't been delivered. In the end, he could only say, "Brother Yen Pei, just wait a little longer. It will definitely be delivered." Yen Pei's black face became even darker, like the bottom of a pot, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Don't say this brother didn't take care of you. If it's not delivered in half a stick of incense, then even if it's more valuable, I won't participate in the auction." I know, I'll have to trouble brother Yen Pei. Qian Tong smiled helplessly. Treasure Trove Pavilion had many rules, so there was nothing he could do. Just as he was speaking, his communication artifact suddenly sent him a divine sense fluctuation. It was Luo Qing sending him a message. Qian Tong smiled happily. "It's here?" Saying so, Qian Tong immediately walked out. A moment later, Qian Tong returned with a jade bottle and 2 jade boxes. Yen Pei said exasperatedly, "That's it. It should be." Qian Tong didn't open the boxes to see what was inside. Time was of the essence, so after receiving the items from Luo Qing, he immediately brought them in. "Open them, evaluate the price, and see when it's best to auction them," Yen Pei said coldly. Yen Pei said with a cold expression. Saying so, he waved his hand to the side, and immediately several origin-returning realm masters came forward, placed the jade box and jade bottle on the table, and began to evaluate the value of the items to be auctioned. Seeing Qian Tong's somewhat irritated expression, Yen Pei sneered, "Brother Qian, you wouldn't just casually bring out something worthless to auction, would you? If that's the case, you'd best take it back quickly." "How could that be?" Qian Tong smiled awkwardly. "Can't a Saint King grade high-rank artifact be auctioned?" Because it was Wu Yi who had greeted him, Qian Tong wasn't so worried. If Yang Kai had greeted him personally, Qian Tong wouldn't have been so anxious. Yang Kai had an artifact refining grandmaster backing him. So the reason why Qian Tong had said it was a Saint King grade high-rank artifact was because he had confidence in Yang Kai's master. It was impossible for such an artifact refining grandmaster to take out something too shabby. A Saint King grade high-rank artifact. Yen Pei's expression relaxed slightly as he said earnestly, "Naturally, but Brother Qian, please don't do this again, next time. This brother has a responsibility to bear. If someone were to find out, it would be difficult to explain to my superiors." Although Saint King grade high-rank artifacts weren't very high in grade, they could be said to be the most mainstream artifacts on Shadowed Star. There weren't many origin-grade artifact refiners, and most of the Saint King realm and origin-returning realm cultivators used artifacts of this grade, so there was no need to worry about demand. Treasure Trove Pavilion had also collected a lot of such artifacts for auction this time, so adding 2 more wouldn't be a big deal. While the 2 old men were talking, a sudden exclamation came from the side. "What's wrong?" Yen Pei turned his head and looked over. "Master, the item to be auctioned is an origin-grade, low-rank offensive artifact." Immediately, an origin-returning realm master walked over with a jade box and presented the double-pronged dagger inside to Qian Tong and Yen Pei. Qian Tong's eyes narrowed as he felt his heart ache for no apparent reason. Although he had long guessed that Yang Kai's master was an origin-grade artifact refiner, he hadn't expected him to put up an artifact of this grade for auction. If he had known earlier, he would have taken the initiative to purchase this artifact from Yang Kai. Qian Tong had done 2 artifact transactions with Yang Kai, and each time they had worked together happily. But now that this artifact had fallen into the hands of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Qian Tong had no choice but to participate in the auction. Participating in an auction was much more expensive than directly purchasing it. Moreover, one might not necessarily be able to obtain it. In the Endless Treasures Pavilion, There were countless people with wealth and power, and they would often fight until their heads bled for a good item. Chapter 1151. Yen Pei had already taken out the twin daggers from the jade box, and after examining them with his Saint Chi, his brow rose as he couldn't help praising. Good, good, good. This artifact is almost at the origin grade mid-rank. The Grandmaster who refined it was very meticulous, and his craftsmanship is superb. What's more, it is very suitable for women to use. Ha ha! This time those young lords will probably bleed a lot. Yen Pei's eyes were sharp. How could he not see the huge value of this pair of daggers? Not to mention its grade. Just the fact that it was suitable for women was enough for those young masters to break their heads to bid for it. It was definitely the best gift to buy it, for the woman they liked. Qian Tong opened his mouth, wanting to go back on his word and take back this artifact, but he also knew that once it was in Yen Pei's hands, it was impossible to take it back. Letting out a deep sigh, Qian Tong could only give up, already wondering if he should participate in the auction and buy these twin daggers. Shadow Moon Hall had a few female disciples with good aptitude, so if he gave them these artifacts, they would definitely be like tigers that had grown wings. Just as he finished sighing, the masters in charge of evaluating the value of the auction items suddenly exclaimed again, this time even more excited than before. This is actually what? Yen Pei's figure flickered and arrived in front of these masters, staring at the artifact in the other jade box. His eyes narrowed as he reached out and picked up the red whip, circulating his Saint Chi to probe it, muttering, an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Ah, Qian Tong was shocked, his old face twisting in shock. Ha ha, good, good. This auction finally has something good to show for the finale. Originally, this old master was a little worried that my treasure trove pavilion wouldn't be able to collect any good treasures due to time constraints, but this whip makes up for it. Ha ha ha! The heavens are really helping me. Yen Pei laughed and turned to Qian Tong happily. Brother Qian, you've helped me a lot this time. This old brother will remember this favor. Qian Tong's mouth was filled with bitterness as he squeezed out a smile and said, Brother Yen Pei is too polite. You and I have known each other for more than a year or two, so of course I can help you. Ha ha! Saying so, Qian Tong was cursing Luo Qing in his heart. Just an origin-grade low-rank artifact had almost suffocated him, and now an origin-grade mid-rank artifact had appeared. Damn Luo Qing! Why didn't he explain everything to this old master? If he had known that Yang Kai was auctioning two origin-grade artifacts, he would have never given them to Yen Pei. No matter how high the price, he would have bought them for Shadow Moon Hall's use. But now it was too late to say anything. If he wanted it, he could only participate in the auction. How many Saint Crystals would he have to spend? He might not even be able to buy it. Poor Luo Qing didn't know that he had already been blamed by Elder Qian. How could he have known that Yang Kai would be so generous as to directly bring out two origin-grade artifacts, one of which was even mid-rank? The twin daggers were one thing. After all, with the standard of Shadowed Star's artifact refiners, they could barely refine them, but the grade of the red whip far surpassed the level of Shadowed Star's artifact refiners. Artifacts of this grade could only be obtained through some special means, and were simply impossible to refine. This also led to the price of origin-grade low-rank artifacts and pills on Shadowed Star being unable to be judged by common sense. Once such an artifact appeared, its price would be sky-high. Good, good, good. Yen Pei's dark face was like a blooming peony at this moment. No trace of his previous unhappiness could be seen as he praised again and again, grinning from ear to ear, another artifact that is very suitable for women. This time's auction will definitely be very exciting. This old master can't wait to see the scene of people competing for it. Ahem, Elder Yen, a trembling voice called out from the side. Please take a look at this. Saying so, the man handed the jade bottle in his hand to Yen Pei. Yen Pei took it opened the bottle, and glanced inside. His eyes immediately bulged, and his hand trembled, almost dropping the jade bottle as he shouted, "An origin condensing pill!" These 3 words were like a sledgehammer that slammed into Qian Tong's heart. Almost without hesitation, he rushed over and reached out to grab the jade bottle. Yen Pei's reaction was extremely fast, and he sent out a palm strike. The 2 palms collided, and Yen Pei and Qian Tong both took a step back. "What are you doing?" Yen Pei was furious as he glared at Qian Tong fiercely. Qian Tong's expression was firm as he quickly said, "Brother Yen Pei, I've thought about it carefully and have decided that I won't participate in this auction. Please give it back to me." If he hadn't seen the origin condensing pill in the jade bottle, Qian Tong would have turned a blind eye. But just now, he immediately understood that the origin condensing pill in this jade bottle was much more valuable than an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. "You don't want to participate now? It's too late." Yen Pei coldly snorted. "You want me to spit it out when it's already in my hands? Brother Qian, is this the first time you've met this Yen?" "That's not right, Brother Yen Pei. Didn't you just say that no matter how valuable an item is, it can't participate in the auction?" Qian Tong's face didn't go red. For 2 origin-grade artifacts and an origin condensing pill, what harm was there in throwing away his old face? This Yen said that if I don't see it after half a stick of incense worth of time, I won't participate. Are you deaf? Yen Pei snorted, but seeing Qian Tong still shamelessly trying to pounce on him, Yen Pei quickly retreated and put the 2 jade boxes and jade bottle into his space ring before waving his hand and shouting, "Keep an eye on Elder Qian. If he dares take another step forward, beat him hard." Yes, the 4 or 5 origin returning realm masters nodded in unison before taking up positions and glaring at Qian Tong. From the looks of it, they would definitely carry out Yen Pei's orders to the letter. Once Qian Tong made a move, a storm of attacks would follow. Fuck. Qian Tong couldn't help cursing. Since force didn't work, he could only plead softly, "Old Yen, for the sake of our many years of friendship, can't you just return these things to me? Can't you pretend you didn't see these things? Brother's kindness. This Qian Tong will remember it for the rest of his life. There's no need for that for the rest of your life. You're already half buried in the ground, so you don't have many years left to live. I don't need you to remember my kindness." Yen Pei grinned and waved his hand. "Can you not be so venomous? This old master is strong and can live for at least a few hundred years." Qian Tong rolled his eyes. Yen Pei snorted. "If I were you, I would quickly order people to gather Saint crystals. You actually still have time to waste with this old master. This old master admires you. Only you and I know about the appearance of these things, so you still have the advantage." Hearing this, Qian Tong's eyes lit up, and he cupped his fist to Yen Pei before turning around and leaving. He knew better than anyone that no matter what he said, it was impossible to get these things back. "Old Qian, who brought these things to auction?" Yen Pei shouted from behind, but received no response. Yen Pei naturally knew that his old friend was sulking, but he didn't care, and just chuckled. This person's luck is surprisingly good. Not only did he find 2 origin-grade artifacts, but he also found 2 origin condensing pills. It seems his luck is not shallow. Qian Tong left the underground chamber, and Luo Qing hurriedly greeted him. But before he could speak, he was slapped twice on the head by Qian Tong. Although Qian Tong didn't use his Saint Chi, these 2 slaps were not light, causing Luo Qing to grimace in pain. Qian Tong's expression became gloomy, like a storm was about to arrive. Luo Qing stammered, "Elder, what mistake did this disciple make? You bastard. Why did you act so quickly? Couldn't you have delivered these things a stick of incense later? You really piss this old master off," Qian Tong reprimanded. Luo Qing was dumbfounded. It was clearly Elder Qian Tong's orders that once he obtained the auction items from Yang Kai, they were to be delivered immediately without delay. So, Why was Elder Qian Tong saying this now? Elder Qian Tong was a kind and gentle person, never giving such contradictory orders, nor beating a disciple for no reason. So in Shadow Moon Hall, Elder Qian was still very prestigious and was admired by many disciples. Although he had doubts in his heart, Luo Qin didn't dare to ask. Even a blind person could see that Elder Qian Tong was in a bad mood. At this time, it was best not to provoke him. The more he did, the more mistakes he would make. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Qian Tong looked at him coldly. Elder's orders, Luo Qin hurriedly said, looking like he was ready to die. I'll give you an hour to contact all the shops in Heavenly Fate City and collect 20 million. No, 50 million Saint Crystals. 50 million? Luo Qin was shocked. Yes, yes. Luo Qin quickly responded before disappearing like a bolt of lightning. Collecting 50 million Saint Crystals in an hour was a long and arduous task. Seeing Luo Qin's figure disappear, Qian Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this auction was being held in Heavenly Fate City. Heavenly Fate City was mostly owned by Shadow Moon Hall, so collecting Saint Crystals wasn't a problem. If this auction had been held in another Great Forces territory, Qian Tong would have had no choice but to sigh. At the same time, in Treasure Trove Pavilion's underground secret room, Yan Pei sat in a chair and pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling and waving to the Origin returning realm masters who had just participated in the appraisal of the auction items, whispering a few words in their ears. These people nodded and quickly left. A moment later, people began to enter and exit the A-block private rooms, all of them wearing dignified expressions. These people quickly left Treasure Trove Pavilion and headed straight to the main hall where Heavenly Fate City's space array was located. After a while, some people also left the B-block private rooms. The reason why Treasure Trove Pavilion chose to hold this auction in Heavenly Fate City was because there was a space array here that was connected to the other cities on Shadowed Star, making it convenient for the Great Forces to come and participate in the auction. Space arrays were extremely precious and were not open to ordinary people, but these people all came from Great Forces. So the disciples in charge of guarding the space array in Shadow Moon Hall didn't dare stop them, and simply allowed them to use it after paying a certain amount of Saint Crystals. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.